How are you? I'm sorry, I'm excited.
They can hear us talk during the intro music.
Oh my god, what did you do? Why didn't you ask me? Are you okay?
Spikes and leather.
Oh my god.
Did Nico run away?
I'm here.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he's there.
Just give me a sec, my dog's
There.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. We're already in progress. We've got in the house Fight the Flat Earth, who's on his way out. He's just ending a stream. We've got Max right there. Look at him. How you doing, Max? And we've got Nico, who's in the wings there. Nico is a pile of human feces. Well, we'll expand on what he is later. But anyway, everybody, welcome. If you're coming from FTFE stream, I'm wearing, because I knew this was going to happen, I'm wearing my, when I got up today, this is the shirt I wore all day long. This was what I was rocking. So, anyway. Oh, hold on. Now you can say, I didn't have you pipe through. Go ahead, say it, Max.
Okay, hello to everyone who's saying hello to me in the chat. I see you, everyone. I hope you had an awesome Christmas. This has been great. I took a few days off after getting well and stuff, you know, family, blah, blah, blah. I hope you had an awesome Christmas. I have been non-stop verbally slapping Nico for the last hour or so. So
that's just a little of what he needs.
Yes.
Yes.
Because since I was speaking with FTFE in the afternoon, and it was kind of like a special thing, year-end stream and stuff, I've been smoking weed all afternoon. So I'm tough and poignant, but I'm kind of mellow. So it makes
just
it
keep that off screen. Maybe is best.
Sure.
And Craig, is he there?
Hello.
Oh, all right.
He went to the toilet.
He did.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I Riley.
Had to take a Riley. You want to say hi to people?
Yeah, let me put the right camera up for you.
There we go.
Woohoo.
How you doing?
Wow. It's amazing. It's like we teleported you with NASA magic.
It was. So I have to show you this. My daughter was wondering about the currency from Chile. So here is.
Oh yeah.
I got $1,000 here.
That's Monopoly money.
That's 1,000. Look at it. You can see You can see through it. It's right.
Yes, and it's plasticky and.
Yeah.
It compared to the bill, they're kind of like awkward shaped, like they're, I don't know, small but way too wide. If that makes any sense.
Let's see.
They're super weird.
I have a 10, and it's a little bit taller. Actually, I have the upper camera here. Let's see if it's not on. Come on, upper camera. You can work. I got to unplug and replug it.
In your chat, and he's not a member over here either. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, everybody. Ashton wants to be a member.
Yeah. We tried 64 times in my stream, and it missed every time.
What are you going to do? I guess try harder, right?
Yeah. I mean, you got to get him at least membership on this channel, guys. Come on.
All right. All right. That's not the upper camera. Hold on.
How disgusted were you by Dean Odell?
There. Oh, Dean Odell. Yeah, he's almost as bad as Nico. But I mean, Nico really puts up a fight. All right. Here is and for Craig, and here you go. Here's the $10 bill, and there's the taller 1,000 dollarinos, right? That's what you call it.
Pesos.
And it's not as wide. So anyway, so yeah, I mean, I got the 10,000 versus the 10, or sorry, the 1,000 versus the 10. So like this one's worth more, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a bigger number, right? Because that's bigger. Is that how it works?
Yep.
Yes.
That's totally how it works. It's not. Actually, this is worth $1. It's maybe like 960 to the dollar, but they all rounded up. So they didn't. Some of the places were happy to take dollars, and some places were a little like, oh, I don't know. But I'm like, well, I've got cash because I didn't plan on using my card all the time. So I'm like, well, will you take the American dollars? And they're like, okay, it worked.
One thing that
Chilean Brian's logic destruction there, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, that was amazing.
I mean, there are a few humans dumber than Brian's logic.
Correct. Yes.
Me, you fucking motherfucker.
When he got to the insults, that was adorable. He's like, yo, you motherfucker. I was going to tell you that the Chileans, they call that $1,000 bill, they call it Luca.
Luca.
Just it's kind of like a slang term for 1,000. So the same way you use 1,000, if you say it's a Luca, that's 1,000, but then dos Lucas, that's 2,000, and so on.
All right. I've
been to Chile, so random fact.
You have, okay.
Spanish.
So yes. I had there now Max had said I should have a Pisco Sour.
Pisco Sour, yes.
Pisco Sour, yep. So I did. And I have the wrong. Hold on, there we go. I did. It was very good. But so I looked up the recipe, and I don't know if I had the proper Pisco Sour or not, because the proper one has an egg white in it. Apparently, according to all the recipes I found online.
They're probably like, let's just get this gringo whatever and get him out of here.
I don't know.
I don't know. I tried it. I tried the drink. Maybe there's a difference between the drink itself and some kind of preparation for it. But some tourist guy told me, like, go to wherever you go next to eat. If it's like a restaurant, just say that you would like to try Pisco Sour, and they will bring you like a little shot for free. I don't drink, so that's what I did.
I see. Anyway, so I thought I'd get stuff to make my own. So I went to the local liquor store that I've been to like 5 times ever, and I wandered around. Sorry. I wandered around for a while until I didn't find it, and then I left. Empty-handed. Come here, puppy. Come here, donkey. Good boy. All right. Now, I don't need the cat. That'd be a problem. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Nico's still here, guys. We're just not talking to him right now.
Okay. Oh, yes. Let's. We should get Nico back on. I want to make sure people understand all what he is. What he's about.
Oh. Nico, you there, bud?
Don't call him bud. That's too kind.
Well, like the butt of a cigarette or something.
Yes. But
yes. I mean, I don't know if you were watching too, but people were sending, can we please get chains of insults with profanity for people?
Mr. E-Man says I've got to do another membership drive just to get Ashton a membership.
Yes. I don't know what
January the 31st is the next membership drive, just so you guys know.
January 31st?
Yes.
Got some Toonshine in this mug here.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Nico,
Well,
come back.
No, that's all right. That's all right. So, yeah, I don't know if people on my channel are aware. So it might be good if I were to get the actual clip of that Dean Odell had. Did you have like queued up to that? Do you have a queued up to where that is?
Yeah. It is at 52 minutes, I believe. Sugar, where's it gone? Closed it down. One sec. Now I've got it saved directly. Let me find it.
I'm sorry, and I don't mean to offend you, Toon, but I still can't decide.
You can't decide.
No. Or like what he means.
Oh, well, I know what he means.
Right. It's at 50 minutes, 35 seconds on the Fire and Grace Church one.
Okay. All right. I have that. Just a second. Donkey. You're fine. You're fine, puppy. He's excited because there's people here.
You're showing us the wrong camera, but not the people.
Am I?
out there.
Oh.
We need to see your beautiful face.
I see. They just see the top of my thumb because I'm sending them this camera. All right. What was that?
Not
You
yet,
said
Charlie. I've been busy. I will.
so. You said 50.
50 minutes, 35 seconds.
All right.
Booby Links said in the chat, Nico is a Luca turd, and I see what you did there. You get an A+ for learning in class. That was awesome.
Nice. All right. 50. You said 52. I'm sorry.
50 minutes and 35 seconds.
50 and 35. Okay. All right.
This is what we believe, the circular flat earth of the Bible. North Pole is the only magnetic center. Antarctica is the ice wall boundary, the ends of the earth that keeps the oceans contained. It is the container. This happens to be Antarctica. The world admits that it is the highest place on the earth.
Is that not?
But there are mountains, not just the ice walls there, but
So this is the interesting thing. He mentioned the one magnetic pole, right?
Yeah.
Is the sound coming through to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not the right. That wasn't the bit that I sent you, though.
Well, I have.
Fire and Grace Church final experiment debunked.
I have two copies. Hold on. There we go. That's why. Because he has two channels.
Yeah.
All right. 52 and all right.
50, 35.
Okay. So here's I want to mention that. So I recorded on here the magnetic field strength. So
yes.
So let's see, is this
when you find
here we
it,
go.
just that focus.
all right, is focus bad? All right.
Just
that?
a little. There we go.
There we
Perfect.
go.
Crystal
Okay.
clear.
So here is in Punta Arenas. Here is the magnetic field strength that I measured. All right, you see that?
Yep.
Let's see. We've got. I measured it, and then this line here I recalibrated. So, and the instrument I used is the one that Andreas helped program. Here it is. This is the device. This is the actual magnetometer in here, and this is the computer in here that measured it. So this is the magnetic field strength here: 26, 26, 28, 30, 29, 29, right? Average 28, average 29, average 30, overall average 29.56. We'll write down here, right? So just under 30. The globe predicts total magnetic field strength of 30 microtesla, and we're spot on there. This was half a microtesla accuracy there, so not bad at all. Pretty spiffy. if I'd say so myself here. And then the dip compass. I measured the dip. So this is this is really cool. If you have a, let's see, let me get, here you go. Every good techie has these kinds of screwdrivers, right? Anyway, so a dip compass has a north end and a south end. And as you get closer to the North Pole, the north end of that compass tips down more and more, right? So if you're kind of, if you're far away, it'll be horizontal, right? And then as you get closer and closer to the pole, it'll get more and more vertical. So in Minneapolis, it's actually pretty steep because you're not too far from the North Magnetic Pole. And then as you get farther away on flat Earth, it would continue to have the north end pointing down because that's how it's right. There's no South Pole off that direction. But on the globe, the south end must tip down. So what did I measure in reality? What happened in reality? Well, what happened in reality is that the south end tipped down. I got pictures of it. There it is. 45 degrees was the angle that I measured of it pointing down. So the dip compass tipped down, not predicted at all on flat Earth, completely contradicting it. Now, anyway, so this is what I want you to notice here. Just under 30 microtesla. So now, according to Dean Odell, this is his imaginary fantasy world, Narnia land, that he thinks he lives in. There's one magnetic pole there, and as you get farther away from that magnetic pole, then the magnetic field strength must reduce, must get smaller and smaller and smaller. So when I was in Punta Arenas and I measured 30, right, 54 I measured in Minneapolis, 30 down here. Now what should it be when I get to Union Glacier?
15?
Less than 30, right?
Yeah.
Has to be. I'm farther away. Well, let's see what I actually measured. 45, 44, 44, average 44, average 44, average 45.0 microtesla. How did that happen? It went up. Dean Odell, you just said that it was a single magnetic pole in the middle, but the magnetic field strength went up when I got way down here. What's wrong with you, Dean? Well,
there's monopoles don't exist that we know of.
Let me just to really rub salt in the wound. I did also measure the field strength in a certain city called Santiago. Right here, Santiago, which is closer to Dean Odell's magnetic field center, right? It's right in here, right about there. It should be more strong than in Punta Arenas. Should be stronger. What did we measure? We measured 20s, 16s, 19s, 18. Less than 20. Less than 20. So the magnetic field strength was the lowest in Santiago, not the lowest in Antarctica. Turns out Dean was wrong.
Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk? Now that's not measuring. That's not measuring light. That's not measuring something that can refract, right? And you can't. It's quite difficult to actually shield against magnetism. So you can increase it, but you can't reduce it really. Anyway, another falsification of the dirt pizza. All right, let's hear what Dean has to say about me.
50 minutes, 35 seconds.
50:35. All right.
That heat is the Holy Ghost.
You know, like last week, I was teaching on spiritual authority and trying to explain that. And old McToon is one of these guys that one of these globe globetards that went to Antarctica. Yeah, he's a globetard. Probably a government agent, more than likely. But he keeps attacking me. I'm going to tell you what, this is one guy I just like take out behind the woodshed and let old Dean come out for a minute. All right.
So, Icy Spin says the audio was, it's fixed. Okay. So Max, go out behind the woodshed is a elderly person's term for where you bring a child to spank them.
Okay.
Right. So he wants to go. He wants to go back there, and he wants to beat me up back there.
Yeah, I still can't shake that other feeling though.
Yeah, that it's very clear as an American. It's very clear what he's talking about. He's not talking about taking out his micro dean and having at it.
Did you listen to what he actually said? Because he said that he would like to let old Dean out. Specifically, he's basically saying that he is or used to be an extremely violent person that would beat people up.
Yeah,
that's what he's telling us. Here,
yes,
right.
Yeah. He's not talking about bringing out micro dean and trying to do a little pokety poke.
I mean, you could, the same way they overinterpret everything to say that the Bible is flat earth, I could just overinterpret his words to mean that he wants to get out of the closet.
Well, yeah, I mean, he has taught that you can take those kinds of liberties.
Yes. And Nico did it today a lot. That he just didn't count on me kind of being a bit of a specialist on that.
Yeah.
Topic.
Yeah. Anyway, Dean, I don't think it ended well for you, Dean, buddy. Anyway, let's see what else he has to say.
I would pay to...
So he better be glad I love.
Yeah. Tell you what, Dean, here's the deal, Dean. Well, let me finish it. Let me finish what he says here.
Jesus, right? And had brought the flesh under control. My grandkids found out, we had grandkids since Christmas Eve. And old Papa put on the boxing gloves, and, we got Bob, the century dummy. And they found out I still got a good roundhouse kick to the ribs I can do. Can't get your face anymore. Can't kick that high, but I can get your ribs. I can break some ribs still. We had a good time teaching them how to punch and kick and fight. And they're all girls.
What's that, Max?
Do you want to know how I know that's a fake story?
How?
He was talking about how they were bringing the gloves, and then says, and then I kicked Bob or some shit like that. He was making it up.
Yeah, the kicking dummy.
He was making it all up.
Yeah.
Yes. He was making the whole story up. That's not... When you lie, you make Jesus cry.
Well, anyway, I guess he thinks that he can still do a roundhouse to the ribs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're sure.
Puppies. Stop it. Yeah, I could still do a Dwee Poto Chuggy to his head. So
what is that?
That would be a back hook kick.
Back, like with a spin?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Street Beefs is a thing. I think we should get this set up.
Yeah. So here's...
Yeah, that would be great.
Here's the challenge. Here's the challenge to Dean. Here we go. Hold on. Hey, Dean. I accept your challenge. Let's do it in Antarctica next December. This time you sack up, you piece of garbage. You have the balls to show up. I'll make sure your trip gets paid for this time, you piece of filth. I'll meet you there. We'll get down there, and I'll take you out behind the woodshed, and I'll finish that job that you imagined that you wanted to finish with me.
Impeccable.
I want to see it. I want to see it now.
We kind of talked about that with FTFE before, and I volunteered that I could be the opening fight with Witted if that happens.
I stand with Dean.
You're the main event.
Shut up, Nico.
I stand with Dean.
Shut up,
buddy.
Nico.
That's awesome. Oh, wow.
Nico, let's be clear. You look like I could snap you without trying. There isn't a muscle on your body. Don't talk big.
I'm standing with Dean.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Nico, I'll take you in round 2. In Antarctica, let's do it at local time 2:37 a.m. Oh, he left.
Oh, Nico just came on to say that he stands with Dean and then ran away.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no woodshed there, so we'll have to do it out behind the bathroom. And what I'll do is after I'm done with you, Dean and Nico, I'll drop you head first down into the pallet-sized container of urine. You can drink to your heart's content.
They're going to enjoy that, though.
Yeah. Well,
you hear what else Dean was saying, though? He was like, yeah, they did go down there, but Satan made the weather clear and made the sun appear.
I heard that. In Dean's tiny little flurf god isn't powerful enough to control the weather, apparently.
No.
Yeah, Dean's pathetic flurf god can only make a snow globe. Tiny little universe. Right? Pretty sad.
I understand why it gets you this way, Toon, but like me and FTFE both don't care, both atheists.
Yeah.
And it is infuriating when people do that kind of stuff. So, I mean, you're not alone in that sees as it being a bad thing. Super weird.
Yeah. Anyway, well, Nico dropped out again as soon as I offered him round 2.
Oh.
So,
Nico, are you there, dude?
I just finished rendering my the one that's going to go tomorrow.
Oh,
So-
Nico, do you want to see some unseen footage from the final experiment?
Yeah.
Nico said something about how the mountains look the same or some shit like that.
Wait.
Yeah, apparently because the mountains don't look that different in 8 years. You know, the compacted ice and snow that never melts. Therefore, it's all fake.
Oh, and footprints. He was very concerned about footprints. Never mind that the sun just looping over his head. He didn't see footprints.
Well,
Camp as far
Now-
as day.
since they didn't go, they wouldn't know, so their opinion is not very valid here. But it's
Yes.
not it's not really snow. We call it snow because it's white and it's on the ground, but it's not snow actually. It's little ice crystals. So, if you in Minnesota we get that kind of precipitation occasionally in like freezing rain or sleet, where it freezes before it hits the ground. Hey, stop it, donkey! You're fine. Donkey gets FOMO, right?
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, well, there's people in the other room. I have to go see them. Like, no, you're fine. So anyway, and you mentioned it before. It doesn't actually precipitate there. It doesn't snow there. So or rain or any of that, right? For the most part. So what it does is the snow or ice crystals that are there have just been blowing around for a while. And so there's chunks that are on a mountain, and then the wind comes and it blows it off the mountain, and it ends up in this valley that we were in. So then they have an actual snow groomer that they drive around. So there's this kind of this big open area between the dining hall, the bathrooms, the showers, the store, and all of the tents where people stay. And they drive up and down. They did it once while we were there. They just drove up and down and redid the snow because it all gets kind of beat down, and then you get kind of like it's harder to walk when it's all soft because you sink in a bit. So they go and they do that, and they run that. It's the same thing as they have on ski hills to groom the hill. And
Right.
and you could see in the videos there's these lines that are the tracks where after it goes over. So there's a big blade in the front that kind of chops it all up, and then there's a big thing in the back that drags behind it that's pretty heavy, and so that packs it down, and the weight of it. If you know how snow works or how ice works, pressure causes it to melt very slightly, and then that pressure gets released and it freezes again, and so it binds it together. So that's what's happening there, where you see these ridges that are packed tight, and so then, but there's a kind of a crust on it, and once you break through that crust, it gets a little softer underneath because it's more loose. So you can see in the videos where there's like where people have walked around and maybe they've broken through that crust, and then there's other places where they haven't broken through. So if you want to, like we'd like hit our heels into the ice layer there a little bit, and then like nearby then it would start to get beat up. And so you watch that video after I called Nathan, and I was asking him where the guns were because I couldn't find them. And then I walked toward where Dave was, and I walked into a hole. So there's like this hole where people had been standing next to where they were live streaming. So everybody was standing like in the same spot for that little pedestal that they set up for us. And so that spot got all soft. And so I stepped down, and you could see me kind of fall down into that hole a little bit, and I kept walking. I didn't want to be in that hole. So that's what you were seeing there.
Yeah, but the problem is that they're doing the same thing that they do with the moon landings.
Yeah, they're
They don't
imagining
look at the
things.
whole thing.
Yeah.
And they didn't watch the whole video, because Nico today made another argument about Dave McKeegan putting a boot below one of the tables that you were using for make a camera or
I
something.
didn't hear
like
that dumbness yet. What was this?
Oh,
what was this idiocy about?
Nico was saying that Dave McKeegan was doing the left shoe or the left boot
Sonic
ritual from.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember the stream where he was showing that had battery packs, and that's what you use to keep stuff from, the cold and getting hand warmers in with the battery packs and that kind of stuff. And they showed it. It's like,
I think his
painful.
other boot was with Jonathan's. If I remember right, it was with Jonathan. So I think both of his boots were out there. I brought this. Oh, you don't
Where's
see.
my fucking shoes?
All right. Do you
He's back, but he's apparently broken his microphone.
see this? Yeah, no loss.
Yes.
Anyway, so I found this on Amazon. I'm like, this looks. I measured the battery pack, right here. So these were the battery packs that I brought, and I sent the link to Will, and so both of us brought 6 of these. And I'm like, well, this fits in. Actually, you can put 2 of them in there and then hang it from the tripod. And so when you have a tripod with a hook on it, you put something heavy on it to hold it in place. So these are a good. They're 670 grams, so it's a good mass to it. And I know that it's 670 grams because I just weighed it yesterday. Why did I weigh it yesterday, you might ask?
Why did you weigh it yesterday?
Oh, because I had one at 0%. It was dead. And I wanted to see if it changed mass when by my scale. My scale is only accurate to 1 gram that I used. And I wanted to see if it increased by 1 gram. It did not. So I need a more precise scale. I do have a more precise scale that Critical Think sent with me, but it maxes at 500 grams. So this is 670, so I can't use it.
Damn it.
Hey,
Yeah.
oh wait, I just got a random question. Does data weigh anything?
There's a guy that tried, that has a super precise scale on TikTok, I think. And he's
Like if I filled my 4 terabyte hard drive, would it weigh more than when it was
so
empty?
he's tested both before and after, just in putting data on an SSD, and it was the same weight. But when you charge a battery, it actually does, to my knowledge, change its mass, but it's not much because it's electrons essentially. So
Yeah, it would just be
Yes.
a larger amount of electrons on the atoms before they're ripped off to go back the other way, right?
yeah.
Yeah. But no, what
Interesting.
data, right? So data is literally, it's just a movement of the switches, right? And like for the ones in
Well,
no,
it depends how the data's stored. An SSD is actually a circuit where there's basically like a little charge pool that's an island, and you overcharge the boundary between them, and you strand a charge in that island. So it is a bunch of electrons stranded in that island. For a 1
Right, so-
and for a 0, you don't do that. So that's how an SSD works. But if you think about it, let me show you. Right, here's a bunch of these are the 1 terabyte SSDs here. Right, so an entire 1 terabyte is on each of these. So that's a lot of bits in a very small amount of space. So there isn't an opportunity for a whole lot of weight change.
Not sure if it's that window or what, but you seem to not be getting highlighted in your own chat too
I don't.
on the stream.
Yeah, it's not scrolling down.
Oh, that's weird.
It's,
Okay, well, because I want to read this. Silva says, my uncle fell deep into flirdom. His sons and his relationships have been messed up by the constant fight over flat earth dogma, and would be awesome if you could, could somehow get him to go. Get him to go where?
not being a flirt,
To
maybe?
Antarctica? I don't know.
Or to Antarctica. I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah, anybody can go. Well, I suppose felons might not, and if flirfs don't get their permission from their mommies, they wouldn't be able to go either. But provided that you're not a felon, provided that you're not wanted internationally, so Santos is out, and provided that your mommy will let you go, then you can go. So just go. Dean Odell, Micro Dean is too micro to go. Yeah, PJC, that's right. McFlatty actually made it. If McFlatty can make it, then yeah. People say there were 4 flat earthers there. There were not. There were 5. I don't know why McFlatty never gets counted in this. It's rude.
Against all odds. And
I do need to point out, though, that I don't know why I'm getting the blame from McFlatty's mum for him getting out. I feel like he's your cousin. He should be more your problem. So why does his mum keep blaming me?
I don't know. Shit. She might like you.
Every time I get a phone call, I thought you were going to turn him to white. I'm like, I've told him.
She might fancy you, Greg.
She does try to video call me a lot of the time.
Yes, yeah. But I keep telling her Max is the one that you want to go after. But I don't know. What do you think, Max?
sure. I always say yes. Did you watch Jaren's, was it Christmas stream?
His Christmas Eve, yeah.
Yes, he talked about McFlatty. I don't know. Did you catch that?
He did, yeah. He said it was a gaslighting channel.
Yeah, and that's weird. Like I don't know if you come across this. Like they don't get sense of humor. Like stuff that is normal, like sarcasm or parody or mockery. Like they literally don't understand humor for the most part.
No.
It's weird.
No, they don't. Nico, go find McFlatty while you're here. Go, disconnect or whatever you need so you can watch McFlatty and look at his last 3-4 videos. They're not long. He doesn't do long form. And then come back and let us know what you think.
Yeah. The reason McFlatty doesn't do long form videos is because he can't figure out how to change the setting on the record function.
Yeah.
So it's just that
Plus
long.
his editing is crap. Have you noticed?
Yes.
Like he doesn't crop the beginning or ending of things. Like it's just It's just whatever sloppiness, it's like he puts zero time into it.
Yes. But I wouldn't think that. I don't know if it's maybe I understood it affected Jaren more than I thought it would. But I don't know. It sounded
it's
like he
broken.
was a bit hurt. Like, dude, it's a joke.
Well,
come on.
To my opinion, what's broken Jaren is the flat Earth response.
Yes, that too.
Well,
It
he
made
knew
him
that.
realize how stupid his side is even more.
Yes.
And it's broken him a little bit.
See, but he knew that. And when he said, if they call me a shill, they'll call me a shill, he knew that was coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Austin did not say that. Austin did not expect the response that he's gotten.
No, because
oh my god, especially the hashtag VapeGate. That's
oh my yes,
something like that.
But with its ego, it's a lot higher than Jaren's, right? And was it in Bob the Science Guy's video that Witted was trying to work with Oakley, and Oakley kind of spat in his face.
I have that queued up to watch here in a bit.
Oh,
but,
yes.
But this is interesting. M. Mallon says, I dare you to have Mark Sargent on the show to debunk the flaws you are not mentioning. So let me read this one more time. M. Mallon says, I dare you to have Mark Sargent on the show to debunk the flaws you are not mentioning. I accept. M. Mallon, let Mark Sargent know that I'm ready to talk to him live, and he can bring up the things that he thinks are wrong or issues with it. I'm ready for him. The problem is, M. Mallon, the problem is that just like so many flatties out there, Mark Sargent isn't allowed to talk to people like me. His mommy won't let him. He lacks the stones to talk to me, right? So, little Marky Poo, I mean, maybe you could get permission from your mommy Poo to come and talk to me, the big boys. And but until then, M. Mallon, I have a feeling, M. Mallon, that your buddy Mark Sargent is too chicken to talk to me.
Although I hear that at the moment Mark Sargent is he's moping, is a bit upset because his mum accidentally washed the cap that Patricia Steere once touched. Yeah. I mean, he's really upset about that.
I know. Poor friends on Mark.
If you're saying that Mark Sargent is coming out and play, we all want to play a little bit with him. We'll treat him nice. But he doesn't come out and play. That's the problem. The same with Oakley, and the same with Dave Weiss, who ran from me this year. That's a historical mark.
Oh yeah, Dave Weiss is in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
in the chat.
Do you have updates? Because with the final experiment, I have.
I don't have any updates other than he's in trouble. What'd you say, Craig?
There's a flatty in the chat with Andrew Mark that I think wants to come on the show.
Oh, Andrew Mark.
You've got a lot of super chats, by the way.
I do. Well, why don't you type your email address in, and then Andrew Mark can send you an email, and then you can send him a link. So let me read. Oh my goodness. Let me read through these. Renee is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much, Renee. Valentin Damyanov is a new member at Newton. I apologize if I got that wrong, but let me try again. Valentin Damyanov.
I don't think I said it right either.
Damyanov.
That's how I said it. I said Damyanov.
Okay.
No,
all right.
Damyanov, yes.
But Damyanov. The American in me wanted to pronounce the syllable, stress the first. Damyanov. That sounds better. Thanks, Max. I hope it's better.
I'm sorry. I went late to see the
melodic lyrics is
know how ships float upside down and spin 1,000 miles an hour.
Who does?
Love that.
Andrew Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Andrew Mark, I've sent you my email. If you send me an email, I will give you the link to come on and you can ask Toon that question.
Wow, I've just figured it out. Andrew Mark is mentally handicapped. Oh, that's sad. Anyway, all right. Melodic Lyrics says flat Earth crumbling or melting under the 24-hour sun. And I got the email. Was the email from you, Melodic Lyrics? I got a lot of emails. Let me give you a hint. If you send me a long email, you probably won't get much of a response. If you have an idea for something, the best place to go with that idea is my Discord server to see if there's other people there that are interested in participating. I'm so busy. So proposing an idea to me over email is probably not going to go very far. I mean, some of these ideas are fantastic, but I just there's only one of me still. Until I get that multiplicity thing ordered, it's still on back order. Barry F says you should moon the camera for Moon's Day. I shan't moon the camera. You're welcome. It's a Rubik says 21 months of NASA shill support. Thank you very much for that. It's a Rubik's. I always have one. I always have it, right? This went to Antarctica with me. I didn't actually use it much there, but it was there.
Oh, I think you missed an opportunity to have done one.
I know I should have. But I think I slept all of 6 hours in Antarctica.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we were just busy, so busy. And then we got shortened by a day. So David Lee says, hey, Mike, welcome home. Thank you very much, David Lee. Deadpool 2028. I can't wait for 2028 when Deadpool, whatever Deadpool does, says a King Nitwit, not Nico, or maybe Chico. Okay, Chico. He's firing up his webcam again. Are you here for a reason?
EOS webcam utility, dude, what?
I don't know.
You even use crappy software.
Nico, did you watch McFlatty yet?
No, I'm waiting for Andrew Mark to get in here to help him ask some of these questions to you. But yeah.
Oh,
how's it feeling with all
do you
the
think
pressure coming from the community on the final experiment?
Oh, it's hilarious.
But you're just.
No, Nico, did you think that Andrew Mark needs you to help him hold his tallywhacker to talk to me?
No, I just thought it'd be
that's
cool.
That's very kind of you
to get in.
That's very kind of you, Andrew Mark. Nico thinks that he needs to hold your tallywhacker for you. So anyway, we got the George said hello, Toon. Can't stay late, but hey, hello and hi. How you doing, George? One of the earliest supporters of the channel.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Before you go on, what? Nico, you're not bringing any pressure. And Andrew, I don't know if you're just getting the news, but in general, flat earthers are cowards because they're embarrassed to be.
No, it's worldwide pressure. We're not cowards.
You think it's global pressure? It's global pressure on us?
Worldwide pressure. So yeah, I seen FTFP showed Eric DeBay's video, so that's extreme
hilarious.
pressure. I know you guys were.
Oh my gosh.
It was feeling the heat after seeing he jumped on board and agreed with pretty much everything I said about the volume studio.
It is interesting.
No footprints in the snow.
It is interesting that the flat Earth leader Eric Dubay had to parrot the nobody Nico here. But that probably was get you a little tingly down in the jigglies, didn't it, there, Nico? When you saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, it's great. I said thank you. I unfollowed him, to tell the truth, many years ago because I don't really resonate with Eric Dubay and his yoga and stuff like that.
It's Dubay. He doesn't.
Dubay,
he's not
Dubai.
named after a country. It's Dubay.
Yes,
Eric Dubay.
There, good job. Good job.
Now we can go on.
All right, yep. We got Icy Spin says show Craig 1,000 is achievable. Oh my goodness, I have 1,235 people watching right now. That's amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Roger that says sweet. I got the Grandpa Simpson. Grandpa Simpson, when you've been a member for 6 months, you get to be a Grandpa Simpson member. It's Grandpa Simpson with sunglasses, which is Mark Steele. If I've let Mark Steele go a while without destroying him. I think he's feeling a little sad, a little forgotten. Don't worry, Mark Steele. I'll come back.
Mark, who is Mark Steele? Because I'm getting Mark.
He thinks that 5G is a directed energy weapon, so that that's so powerful that it can actually literally turn people into dust.
Love that.
Yeah. He thinks it will actually dustify billions of people in the year that is 2025. So looking forward to that. A year from now, I guess there's going to be all of 500 million people left, something like that. I think that's the number that he imagines is going to be what's left. And of course, he thinks he's going to be the one that's left. I don't know how he thinks that. If that were the case, I'd imagine they would have already done that to him. But anyway.
Has he put on a date, like an exact date?
No. So what he did is he found a website by some conspiracy nutters that were like, we have secret insider information. They didn't. That in the UK, this many people will be dustified by this date, 2025. So, yeah, that's it. And Andrew isn't here. Is it Andrew Mark? There it is. So Andrew Mark, chop. You got the link, right? You got the email. But now, actually, Max, you're the host.
I'm the host.
Yeah, you could email you.
What do I need to do? Yes, you can email me.
I think Craig had.
And I'm going to type in
his
address.
His internet. Craig's internet died. So, or you could email me. In fact, mctoon@mctoon.net. I can give you the link as well, Andrew Mark. And good news, Andrew. You've got this guy to help you hold your willy if you can't handle it. So
he's the smartest, very smart, very humble.
Yeah. And Nico is apparently very skilled in holding other people's willies. That's the rumor, at least.
Not the rumors that I heard.
Oh, not even rumors. He's confirming it. Absolutely confirmed from Nico himself.
There's a rumor going around that the final experiment is
all right,
done.
so we've got So we've got Gibbon Basher says fake NASA Jewish CGI Freemason money. Thank you for that fake NASA Jewish CGI Freemason money, Gibbon. Deadpool 2028 says unlike AI, King Nitwit is yet to achieve sentience. Well, neither have, actually. Tim Davidson says, lick the like button or get licked by me. And you don't want to know where where he's had that tongue.
No, that's so. I mean, Nico doesn't like that.
No. Native Wildman says, what is up? Well, what is up is the sun is up in Antarctica right now. And it will be for many more days. Steve6464 says, are you going to rename your dip compass to Nico? The dip compass is broken. It's still smarter than Nico. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I ordered/paid for 1 container, 2 grams of herb wax. They sent 1 case, 6 2-gram containers. $150 mistake in my favor. Wow. All of that herb wax. All right. Let me check my email. I'm sure Andrew Mark has sent me he hasn't. Andrew Mark. Andrew Mark demanded to be let on and hasn't sent me an email yet. Let me remind him. mctoon@mctoon.net. I don't know. Nico, you might not get a chance to hold that for him. Ryan says, Brian's logic rage quit. Flurf is imploding. And then an SOS emoji. I can't believe he came out of the spider hole he lives in. Like, he voluntarily came out. He volunteered to participate in a debate that was the topic was, is flat Earth still tenable after the final experiment? And hilariously, he wouldn't even address the topic.
Yeah, I have a hypothesis on that.
Okay.
The way that, because he's part of Oakley's crew, though I did hear him say that he's no longer, like they broke up or some shit like that. That doesn't matter. But in their echo chamber, since they are always like a little pack, when someone goes in, they get muted, people jump in, help each other, that kind of stuff. Like now that he had to actually face someone out in the open, not under the umbrella of Oakley, then he wasn't prepared.
Yeah.
That was really bad. That was like,
yeah, he thought that he could just say, well, we don't need a model, and that it would actually work, right? It works in an echo chamber when Oakley can mute people that say, but you do need a model. But when you're outside of the echo chamber, you don't get to say you don't need a model when people have actual responsibilities that rely on the shape of the earth.
yes.
Right? If the zero personal responsibility people, flat earthers, are they have no, if they're wrong about stuff, it doesn't matter, because when you're a taste tester down at the Urinal Cake Factory, the only thing that really matters is whether or not you can get the taste right. This is lemon flavor, this one is lavender flavor, and all you need to do is get it in the right bin, and if you don't get it in the right bin, it's not that big of a deal, Now, if they're really good, Max, and I think Nico,
was that a coded 33 you just threw out there, Tune? The lavender and the lemon, LL 33.
Here, I'll just right here. Tell you what, I don't need to code this.
What are we doing?
Hold on.
Let's see.
I'll
Masonic. I caught the 33 thrown out there.
No, you didn't catch it. Here, let me. Let's see. Here we go.
Yeah, never mind that lavender and lemon are really common bathroom scents.
Yeah,
never mind that.
But all right, here we go. You see this? Nico? Right. Let's see here. Let's see what's a good color here. All right, here we got. There's one, and then here you go. Let's see. This is a good one. Ready?
Oh my god.
There you go.
Do you want to know something funny?
That's the number of the Master Mason and your Shriners. There you go.
Do you want to know something funny? Tune.
I do.
Jesus is king.
The letter L in English is number 12.
Yeah.
So
this is
how is it 33?
I don't know. This right here. This is Nico right here. This is sign language for Nico. L for loser.
Nico, how is L? How did you count that? How did you fail so bad at basic math?
LL. So in full reduction, 1 plus 2 is 3. I have to add the 12. So 1 and 2 is 3, and you get your 3.
That's not how that works. But we are starting with an L. Oh. How did you go from L?
Oh, I see.
The numerical value of L is 12.
I see. Hold on. Here we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I gotta put up on screen here. 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, Nico, this is where you have to take off your socks and shoes to keep counting. Okay. Well, just one sock and shoe. Let's see. A, B, C, D, E. Isn't it cute, Nico? Isn't it powerful that I can do this without singing the song?
Yeah.
All right. So here's what he's doing. He's taken this. He goes, that's 12. And so then what he does, this is cute. It's so precious. I love that he can do
1, 2. Oh.
Yeah. Isn't that precious that he can do that? But now here's the problem. Now you've got L is that, and then you have another L. Right now, here's the thing. Watch this. This is too hard for him, I think. Oop. I gave it away. There you go. So it's actually 6. But
Which is F.
Which is F. Yes, F, which is the grade that Nico got in every class in school.
Or it's F for fuck you very much. Thank you.
Well,
You're welcome.
Could be. But here I didn't actually, it wasn't actually just 2 letters, right? It was lemon and lavender.
Yes, we're gematria-ing all the way? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, hold on.
Let's
so
go.
the lemon is now we're going to have to, now this is going to get hard because
Nico, this might be very advanced for you,
this
Nico.
is going to be
but
tough.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine Nico is already planning, oh, but that's math. Appeal to authority.
Yeah. Now this
1
is
plus
as
1
high.
is not 2.
This is as high as Nico can count without dropping his trousers, and this is as high as Nico can count while dropping his trousers, and that's it. He can't count any higher. But I'm going to keep going because I can do it. And I don't think we're going to need. I don't think we're going to need that.
Lemon
So
and lavender in the reverse satanic cipher equals 666. I'll bring it up.
so all right.
We did it!
I cannot believe I just seen this. I knew it. I heard it. So watch. Gematrinator. Go to the world's web's #1 calculator.
All right. The cool thing about for gematria idiots is that there's multiple calculators and they just feed it into as many as they can until they get the output that they want. So anyway,
Yes.
so if you sum up, right? So how do we do this? So you take the E, right? So we've got. So this is actually so here's the question now. You can do it however you want to get the necessary
Of course.
answer. So if you want,
Yes.
you can say, well, L is always 3. If you want, if that helps you. But if it doesn't help you, then you can say it's a 12 and you can wait till later to do things, right? Sometimes you need to multiply, sometimes you need to divide, sometimes you have to just add, subtract. There's any number of ways that you can do it. But if you add up all of these letters here, all these letters here, there's any number of ways you can do that, right? How do you do that? However you want to get the number you want. That's how you do it. So, all right. Now
Are you watching what Nico is putting on Zoom? Oh, that's
Oh, it's
adorable.
precious. Look at that.
I can do that too. Hold on.
Yeah. Gematrinator.
Yes. Oh, adorable.
All right.
Wait. What's
All right,
just a
Max.
second,
Max,
let
you
me
wanna
pull up
you wanna
the-
make me host?
let me. Of course, I do. All
right.
You wanna go outside?
Make
Give me 1 second.
There we go.
Give me
It's
1
easier.
Thank
than
you.
Bye.
Oh, you know what, Max?
Yes.
Max, I would like to invite you and everybody else, but number one, I'd like to invite you to join me on January 10 in Carson
January
City,
10.
Nevada at 6:30 p.m. for dinner at Flat Earth Pizza.
Ooh.
So if you can make it, it might be a bit of a drive,
Yes.
but everybody else is
more like hitchhike.
it's yeah.
But yes.
Anyway,
So consider it.
yes.
Ah.
This is
Everyone
weird that
should
it's
go
not.
there.
Why am I not getting tagged on this?
I don't know. We were wondering that with Icy Spin. It's not highlighting you for some reason.
And it's still not. And I'm seeing it in the other one. Tyson Dog says you've posted answer one question 30 times, but not posted the question. What?
Oh, because Andrew doesn't want to send an email. He just wants a question answered.
Oh.
But apparently now he's refusing to say the question.
Oh,
The
he's
flirt's
playing-
being flirts.
He's
being
playing
coy.
hard to get. That's precious.
Oh.
Okay. Now somebody else is asking to join. I know him. All right. Yes, since
Oh, there looks like the chat fix itself.
Oh, it is. It is. All
Yes.
right. I reloaded the page there. So, right.
Smart.
all right. There you go. Responded to that email.
Is it? Will I like the surprise of who's coming?
You like the surprise? Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. So responding to Mark. Well, anyway, Marky Poo, Andrew Marky Poo, little Andy boy. I don't know. What do you want? You know, you can join. Why don't you join?
Let me ask you, because I know you were hearing for some of it. Did you hear some of my like refutations to Nico's nonsense? Are we kind of along on the same pages on that kind of stuff? For like the religious claims he was making.
So when he first came on was about when it was dinner time here. So no, I didn't really hear anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I've learned a bunch of stuff from, Isa and Dr. J, for both kind of religious, but they're kind of like you, and we talked a little bit with FTFE about that, is that I've learned so much about them, and they've taught me, what is good theology and good epistemology and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. All right. So people have figured out the issue. My actual like primary first YouTube account is the one that's MCTWON. And so that's the default account. So that's what's showing. So I'm going to reload that. But before that, I'm going to disable that. But we have with us a new person. Welcome, Flattened Destruction.
Hello.
Oh yeah, your microphone's not working.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
I heard something.
Okay. Well, is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How you guys doing? I see Nico got wrecked.
Well, he's used to it.
Excellent.
So I just wanted to know, did anyone explain to the flat earthers how if the sun in Antarctica is shining bright and it's clearly shining back towards the rest of the earth, now you get somehow the sun in two places at the same time, both shining over all that nighttime part of the flat earth? How does that flat earth avoid the night on the one side and the sunshine on the other?
Good question.
How big is this imagined studio? Because because we landed an airplane in it, and then we drove several miles to the main camp, and then from the main camp we drove several more miles to a halfway point, and we went back and forth for meals and stuff like that over the course of 2 days.
But it was gradual. So it wasn't like the sun was over here, and then after you got a certain point over the, I guess, what is this, the Magellan Strait, or the straits between Chile and
the Magellan.
Yeah, so it wasn't like the sun was here and then it all of a sudden went over there. It was like, how does the flat earthers explain the fact the sun is where it is as you're moving, and as you left, you could see that the sun was out. It was shining in that direction.
Yeah.
And then you're flying back towards Chile, and the sun didn't switch places back.
No.
So I wonder what Whitsitt was thinking when he saw that the sun is over there. He went to Chile. He's like, wait a minute, the sun didn't go over there.
Yeah.
I guess that's that thing about the clock. You know how the clock turns in the opposite direction that it's supposed to, because he says
yeah. Reality doesn't matter to Flattys, and Whitsitt doesn't. It doesn't matter to him either. you can just say like things, and that's all you need to do is say things, because again, they have zero personal responsibility.
Yeah, well, I have to give Jaren some credit. When I had to debate him and Whitsitt, at least Jaren acknowledged the points that I made, and he didn't like make excuses. He just kind of shrugged it off and said, "Okay." So
Yeah.
Jaren has 15 points of credibility out of 100, and Whitsitt is still at negative. Hold on.
Infinity?
274. Well, no, 274.
One of Whitsitt's biggest tells is if he's speaking, he's lying.
What's so funny with all the religion, because there was some religious angle that was brought up. I always find it fascinating how the people like him align themselves with white supremacists who claim to be religious leaders. There's this guy named yet another Nathan, some so-called monk named Brother Nate.
Brother Nathan, yes.
Oh, Brother
my
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Another Nathan.
Horrible.
What is up with
yes.
all these Nates?
Well, I mean, for a while in those months, Whitsitt was getting his feet wet, probably foreseeing the total annihilation of Flat Earth that we're seeing right now. So,
well, the next total annihilation should be, and I'm sure Elon Musk is going to get a kick out of sending a couple of those fools out, into low Earth orbit.
Well,
so
the difference is, here's the interesting thing. The Antarctic Treaty prevents leaving garbage in Antarctica, so we had to bring them back.
yes.
But there is no such treaty in space. You can leave stuff up there. You can leave garbage up there, either in a parking orbit, which is like a mid-orbit where it won't interfere with stuff, or in a low orbit where it will eventually deorbit and burn up in reentry. So I don't know, maybe that's an option.
yeah, park Whitsitt in L1 and park the rest of them in L2 and L3.
Well, yeah, that'd be good. Maybe L5.
Yeah, L5. Yeah, that's right.
That'd be great.
That's closer to the sun, or
That's on the opposite side of the sun as the Earth. So you could, in fact, with the telescope, you could never even see him. The most powerful telescope ever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Well, guys, thank you so much. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Thank you. No, I was just going to say that thanks to Rick Kwiatkowski, who corrected us and says between Tierra del Fuego and the Antarctic Peninsula is the Drake Passage. What we were talking about, the Magellan Strait, is
I'm sorry.
between
the
South
Drake
America and the bottom tip of that, which is Argentina, the rest that is left of the main continent. So
The most dangerous passage, apparently.
But the audience is so cool that even when you make a mistake, they correct you like that.
Right.
Love you, people.
Because if you make a mistake with what you name it, it doesn't make the physics of it go away. That's one thing that flat earthers can't seem to understand. They name drop and correct you on your semantics, and then somehow gravity ceases to exist because I didn't say Newtonian gravity.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I love it
you
when they're
guys
like,
have a good one.
do you mean Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity? Really? Do you actually understand the difference? No, they don't.
I love that when they get like that. It's magical.
All right. Thanks for Flattened Destruction for popping by. Let me read a couple more. Unflat Earth with 5 Kiwi dollars says TFE2 Toon v Odell cage match. He'll be running away. There's behind the bathrooms. There's a dugout area. So there's and I didn't see it when I first got there, right? Because you come in from the front side of the bathrooms and you go in and they have two spots. They got the number 1 spot and the number 2 spot. And the men's ones, they've got an actual urinal. In the either or, and the ladies' ones, they've got 2 seats. Right? You sit down on one, you go number 1. You sit down on the other, and you go number 2. And I'm like, but the drain was out the bottom. It was low in the back. I'm like, well, how? I'm like, I bet they dug out the back side. So I walk around. I look at the back side. There's a hole dug, and yeah, you can see that the pallets, I forgot what they're called. People had mentioned it before, but they're the big plastic containers that hold the Flurf beverage.
Yeah, there was one stream from Antarctica that Jaron was kind of eked out, but it's like, dude, mind where you are. Like, remember where the fuck you are. What do you want? Plumbing?
Yeah, it was actually really nice. Right? If you watch the Mr. Beast video where they went, which apparently wasn't actually very far, like they probably landed the 757 there and then had the Twin Otter bring them over, or
Right.
maybe I think it was a Twin Otter, bring them over to like basically around the corner from where Union Glacier was. And they had a tent, and in the tent was a bucket or something where they put their number 2 there. And then
Right.
for their number 1s, they all had to use the bottle. And then
Right.
this one here, the Santos VSOP bottle. Right there, Santos VSOP. And that's what they had to use. And then they dumped it into a central pail of some sort.
Right. Yeah. 'Cause
So
it's,
ours was really
I mean,
nice. Like, and they brought one of those, or they had one already from the marathon sitting right behind the building that we were using. So that's the one I used a couple times. And then back at the main camp, like, seriously.
Are they heated? How is like pulling your pants down in Antarctica like?
It wasn't that cold. So like it was 20, like the first 2 days it was 20 during the day, and at night, the first night got cold like at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. my feet were cold because I was just wearing the regular boots, not the super boots. But if I'm like, I should switch into the super boots, but then I was like walking around then, because when I was doing the live stream, I was mostly standing still. But then after that, I was walking around, so then my feet warmed up. But yeah, it was not bad at all. Those buildings are warmer than ambient air, so like they had in them.
And you're not exposed to the outside.
No, yeah, there's no
I don't know,
wind.
I'm terrified of wind, so that and cold. That's why I was asking.
Well, yeah, the first 2 days there was no wind. The third day, part of the day was annoyingly windy. And if you watch, so the video that that I recorded, I watched through it. And so for reference, the first one that I did where it focused on the shadow of that time, the timepiece, the sundial.
Yes.
It's 2 minutes. So at the time of when it was kind of windy, the tripod was shaking a little bit. You don't see it much because it was only a 2 minute time lapse. The next one is a 4 minute time lapse. And the reason why it's 4 minutes is because it's timed to the length of the song that I made just for this video. So anyway, you see a little more of the shaking of the camera. So
Yes, I remember that.
anyway, but no, it was not cold at all. Like while sitting in the restroom there was no like, oh my goodness, I'm so cold. It was pretty warm in there. So
Okay.
yeah.
And do they have to, heat the throne itself so you don't get like stuck to it?
No.
I mean, these are the things that people worry about.
Yeah, no, that there was no, it wasn't cold enough. So,
Right.
but I suppose if you had a bunch of liquid on your rear end, I don't know how you would have done that, but if you did, and then sat down on the if it was 20 below or something, then maybe you could do that. But I guess it's not an issue.
I just had a very bad thought.
And it wasn't
Never
metal,
mind.
so it's not like from Christmas Story.
Right.
Okay, so Brenda Creates sent a $5 super chat. That's the timestamp of Dearth yelling at Flirts. I have that queued up.
Oh, we love that.
I'll do that one a little bit here. PhD Tony says, Pastor What's his jigger is a toxic, delusional thug. Don't descend to his level of venomous worthlessness. You're the better man. Well, I mean, you're right, PhD Tony. I appreciate that. But let's.
He's not wrong.
There is also the rather chivalrous, accepting of a challenge of that sort. And I know that Dean is plastic. He's not a man. And if he were a man, he would have been in Antarctica. But he's not a man. He didn't come. He was offered a free trip and he didn't come.
Do you know what his excuse was? I think it was personal and it wasn't revealed. I would love to know.
I do know what his excuse was. And I think it's a lie.
Flare flying, huh? Weird coincidence.
Yeah.
Never happens.
I will. Oh my gosh, donkey! What? No! Oh my gosh, what are you eating? Oh, donkey! That is bad. Oh,
what is he doing?
Donkey smells like Flurf brains.
Ooh.
It's this. Dog farts are not good, and I don't know what. Hold on. All right, excuse Donkey, everybody. He has made an odor.
Oh.
All right. No more Donkey. Get Dutch. Yes, I basically got Dutch ovened by the dog. Because he's right below the desk here. And so it all just comes right up here. So, yes, my dog is named Donkey. I've got another dog in here named Penguin. And ask the live chat how to spell their names. Now, Nico is still hanging out in the wings. Nico, if you're still there, you need to go watch McFlatty. I want your opinion on it.
Yes.
Okay, Kango44 says, Toon, you're way better than fighting dummies. Don't lower yourself to this moron's level. Kicking the squack out of the spastics is beneath you. He wouldn't come, Kango. He right. It's not a challenge, but right. It's like is a boxing match acceptable?
Right, but I have a thought on this. It doesn't matter if it's a boxing match or maybe MMA or whatever. It would be, let's say, potentially immoral for MC Toon to go and challenge him to something like that. Because, he looks like an old man, whatever. Yeah,
I mean, he's elderly. He'd break a hip, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, osteoporosis is no joke.
I know, yeah.
But given the fact that this guy has so much little self-awareness that he's doing it himself, what are you going to do? Are you going to, care for him more than he cares for himself? No. That's and Flat Earthers do this a lot. Witsit also puts on the tough guy act.
Oh, yeah.
I still want to know what happened with that fight he was going to box.
Lodge.
Lodge. I don't know what happened with that. Who chickened out? But someone did chicken out.
I don't know. Laura Lodge seemed like he was ready for it, but anyway. So somebody was asking for a little more footage, so I'll give you a little taste of what's coming tomorrow.
Ooh,
you want that?
Yes.
All right. I'll even share it to you so you can see it. Let's see. There you go. You see that?
Yes. Nico, wake up.
All right, here we go.
Come watch this.
Here we go.
In the land of ice and endless night, where the sun never dips, yet winds take flight. A lone sundial stands on a frozen land, marking time with its shadowed hand. Round and round the shadows play, racing circles through the eternal day, under the sun that never falls. The silent keeper of time recalls. The sky is blue, the wind whispers near, a soft fleeting voice only time can hear. Each passing hour, a fleeting trace, etched in the snow in an endless place. Then around the shadows play, racing circles through the eternal day, under the sun that never falls. The silent keeper of time recalls. Beneath the sky, so vast of blue, where time unfolds in a steady.
All right. Well, the audio for some reason isn't working well, but you can keep watching the rest of this here. Let's see. Hold on. I'll turn my camera back on. So here you're going to see just in a minute, they're going to fold up that building on the right, and they're going to pull away the bathroom. So the bathrooms are what's behind there. You can see the white doors in the bathroom there. They're folding up the, they fold down the door, fold it all up. It's pretty cool. And here they're going to get out. You'll see the snow groomer here in a second.
Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's a snowmobile there. And so all of these buildings are on skis.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
But you do know they're going to use that and say, see, that's a studio.
So there's the snow groomer. See that? It's got these giant tracks on it. Yeah. There it is. They pulled it.
Yeah.
So,
holy shit. You see that's so cool.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, fake that. I'm sorry. Studio what?
Yeah.
They just moved the building.
So this is a full 24-hour 30 frames a second video. The problem is this is 1 terabyte of data. So to render this video you're watching right now took more than 24 hours to render because it's single threaded. You can see here the wind is messing with it a little bit. So this is single threaded.
Yes.
To render this, so it took forever. And it's
and you can see there's the clouds changing, so there is wind up there.
Oh yeah, there's
you're just like protected a little bit between the valleys.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, in that part,
it was pretty nice location. Like they really thought out the location.
Makes sense. Yeah, they look like a serious company, right? Like serious people, like the people that you want to taking you to freaking Antarctica.
Oh yeah, they don't mess around. They are totally focused, and they're like, here's how we do it, right? This is you need to have this by this date, and it was always super clear what we needed to do at any time. They communicated to us ahead of time. They did it efficiently. They had so we had to leave a day early, and more people needed to leave than they were initially planning on leaving, because a group had come from mountain climbing. And I don't know if they were going to initially go back with us or not. I don't know. It seemed like they might have had some change of plans. Certainly moving us a day early, moving them a day early. I don't know. But they're like, okay, so these people are going to be riding on this vehicle. These people are riding on this vehicle. And it's going to be, 50 minutes before the ETA of the landing. This group here is 45 minutes after the landing ETA. Because it takes certain number of minutes to drive to the ice runway and then drive back with the empty vehicle for us to get on and ride there. Right. So we were in the second group, and so when we got there, we walked straight into the plane. Unfortunately, all the good seats were already taken, so there are a lot more people than on the way there. So we didn't have quite as many options for where we sat. But we didn't have to stand around at the runway in the cold, at least. Right. So.
It came up today, the whole. Someone, I think in the chat, was complaining about how the tracker for the flight could be faked and that kind of stuff, for the initial flight that we were recalling how it was a record. But then you have those people that do logistics, which is a very high, stressful business.
Yeah.
Especially if you do logistics with people and that kind of stuff. And this kind of logistics, which is high end, super expensive, people expect good service. And also you have the addition of, if you don't do it right, people die, which is really bad for business.
Yeah, it would be very bad for business if that happened. So,
yes.
And they
but flat earthers are not used to that kind of
personal responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah, they're unfamiliar with personal responsibility, and they don't get other than what their mommies do for them. They don't, get.
Yes.
They're like they want to go outside. They need to get permission from their mommy. They want to go down the street to the store to buy some bubble gum. The mom says, "Well, I'll walk you there. You need to hold my hand when you cross the street." That's they're used to that, but they're not used to a professional organization. It's like, well, hang around here, but if you're going to leave here, you can, but let us, help you so that you don't go into a place where you'll fall into a crevasse, and I guess the Flattys are used to that. It's like mommy saying, don't cross the street without holding her hand. So, conscious truth. Truth is in the name. Must be a Flatty. Doesn't like truth. Let me read a little more here. Janusz Taka says, show the part where McFlatty licks the battery. I don't think he licked it. Did he lick a battery? I don't think so. Kango44 says, however, Craig, you could do it. Oh, for the fight. Craig could fight Dean Odell. Lord Illuminous Poo says, Peachy Tony is right tune. You turn the other cheek and will throw the other punches. I have dignity to preserve. Lord Illuminous Poo does not have any dignity. I love the satire. Oh my gosh, Donkey. What are you? Donkey. Oh my gosh.
Donkey is P Donkey, right? Do you ever get that impulse of calling him P Donkey?
It's K. Yeah, K Donkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever get that impulse to call him K Donkey?
No.
That would be fun.
Here, I put the correct spelling in the chat. Here's what I don't get. He has dog food. That's it. He doesn't have we don't vary his diet.
Oh,
it's bad news.
We have a Flatty. Relic says, Earth still flat, you clouds.
Oh, that's precious, Relic. I think Relic wanted to debate the other day. Relic, MCTune at mctune.net. I'll shoot you the link. You've got Nico in here if you need backup, right? So you don't feel like you're all alone here. Maybe you just want to talk to Max. Max is modified, if you know what I mean, tonight. He's been imbibing a little bit, and so maybe you imagine you want a soft target. He's not a soft target, but maybe you think that he's been softened a little bit. He's still smarter than you. Anyway, that might be something that you'd be up for.
I always tell Matthew Hakim when he goes like, and he thinks he can debate me. I always go like, oh, Matthew, I could be literally foaming out the mouth, ODing on heroin, and I could still out debate you. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the joke. He always like, I'm so sorry for you that you're a heroin addict. And it's like, oh my God, get the joke.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Relic thinks we debated already. Well, which what was the title of the video where we debated? I don't remember debating Relic, but maybe, this is live stream number 591. So could be he's just another notch on my belt. All right.
This has been. Have you ever? Oh, sorry. If you want to continue, I can save it for
FDFE
later.
but he's not even here anymore. But he gifted 5 memberships. I think he's trying to get a membership for Ashton Richards, which he seems to have avoided that again. Jiffy Cohen says FDFE was so fat, a picture of him could weigh up to 30 pounds, and he's all right. I'm gonna have to send that to Craig, who's all right. That's great. Kango44 says, imagine being so mentally subpar that you think a sunset is possible on a flat earth. What did anyone expect? Them suddenly going, oh, yep, the earth is a globe. I think that instead of indulging their delusions, they should be offered help. Dignitas? But they're unwilling to receive the help. That's the thing. What do you do, Max? We're like, hey, I'll teach you how it works. Like, you can't tell me how it works. I know how it works better than you. That person is unteachable.
Right. And when you have someone like, let's put Oakley as an example, saying, for repeating his mantra on his show, you can't go to Antarctica. There is no 24-hour sun. Blah, 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 blah. As like, his little horse of battle. When he would get pinned, he would use that. And now all of a sudden, it doesn't matter. Earth is measured flat when Toon called him. Like, they're imploding. It's so funny.
Here's how it works.
Back to the previous thing I was going to tell you.
Okay.
This has been lousy. This has been the worst year for Flat Earth ever.
Oh yeah. And there's no coming back.
On that? No.
Because people are leaving, number one, and number two, you're not going to get any new Flatties because when you say to when a new person who's curious is like, how do seasons work? And Flatties go, oh well, the sun does circles around the Tropic of Cancer, and then it does circles around the Tropic of Capricorn. You're like, oh, interesting. What about Antarctica? Previously, they would lie and say nobody's ever been there and seen the 24-hour sun. But now they can't, because all over the headlines, a flat earther went there, saw that there was a 24-hour sun, and admitted he was wrong. So now the whole world knows that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And all the flatties now that are in their echo chambers, those messages in your echo chambers, that's just to appease and put some salve on the wounds.
Yes.
But you're not fooling people that don't want to be fooled.
No, and they also, Shifty was saying in the side chat just a few minutes ago, how even him, who is for the most part a nice person, he's getting like really bad pushbacks from the flat earthers. And the community is fractured because if you're not going down my path of how I will deny all of this, they're starting to grow apart, the different groups. Pretty interesting.
So at this point,
study.
I think there's 4 groups right now. Oh, what's that?
Yelling to the camera.
We've got a noisy cat. Hold on.
Oh,
come here, noisy cat.
Oh, hush.
The dogs won't hurt you.
Because the dogs are in here, so he's upset. There you go.
I love his voice.
He's a sweet boy.
He's a weirdo. That's what he is.
What do you have to say? Huh? Anything? Meow. Now, if we leave a glass anywhere, he knocks it over. So we don't let him in our bedroom. My wife is allergic, so our bedroom is like where he doesn't get to go. Well, a couple days ago, when she got up, he snuck in, and so he's in the bedroom. I didn't know, I was asleep. I woke up to my quart jar, my 32-ounce jar of water being knocked over by this dummy. Thanks, Turtle.
Cat doesn't turn them over, but the other day I left.
Giving him attention.
It's starting to get like seriously hot here, and I left a very succulent, very cold glass of water. And when I come back, I went to get like dinner. When I came back, the freaking cat was drinking my glass of perfect water. I was dabbing.
Nice.
Freaking thief.
Okay. I'm still waiting for Andrew to get the courage to come in here, but it's tough.
Nico is not like he's left. he's here, but
he's in
here.
and out, and like I mean,
back, Nico.
Yeah. I'm not, just for reference, I don't pull any punches with Nico. He's just a he's just lying for attention, and I think that he probably enjoys getting talked to like that. I don't know. It's some issue with him. PJ says McFlatty activated full ninja stealth mode. Best of my knowledge, I think he's still trapped down there. I haven't heard from him. His mom is calling me asking where he is. I'm like, I don't know. It's all good. El Guiñalo? Is it?
Let me see, because that probably is like a Spanish word.
Yeah, it's Guiñolo.
Guiñalo.
But
that's probably a hard sound for you.
But it's for the currency is yen.
Oh, guiñolo. Yeah, but it means the winker dude. Yeah, but it's yen. Yeah, but that word in Spanish, guiñolo, is kind of like guiño is wink.
Wink.
Yes.
That. Can you wink with both eyes?
Yes, if you wink with, I can.
You can't?
Yes, but if you wink with both eyes, it's called blinking.
Anyway, El Guiñalo says the flat Earth version of NASA would be NAHA.
National
Association of
Aero Horizontal Agency.
Oh yeah, okay. Lord Illuminous Pooh says McFlatty's ADHD can't pay attention longer than 2 minutes. Yeah, actually, McFlatty is so broke he can't pay attention. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, beside a couple of ex-girlfriends, the only person I have cut out of my life was a flirf. Not because Flat Earth, because he was an awful person. Well, I think that Flat Earth is kind of a gill net for horrible people. I think, take Nico, for example, right? Do you think Nico was a good person before Flat Earth? No, he was the same horrible person before Flat Earth. He just discovered Flat Earth, and for his life previous to Flat Earth, he was a social outcast. He didn't understand things well, and was always confused by simple things like not eating crayons. But now he found Flat Earth, and he found a community of like-minded people that do enjoy the culinary arts of crayonology. So...
And maybe a little bit of the neurological damage that implies denying reality.
Yeah. So Silva says, will you be going back to Antarctica? And how can I get my uncle on the next trip? He can't afford the trip. Well, I would go back. I don't think I'm going to be able to afford it. My wife and I would love to go. But yeah, that kind of budget isn't in our it's not in our bank accounts. But if somebody was like, hey, will you lead a trip of Flattys down there? I'll fund it. Yeah, I'd love to do that. So unfortunately, Silva, I don't have a way to help your uncle get there financially. I don't have a way for me to get there financially, unless something drastically changes in the next several months.
Right.
So
yeah, it's not some loose change.
No.
But if you're serious, you could try looking for a job in Antarctica. There are jobs.
There are,
available.
yeah. But his uncle, Silva's uncle needs.
I mean, your uncle can look for a job.
Yeah. But I have to warn you, they don't have open positions for things like Ural cake taste testers.
Yes.
I
mean, they need real people down there, like experts, professionals.
Yeah. I mean, it's
I don't know. Maybe he gets disqualified just for being a flirt, but who knows?
Yeah. Ashton Richards says Dr. Bomber. I don't know who that is, but if Dr. Bomber wants to sponsor it, then I'm in. D Rabbit says even with the marathon rebate thing. So the trip we took is $32,000 to ALE. The marathon is $22,000. So it's $10,000 less. You're there for 2 nights instead of 4 nights. And then you probably could say, I'm not going to run the marathon, which I think would be perfectly fine. I'd do a 5K. Can I just do the 5K? I'll do the 5K.
You set up, you prepare, you go like they go. Oof, you go like, I sprained my back. Damn it.
I sprained my beard.
Yes. It's like, I think I have to poop. I need to go.
12 Wing Productions. This is really a good point. People have said it before. Jaron needs to understand that this is what he created. He needs to come to grips with that reality. And yes, Jaron sits there every week or every couple weeks and he's like, here, let's watch some NASA videos. And then they analyze to death every little thing. And then basically they try to misinterpret what's going on there. They're like, oh, look, this thing here went that direction. That's proof of gravity was there. But they like stop the video before they see that the inflatable, right? There's this one where there's this inflatable globe. Somebody brought like a beach ball sized globe up. And then like it's under his arm and it shoots down to the ground. Right. And then they stop the video like, oh, proof of gravity. Never mind the necklaces that are floating. Never mind all the things all around that are floating. Never mind the hair that's just there. The shirts that are loose. They're not like this. They're just hanging, around. And then they stop the video. But then you play the video longer. Go to the original instead of the shortened one. And that inflatable globe starts floating up into the frame. How did it float up?
Yeah.
Just slowly floating up. But yes.
The same way they cherry pick frames for like pictures, same thing with video.
Yeah. They're like, oh, how come they didn't make footprints in this hard crusted snow? Because it's hard crusted snow. And now Jaron knows firsthand. He went and he's watching these idiots go and analyze the thing and say, oh, you didn't go. Just like Jaron, just like every NASA video that you look at. You taught them how to do it. This is the chickens coming home to roost, Jaron.
Yeah. It is hard. I can certainly. He hasn't been horrible to me, like with it, right?
No.
So
Jaron is generally a decent person. So.
Yeah, he's been with me.
He's
so
trying.
far,
so.
Like Norman.
Yeah.
I know we have differences, but like we did an interview, it was cool. I asked him to do a post interview. I just need to set it up. I think he would say yes because I've treated him fair, right? But now I feel like he might be overwhelmed in his worldview being rocked. After all, some people have talked here and there about how that gives you basically the same kind of grief as if you lost a loved one. Getting your whole worldview shaken like that is griefy. And also, on top of that, you have the community, which is who you would turn to like rally up and gather back and like get together again and see where we go from here. And now they're all turning on him. So I think he might be overwhelmed in a sense with all like everything at once.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, Hugo Perez says, do you know from Jesse? He verified the rotation of the Earth with a mechanical gyroscope and could perhaps verify 1 per 69 degree miles, and thus give the final blow to Jaren. So, all right. First of all, stop timing out Andrew Mark. All right, he's not saying anything that he needs to be timed out for. I know it's fun, but he's not the troll to play whack-a-troll with. So let him stay. Okay. Do I know from Jesse? Of course I do. Of course I know Jesse. One of the experiments was from him. Let me see here. Weight variation, Eratosthenes. I was just doing the math on that today. Sun directionometer, which I forgot the number. There it is. Number 8. Number 8, distance between lines of longitude. This is Jesse's experiment right here. This right here is. So in Punta Arenas, I went with Will, Critical Think, Dave McKeegan, and Jonathan Marindi. So Jonathan was filming it. He's the Flatty. We invited the others, but they didn't choose to come. We started at these coordinates, we ended at these coordinates, and we used a trundle wheel to measure the distance was 264.2 meters. We did it 4 times. This is time 1, time 2, time 3, and time 4 right here. And then we measure that. Each of them, we measured the distance. And I did a little bit of scratch stuff here, but I put in a spreadsheet. Not yet going to be released, but I'll give you one guess, Max, whether did this match the prediction for globe or flat Earth?
I'm going to go with flat Earth because I still have hope that we can get a win.
Well, unfortunately, no. Anyway, then in Antarctica, same thing. We did it in Antarctica 1, 2, 3, 4. The problem is the trundle wheel on that uneven surface with the snow was really bad. So we're like, that's not going to work well. We couldn't use in Punta Arenas, we couldn't use the laser rangefinder because there's too many things in the way. But in Antarctica, there's nothing in the way. So we used the laser rangefinder, and we got 74.5. a whole bunch of 74s, and then we swap position, 73.5 and a whole bunch of 74s, which averages out to exactly 74. And we use these same GPS spots, right? Start and stop. And guess what? Guess which one this matches?
Flat Earth again.
No, it matches a globe. Then we did the same thing in Santiago. Where did I put it?
And we finally got a prediction that went for the side of flat Earth.
Nope. In Santiago, it matched the globe again. So too bad. Anyway, so yeah, it's from Jesse. This is his. I sent him the data already, I think. So, yes.
Ugo has sent me a couple of messages. I'm sorry. I got back today from a little bit mini vacation. So, Ugo likes the mechanical gyroscopes or the gyro compasses. So he was asking, I think, specifically about that. But Ugo, what I'm feeling is like we've killed flat Earth so much already.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, it doesn't really matter. It's just like watching them deal with what's happening right now, just living their life day to day, struggling to make content, making like all kinds of ridiculous accusations and saying how things are fake and doing basically we have our very own moon landing. So I don't know. I couldn't be happier.
And
This is great.
Flattys are being accused of the things that they have accused others of. It's quite something. All right, let me read a couple more here. We got David Villar, who was just on, says the 24-hour Antarctic sun is just as bright, shining back towards the night side of flat Earth. So it's 2 shining suns and no day.
Oh.
Yeah, and he has rejoined us. In fact.
Oh, hello. Okay.
Hey. Just one.
Welcome back.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So, apparently, I didn't do a good enough job of debunking the fake sun in a soundstage excuse. And what I'm trying to get across is that when you were in the Union Station, right, and you're walking around, and we see you on video, and Eric Dubé is lying and saying that it's a stage, that this panoramic LED funded stage. Well, what is the absolute widest diameter of that stage? Let's say a mile. Let's say 5 miles, just for kicks.
Can you imagine?
And let's say the absolute.
Can you
just
imagine how big that would have to be?
Yeah. We're talking what? About 17, 18 miles of circumference for that.
Yeah.
Right? So all of that logistics and movement and all of that. But let's just pretend. Let's say that somehow they snuck it all over. What I'm trying to get across is you're in the soundstage and you see the sun, the fake sun, right? And then it's time to go home. It's time to go home, McToon.
How did we get home?
You get onto the plane. You go to the airport or the
runway
landing strip.
Yeah.
The runway. And the soundstage, are you still in the soundstage?
I don't know.
Right. So the airplane isn't in the soundstage. So at some point you're leaving the soundstage. At that point, the fake sun does what? It somehow shines and you're on the airplane, you're miles above. And that sun is still over there. Whitsitt is still in the airplane going like this, saying words and phrases like fuck and damn it, and he sees the sun and he's like, if only it was on a soundstage, because he's too far away for that soundstage sun to shine that brightly on the airplane. Did you guys leave at night?
No.
Or in the day?
It was daytime. Well, it's always daytime.
Yeah.
It's
at
always
point,
daytime.
But at some point, as you're flying over, did it ever become night when you landed?
No, we took up when we flew there. We took off like at 11 a.m. It was sun up, and we flew with the sun behind us until we landed. Sun still up, and didn't set. And then we got on the plane 3 days later. Sun up, flew home. Sun up the whole way. Landed, sun still up, same sun, never swapped out. And then that night in Punta Arenas, the sun set south of due west.
Barely. Like barely set south. Right. And so what I'm trying to get across is that to shut Eric Dubé's stinky little mouth is that if there was a soundstage sun and it was shining bright and causing all these shadows, at some point from landing strip to departure, you all should have seen the direction of the sunshine change or dim or something. And no one has indicated such. I guess Eric Dubé is going to pretend that it happened and that Whitsitt and Jaron didn't want to acknowledge that, oh my gosh, the bright sun of the soundstage is not bright anymore, and now there's this sun over here. Anyway, just wanted to get that out the way. There's more to it, but I don't want to belabor you guys with it.
Yeah.
There's just so much stupidity to entertain ourselves with unpacking.
Yeah, and I think to your point, LED screens don't cast light that causes shadows. Right?
Yes.
You got me there. I didn't even think of that.
That's not how LED screens work.
Of course, is that how they went? I can't believe I missed that. But yeah, I was so interested in the macro dynamics because I'm looking at what's it called, Union Station or
Union Glacier.
Union Glacier Station. It's like hundreds of miles. So I mean, like, where is he?
It's huge.
Eric Dubay, yeah. I'm talking to you. How in the heck did they get that shining sun to not disappear while they were loading themselves up onto the airplane? Explain that. And that's it.
All right. So somebody's asking about sunspot photos. And so I helped Dave McKeegan get the sunspot photos. I'll show you. So I'll tell you what happened. So he took 1,200 photographs of the sun through a solar filter, and his equatorial mount wasn't perfectly. He couldn't get it perfectly aligned because he couldn't see the North Star or any stars to align it. He had to just kind of eye the direction based on the line that we drew in the snow. That was our north-south line. And so the reason why he didn't get sleep is because every 1 to 2 hours he had to go and shift the camera because it would move off toward the side of the frame. So he'd have to move it a little bit so that the picture wouldn't go off the side of the frame. So he has 1,200 photographs of the sun that are not centered, and they're all over the place in the frame. It never went auto frame, but none of them are in the same spot. So when we landed in Santiago, so we had been talking about it for a couple days. When we landed in Santiago, I pulled up my computer. I quick wrote a program to find the left and right edges and the top and bottom edges of the sun in every one of those photos, to then crop it to 1,000 by 1,000 with the sun in the middle of the frame. And then to also put the metadata, so the time, date, in UTC when the photograph was taken. So in that, and then I ran that program on all 1,200 photos. And then I gave him the drive. So before he left Santiago, he had every one of them cropped and centered and tagged with the metadata.
Oh.
And there is one of them. I'm not going to steal his thunder and show you any more, but here is one of them. And you can see the sunspots clearly. Max, I can share it to you, but if you look at the live stream, you can see it too.
I am watching the live stream, so yeah, don't worry about it.
So you can see those sunspots. There's 2 sunspots on the top, and there's one on the bottom on the side. And a whole bunch of people took photos of the sunspots. So all those people that emailed to sun@mctoon.net, Dave has looked at those. And he, of course, he received some as well because he asked people to do it. And people in the north, same sunspots, rotated about 180 degrees. Exactly what the globe predicts. None of them were left to right mirrored as bouncing off of the dome would demand.
This would be like the worst suspense movie ever. It's like, I wonder what's going to happen. The globe is going to win again.
Well, yes, of course. So, by the way, Relic is in the chat and has claimed that we debated. I have no idea who Relic is. Claimed that we debated, and then claimed, get this, claimed that I paid him to not air the debate. So here's my, and I'm completely unaware of this. So Relic, let me put it this way, Relic, I will pay you to air that debate.
We'll do like a piggy bank and we'll all pay.
Yeah, here we go.
Just like publish it, we'll get you money. No worries.
Okay, Relic. This is me calling your bluff. Here you go. I'll send you this. I'll send a PayPal. I'll send you Bitcoin. Whatever you need to publish this debate that you said we had. Right? Is this how much you need? How much do you need, Relic? Is this enough?
I think in order for them to like be able to process it, you just need to tell them how much you need, bro.
Yeah.
I think that's the lingo for it.
Yeah. How much you need, bro? Here's the thing, Relic. I know you're lying. Relic. Everybody here now knows that you're lying.
Yes. I mean,
this did not happen. Pretty typical for a Flatty to lie.
Yes.
That's what they do.
I
Lying.
will give you a little piece of advice, though.
Yeah.
To make a successful lie, you shouldn't have said the part about Toon paying you not to publish the debate. That's where you were wrong. Until that, maybe you debated and he forgot. Maybe you're talking about the Discord debate. Maybe it's something else.
Well, here's interesting.
Just shot yourself in the foot with that.
Interesting. One. Now, Relic says that he does not accept this currency. So, but Relic, hold on, Relic. Relic claimed that I paid him to not air the debate. And how do you think that I paid you? What currency did I use to pay you to not air that debate, Relic? Tell me what currency that was. Relic, just let me know what currency it was that I used to pay you to not air the debate. Just let me know.
So you had a lot of thousands of Chilean pesos. I think that was it.
Yeah, what was it, Relic? What currency did I send to you? This is great. This is great because Relic knows.
I know.
Relic knows what's next. Relic knows what's next. Right? What's next? What's next after Relic answers? Of course, he won't answer. But what's the Max? I'll pay in that currency. Whatever that currency is that Relic says that he'll accept, I will pay you in that currency to air the debate.
If we need to crowdfund, we'll crowdfund.
I don't think it'll be an issue. This debate doesn't exist.
Relic, post it,
Uh-oh.
post it. Give us a screenshot of it. Give us a little taste.
Yeah. Wow.
While we wait, we give Relic a second. Maybe he's typing, has a long message. There's another flat earther, Artem, who I debated once, and I asked him, "Hey Artem, how are you dealing with Flat Earth being destroyed?" And Artem told me that Flat Earth hasn't been destroyed.
Oh.
And how he's just waiting for all the data. Love that.
Yeah.
And then send me another message worried about, you need to stay off the pot so much. I haven't smoked since April. It was like end of the year thing with FTFE. Like just happened. Like you don't need to worry about me. I'm still smarter than Flares. So.
Yeah. There we go. Relic says I have to pick my mother-in-law up from the grocery store and then serve soup at the homeless shelter. I think what Relic means... Yeah, obviously Relic caught lying. Obviously, also Relic it doesn't need to pick up his mother-in-law at the grocery store. Relic is getting escorted to the grocery store by his mother-in-law, or probably mommy, and then is going to go to the homeless shelter for dinner.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
There we go.
With it kind of lines up with the way he conducted his previous lies.
Yes.
So I think that's a very, very educated guess.
Yeah. John Witt thinks that this channel is sad. I'll say it again. If you think you got the chops, send me an email. You'll get a Zoom link back. mctoon@mctoon.net.
Or if you think you can get any of the flurfs that we want to come out and play, we're hungry. We're all hungry. There's a bunch of us who would like to talk to some other people, like Oakley without his
mute button.
Like
that'll never
without
happen.
his mute button. other people. I don't think we'll. Oh, I saw MDD that Brian said today while we were with FTFE that Brian's logic won't be appearing on the
on Modern Day Debate.
event.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Brian and his 3 sock accounts and his mommy won't be going to Modern Day Debate to debate anymore. That's okay. He didn't debate the first time he was on. Micah Ray says, went to catch Flatzoid in a blatant lie. His last live stream, he says the marathon was being run at the exact same time as you were recording the 24-hour sun. Oh, it's so easy. It's low-hanging fruit to catch Flatzoid in a lie.
Oh my, yeah, you can
there's few Flatties lie, right? But few lie more than Flatzoid.
Yes.
All right, let me read this.
You can just like random scroll to a point where Flatzoid is talking and you can catch him in a lie, like just by accident.
Yeah. Calvin says, first MC Tune live I've ever caught. I'm from Fargo, and I hope I run into you at Renfest one of these summers. I'll buy you a mead or a Tune Shine. Well, I do go to the Renfest most years. So that'll be great, Calvin. Not that I would probably like a mead. I think mead is beer made from honey, but it's still beer, right?
I'm sorry. I'm completely clueless. I don't drink. Never drunk. Never liked it.
Really? That's good.
Yes. No, I started smoking weed like quite young, so I never did alcohol at all.
Is it legal there?
Yes. First country in the world, actually.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. We paved the way.
Now, is it legal in Chile? I think it's illegal.
No, it's illegal. Yes. It's decriminalized. So it's not illegal if you have like a little bit. The act of buying and selling is still illegal, but they do like weed a lot, so they are trying to get it legalized. Okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Jaron brought some all the way down to Antarctica.
Oh my God, I'm so envious of that.
Well, it's illegal there in Chile. So, like, even though it's decriminalized, like, we didn't want to have any issues, and we didn't know. Like, dude, don't do that.
I mean, that's like, it takes, because if they catch you, it's a hustle. It's a hustle.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he could have spent a couple days in jail in Punta Arenas. And I don't think he would have got bottled water.
So, yeah, I think, like, I'm a little envious. As a former pothead, I mean, I would have done it too. Like, I would have manned up with and just gone for it. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So here's a question for everybody. If anybody has information on this, whenever has a flat earther, and I need that like an actual like reference, not just something vague. If you can help me, this is for TFE. If you can find an instance where a flat earther has denied that the sun sets south of due west or rises south of due east in the south, when you're south of the Tropic of Capricorn, can you think of any? Now, I know of one that I had on my show was Tony Nayum, the super angry guy. He said that, so that's one. So other than that, if you can think of any time where they denied that existing, email it to me, or send it in Discord or Facebook. Will is asking. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, with little notes in front of it, the sun is bright all day and night deep in the heart of Antarctica. So, oh yeah, the song for the video that's going out tomorrow is the same lyrics as the previous one, done metal instead of like acoustic, ethereal, with the addition of another verse that I wrote today. So, all right, Icy Spence is guessing logged in as Conspiracy Tunes, no highlights. Turned out it was MCTWON. So, people have guesses as to why he tried to do it. Why Jaron tried to do what he did. Says Big Fish V32 says that explains it. He didn't want to go, thought it would be canceled, and tried to scupper it or get locked up. I don't think Jaron was trying to do that. So
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No,
it is version 4 of Suno.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to Antarctica, it's like a badge of honor. Like, he smoked weed in Antarctica. Like, that's not nothing. I mean, it might be a crime, but it's a cool crime. I don't know. It's in the world of pot. It's just like, yeah. It has no value anywhere else, but he did it.
Relic apparently is back from eating dinner at the homeless shelter, and asks, would I disown Metallica if I found out James Hetfield was a flat earther? Good music is good music. If I required that all musicians agree with me on every topic, there would be no music that I'd ever listen to. So, nope.
Right. But I would rebut with to make good music, a minimum of like intellectual skill is required. So I don't know. You're probably like, I don't think the headliner for Metallica would be a flat earther. You know that musicians don't get hit in the head, right? It's not like they're MMA fighters.
All right, Roger that says, do Nico and Arwen share the same brain cell? I don't know. Where Nico is still in the chat here. He's still in Zoom.
Yes.
Are you still there, Nico? I don't know. He fell asleep. He rage slept.
Yeah.
Peter Lynn says, for $7.97, a strange amount, says, as you all departed together for Antarctica, did you have any sense of what the flat earthers were expecting to see? Did they expect a sunset? This is an easy question to answer. They did not expect a sunset. They stood there 3 nights in a row and did a live stream on the waterfront where they watched the sun set south of due west. They watched the sun, the horizon light up from the west to the east as the light from the sun lit up clouds on the horizon all night long, moving slowly across the lake. And in their live streams, they're like, that's the sun. And they're looking south. Like, that's the sun south of us. So they knew already from 3 days of watching it. They're like, oh, we're just going to see it.
If you haven't seen, like, go watch, I think it's Jaren's first stream where that is happening, and they're trying to figure out which direction they're looking. They're trying to figure out compasses, all of that at the beginning, in the first, like, 10, 15 minutes of stream. It's like, it's so good.
Yeah, and it's the realization that, so you don't need to go. This is the interesting thing. You don't need to go to Antarctica. If you're really curious, for significantly less money, go to Punta Arenas, and it doesn't even need to be that great of weather. Do it anytime, in their summer, which you've got another 3 months. You could go right now. And the round trip flight's about $1,500 from the United States. That's what I paid.
Yes.
The hotel was less than $100 a night. So you can, and the food is cheap. So probably for all of $2,000. And if any flatty was interested, they could crowdfund this themselves. Go down there and go see Not the 24-hour sun, but you can see where the sun is in the middle of the night.
Right. If not, and you can do like, you can go to Punta Arenas, you can go to Ushuaia, which is a little further down in Argentina.
Yep.
And there you get like 18 hours of daylight a day. And then you see that if you go towards the coast, you will see that happen too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, pick your spot. I got two things. Pistina the First says, did I miss your response to my super chat? I haven't gotten there yet. Diverted my attention to tend to a sick pupper. My apologies if so. Let me make sure it is coming up. I'm a bit behind on them. There we go. Okay. Yes, it's coming up. I will attend to it. A Syntax says, why did all the Globers get to Punta much earlier than the Flat Earthers early gate? # early gate. Well, 3 of us arrived a day earlier than the others. It was myself, Will, and Jonathan Marindi. And John is a Flat Earther. So 1 Flat Earther and 2 Globers arrived the day before. Rennie, Critical Think, showed up, I think the next morning. He would have been there that same day, but he missed the transfer, so they bumped him to a later flight. But he would have gotten there earlier. And Dave McKeegan also got there like at earlier. And the reason why is like the flight that both Rennie took and Dave McKeegan took are limited. They don't have as many flights, so they didn't have as many options. Right. So Dave had to get there earlier because his other option was to get there a bit late. So,
and I don't know if you didn't notice or what, you weren't maybe paying as much attention as you should, that the glow side was the one that was prepared and that went by the recommendations of the people, did the math, prepared experiments and everything. Like, the ones that were improvising during this whole trip, who thought that it would maybe get canceled or they would stop by the military or the NASA would, I don't know, somehow throw clouds or whatever they were thinking. It was the flatter side. So there was a very big difference in preparedness. So it's not far-fetched to see after all of the stuff that they took to Antarctica, to see that they went to make extra sure they had enough time to do everything they wanted to do before leaving for Antarctica, they went 1 extra day. This is just
like it mattered. We stayed 1 extra night in a hotel in Punta Arenas. We didn't get to Antarctica any earlier. Austin had complained about how long it was already. Did he want to get yet another day earlier, even when he was already complaining that it was that long? No, obviously that wasn't the issue. The day we get there, what difference does it make? What could we have done? We could have talked with each other. We could talk with each other online.
I'm laughing at Winston complaining about how he didn't know how long the trip was. A trip he didn't pay for.
And then, all right, A Syntax says, Whitsett also mentioned that Flat Earthers were told to only bring 50 pounds of items while Globers knew that they could bring much more. In fact, all of us received the exact same information in email from Stephanie at ALE. We all got the same information. In fact, Jaron and Austin got it before I did because they put down their deposit before I did. All of the information that I had about the weight limits was in the information that she sent me, the exact same information that Austin and Jaron got. That you can bring you can bring a carry-on up to 23 kilograms. Above that, you pay a certain amount per kilogram or per pound in US dollar cash. That was very clearly spelled out in the email. So I brought, in case I was going over, but I waited. I brought just enough so that I wouldn't go over, and then I brought cash just in case I had to.
Right. I heard the story from Jaron in one of his streams. And the reason that limit on the segment between Punta Arenas to Antarctica got extended, it was that you guys were just not filling up the plane. right? But I mean,
Yes.
by that time, you already had all your gear set up. It was just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
while we were in Punta Arenas, we were asking them down there what the rule was, because we were like, well, okay, so we have this extra stuff, and the people that brought extra stuff were figuring that they were going to pay. So Will is like, well, I'll probably have to pay. And Dave McKeegan and Jonathan Marindi were thinking, Jonathan Marindi, not a Glober, we're both figuring they're bringing an extra bag. They're going to have to pay for that extra bag. But then Kati, our main liaison, came to Will. I got this on camera. On video, I played it last week. She's like, well, the entire trip, which is called Antarctic Odyssey, all 11 people were on that trip. 9 were our group and 2 were others. They said the entire Antarctic Odyssey has a weight limit. And since there was only 11 of us instead of like their max of 70, they're like, it's not going to be a problem. You don't need to pay any extra for all this extra luggage. So that was a relief. But Dave McKeegan was figuring he was going to have to pay $35 extra per pound or kilogram. That's what he was figuring. Same information we had as Witsit did. Witsit chose not to read it.
Yeah.
All right. Magnus Builds is a new member at Newton, and so is B-Rad. B-Rad has a message for a member super chat for 23 months. Says, thanks for the great content and happy New Year from Australia. Well, thank you very much, B-Rad. Mike72 says, did you see the drone footage by Will Duffy? I did see the drone footage by Will.
Yes.
I wasn't with him when he took it. I don't remember. I was so busy. But yeah, I remember sitting in the restaurant. The restaurant was the Straits of Magellan in Spanish. How do you say that in Spanish?
El Estrecho de Magallanes.
That's correct.
Yes.
Anyway, that was the name of the restaurant we were in when Will is like, oh, I can get permission. He's filling out the form to get permission from DJI to fly higher. And he was talking to John Marindi, who also had a drone. And he's like, here's the link. Here's the URL. Go fill this out. And so he sent this thing. And he's like, I just got permission. We're sitting in the restaurant. I just got permission from them for my drone to go to a mile high. So he was super excited. And so it's all done online. It sent it to his phone, like to unlock the drone to go that high in that location.
Right.
And John got the same thing. It was really pretty cool that he got that.
Yes, it is. On the other hand, a little bit 1984-ish. That you buy your drone and they get to decide how high you can take it. I mean, it makes sense on a city, but I don't know.
Yeah, so it's from DJI, not from they. But yeah, the different countries have different rules. So the FAA says, well, you can only be this high here and this high here, right? So around airports, there's like these boundaries that they set up.
Yes.
So you can't fly into airspace. Of course, that makes sense. It's not in 1984 to say, keep your stinking drones out of the flight path of $1 million planes. But yeah, so when you're in the middle of nowhere, then and you're like, hey, can I go higher? And they're like, yeah, no problem, go ahead. Awesome. So.
Oh, I thought it was limited. I don't know. I've never actually used a drone, so never mind me.
Now my boss had drones back when there was nothing. There's no rules, and he had a big one, 6 propellers. It was several feet wide, really big, and Like, I don't know if he still has it or not, but certainly that drone has no limits because it's not computerized like that.
Oh, that's nice. Neat.
So, all right. Mr. E-Man says up is the direction in which gravitational potential energy increases at the greatest rate. That is correct. Asking a Flatty how up works.
I mean, those are for a flat earther. Those are maybe potentially too big words altogether in a sequence. So I don't know. Maybe we need to massage it a little bit to make it easier for them.
Let's see. Unorthodox X says DJI only does it because they're a Chinese manufacturer and their drones could easily be used to spy on U.S. locations. That's why they have GPS lockout. No other drone companies do that. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Rebel Raider says, where can I send you a picture of water curvature on a small scale? Everybody can see drops of rain on drops of dew on a leaf. But if you want to send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net. I really don't care a whole lot about drops of water on a small scale. I have several pictures of water on a large scale. If you go to mctoon.net/curve, that's really the interesting ones, of course.
Yes. These flat earthers are not like saying, no, water drops don't exist. They're not arguing that.
Yeah. So when Flatties say water doesn't curve and then a Glober posts a picture of a water droplet, I'm like, stop it. That's not a thing. Go to mctoon.net/curve, get the photograph that Wolfie took at 46,000 feet of over the ocean where you can clearly see the water curving. That's the one that makes Flatties cry.
Okay. Or measurements. I mean, whenever you pull up reciprocity angles measurements, they cry hard.
Yeah. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, here's $2 to keep Nico from commenting. It's working. 12 Wing Productions for $10 says, these nitwits are lucky. I don't have the lottery money to fund TFE. I'd have hired a dozen little people to put them in penguin suits with NASA jackets to look at them through binoculars 24/7. That's awesome. Stephen Jarvis says, great job in Antarctica. Thanks. Many thanks. Poor Joe got a hammering in Flatzoids tonight.
Poor Joe.
Joe?
Which Joe? Joe Hamby? Because of his atrocious non-working model?
His super luminous fluid? What's he called?
Yeah. But sometimes I wonder just how stupid they are. Because on Joe's Hamby's model, the superfluid analog is inside. It's floating contrary to gravity. It makes no sense.
Oh, it was effed up world that got a hammering. Okay. Well, he needs it.
Okay.
All right. Well, here we have Raccoon. Hi, kitty. How are you?
Raccoon, and that's with
what's
the useless letter?
What's that?
What's the useless letter for raccoon?
Starts with a W.
Oh,
thank you. WRAQ.
Raccoon.
OO. And then how do you spell gnome?
GN. Your vet must love you with the names of your pets, right?
We do spell it that way. And so our vet is actually a friend of mine from long ago. So
does he pull your leg?
No, so she's one of the people in my wedding. She's his cousin. So
okay.
So when I call, this is the cool thing. I knew her when she was just graduated high school. Is when he's like, this is my cousin. Here's my other cousin. Here's this person. Right as I'm meeting my friend's relatives. And so I had her number as her cell phone number. And so when I'm like, call the vet, her cell phone number eventually got ported to be the official phone number for the vet clinic.
Right.
So anyway, I don't know. Useless information there. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, Nico, what can Brown do for you? Jules Gray says, here's your end of year government agent bonus from NASA. Thank you very much for that. Jules, is the first time that NASA has come through and paid me. I appreciate that. Globe is Life for $5 says, why not make a urinal cake that tastes exactly like Nathan Oakley's taint? Witsit would love that. And yes, why does Witsit always show up to dine on that? I don't get it.
Why? It's weird that he would require validation from Oakley. Like, I don't know, maybe he's desperate also. He's not thinking straight. Same as with Jaren. He's going through grief right now.
I get,
and I would be sympathetic towards Witsit.
Jaren's way farther ahead in the process than Austin is.
Well, Austin is a lot more stubborn. He thinks he can just like mantra reality away.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, like, Jaren has already disconnected his income from relying on Flat Earth completely.
Right. Yes.
He's already been attacked and ostracized by the community since he started looking at this, since Being Honest. Right? Back in May, June, when he was like, okay, I'll go. And if the sun does this, then it means things. And they started attacking him for that. And so he's already gone through that process of all of these people attacking him and basically terminating those relationships. Austin hadn't done that yet. He'd gotten a little bit of backlash for agreeing to go, but not until he said the sun didn't set did they start to attack him. So...
Yeah, maybe that's one of the reasons why Witsit was so quiet before going to the final experiment. He didn't really
well, he said that this is telling. He said he thought it wasn't going to happen.
Yes, I heard that.
Which I guess makes sense. And so he didn't, until like days ahead, he didn't prepare.
Right.
You know that, like, he's like, oh, I guess I should get ready.
I guess I have to go to Antarctica tomorrow.
Yeah. So then when we're like, he's like, well, how come I didn't get to bring all this stuff? I didn't know, like, because you didn't read. Obviously, he didn't read the actual documentation that he was sent. So that's why he was unaware of what he could bring and what he couldn't bring, what the weight limits were. So I was just looking back in the Telegram chat, and I'm like, right there in the Telegram chat, multiple days before we left, was the thing from the airline saying you can bring a check bag, you can bring a carry-on, you can bring a personal bag. And here's the dimensions of each of those. And I looked at that and I'm like, hey, I get to bring one more bag than I thought I would. So I went to Walmart. I purchased myself a carry-on with wheels, the size that you could bring, for like $30. And I needed it in the end. Otherwise, I would have been over limit on the other stuff. He could have done the same thing, but he gets there. He's like, I didn't know that I could do this. Well, you didn't read it. It's on you.
I mean, of course. Yeah, we all know reading is for nerds. Like, I'm not going to read about my upcoming trip to Antarctica.
And my favorite was, he's like, so I went today. He was in Punta Arenas. So I went today and I bought this backpack. And he's holding up, like, in a live stream, I bought this backpack and we're going to go tomorrow. We're going to load it up with all sorts of stuff, like compasses and
chopsticks
and a gyro compass and a sextant. Like, okay, you'll get a compass. Great, get a compass. And a gyro compass. So there's two kinds of gyro compasses. There's mechanical gyro compasses and electronic gyro compasses. Neither of them are cheap, and neither of them are you going to just pick up on a whim. And in a mechanical gyro compass, you're going to need a little bit more than a carry-on. They're giant.
Right.
And
also, you're in like a very small town at the furthest most tip of South America, third world. You might want to double check around, like do a 360, see where you're located at.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't know what a gyro compass is. Right. So then there's the electronic gyro compasses, and you can't just go pick up an electronic gyro compass. Plus, it's electronic. Is he going to trust it? No, he wants a mechanical gyro compass. Seriously.
Oh, because they beam if it's digital, they beam the data.
Yeah. And then he wants a sextant. And so a sextant is even the plastic ones from Davis, they're a couple $100 for a plastic one. And you're not going to buy a plastic one in a secondhand store. You could find a real one, but they're hundreds of dollars for a sextant. And if you're going to buy a secondhand sextant, it's probably going to need a whole bunch of configuration and a bit of maintenance on it.
Yes.
Like he had no idea. He's like fumbling around with what should I get? Like, plan ahead, you dummy.
Yes, Lord. Like, I don't know. There's nothing you can do now. You had months to prepare, just in case. You had months to do the research. What were you doing?
I think it's about 5 months from when Jaron said, how about Austin comes? And Will said, okay, Austin, how about you come? Until they left, right? So it was 3 full months from when Will said, yes, I will bring Austin, until Austin signed the contract in early September. 3 months to early September. 2 more months gets you to November. It was actually, he had 6 full months to plan.
Crazy. And
he did nothing. Okay. What's happening with the raw video uploads? Let me answer that for Finboy XD. So I have a web hosting contract for flurf.info, which has unlimited space. I didn't read the full terms of service. The unlimited space doesn't include video, unfortunately. They're like, no, that's not what it's for. I'm like, oh. So they're like, yeah, you can't upload unlimited amounts of video. So I don't have enough space for that. So I need to find a different place to host the videos so I could render everything and upload it to YouTube, which modifies everything, but I don't want to do that. I want people to be able to download the full original stuff. Right. So they're still uploading to Dropbox. Seriously, still uploading to Dropbox. And I've capped out my Dropbox. I've deleted stuff. I've capped it out again. I've deleted more stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get everything on Dropbox even. I have 40 some terabytes of space on Dropbox and it's full. So I really should have some other place to have the actual raw data, because Flattys don't want the YouTube version, right? If you give them the YouTube version, let's say I demand the raw, right? So you give them the raw, they'll never look at it, but the fact that they have the raw available means they'll accept the YouTube version, right? Because they're hypocrites.
Yes, of course.
So
because it makes sense. If you have another video, it validates this other one. I mean, standard logic.
Yeah. Anyway, so if anybody knows of a place that has a reasonable spot where I can upload, it's at least 3 terabytes of data, potentially even more than that. So like, I'd love to do the full 24-hour sundial, that's a full terabyte. So there I need 4 terabytes just for that data. There's more. I could probably fill 10 terabytes with some of the other data from the other people. So how about that? A reasonably priced host for 10 terabytes of data that you can just have web links to. So a Raspberry Pi running BitTorrent. No, that's not it.
Oh, yes.
What? Set up my own FTP server. I don't. I've managed FTP servers. I have zero interest in continuing to maintain that type of a service. I'm not gonna do it at my home. I could, but so then I need to have it in a data center somewhere. So I certainly could potentially get just a bare metal or a VM that has a certain amount of space. I could do that. I know. So maybe that's what I'll do in the end.
I mean, it's hard. It's not like sharing. This needs to be like a big solution. So like, relax. People, relax.
I don't want another job. That's the thing. Right. So like when my website is WordPress, I could do it myself. I know I have the skills. I could fire up my own Linux instance somewhere on a, I could do it on Amazon. I just don't want to. I have enough jobs already. I want somebody to apply the patches on WordPress for me, so I don't need to. Because if I need to, then I don't do that. That's not what I have an interest in doing. So, and I don't want to upload it as a torrent. I want everybody to be able to select individual files. I don't want to have to bundle it into a single. No, none of that. Not interested in torrent. Like it's massively huge, right?
Yeah.
No.
And until the first person downloads it and leaves it available, it's a little bit inconvenient.
A little bit. It'd be coming from my machine here. So all right.
Yeah.
There you go. We've got Backblaze, 6 terabytes, $6 per terabyte per month. That might work. All right, that's a decent. I could do that, I think. Thank you for that, Icy Spin. DreamHost says who done it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Each peer can opt to only download parts they want, just label them appropriately. Yeah, I know how it works. I don't want to be the one that does the initial hosting of it until there are multiple places that have it. Like I know how torrents work. Believe me. Let me tell you, Max.
Yes.
I don't know what the year was. Before the existence of the Onion Network, Tor, I came up with this idea for how to completely anonymize data sharing. And the idea was you host something, you have one or more intermediaries, and then you have the final spot. And then you ask the network, your nearest one, who then asks the next nodes in the network, hey, do you know about this data? Who asks it, and who do you know about this data? Until you finally get to the final place that knows and says, yes, I know about it, and then answers it and unwraps and unwraps and unwraps all the way back, so that the person asking doesn't know the location of the person answering, and the person answering doesn't know the location of the person asking, because there's intermediaries in between. I had that idea, and then years later, Tor came out. I didn't have anything to do with Tor. I just had an idea that you might say is basically the same as Tor before Tor existed. So,
if you were Kevin, you would be saying that Tor stole the idea from you.
Of course, they did not. I didn't tell them. I told people I worked with, like, hey, wouldn't you think? They're like, yeah, that sounds interesting. I'm like, okay, well, I did nothing with it. Wouldn't that flood the network? Yes, it does definitely increase the amount of traffic to get the same amount of data transferred. Yep. So there's
all we need is
there's a cost to everything. So there's a cost to the anonymity, and that cost is in bandwidth and in several other things. So anyway, and so by the way, Relic is obviously a Poe. So okay, be aware. Relic is a Poe. Andrew Mark seems to be an actual piece of trash. So
puff of babe Glovers believe anything. Oh,
precious. You're precious. Once again, MC2 at MC2.net, you can come in and you can share your woke truth. Lord of Luminous Pooh says there's no reason the alphabet's in that order except maybe that song. Well, yeah, obviously the alphabet's in that order because of the song. Duh. Right?
Yes.
Monkey Cage is a member at Newton. Thank you for that. Angel Gamer says you are logged in as MC2N. That was back at 9 o'clock. That was almost 2 hours ago. Thank you for that. I did get that figured out. Globe is Life says Flurf in full retreat, abandoning the pseudo-intellectual fuggery known in favor of it's magic. I ain't gotta explain stuff. Absolutely. Oh, I never finished this. I think there's 4 camps right now. The first camp is it was fake. The second camp is, oh, it totally works. We all thought it was. None of us thought that the sun would set in Antarctica. This is totally exactly what we said.
Yeah, we predicted it.
Not at all, but okay. Good story. The lights in the sky don't dictate the ground. Wrong.
Yes,
you
which
can
is
figure
like standard cope levels.
Yeah, Oakley and a lot of Discord people. And now this one, Dean Odell seems to be the only one I know of. Satan did it.
Oh, I love that.
Satan made the sun stay up all night long.
Yes. And I kind of understood that either Satan did some magic to do it, or in particular in the case of the sun, that Satan was the sun that you saw. That was what I kind of understood.
Yeah.
How do you think that would have gone if Dean Odell and Greg Glock had been there? Do you have any idea? Because I can't get past the Dean Odell saying, "Oh yeah, that we're seeing right there, yeah, that's Satan," and then Greg Glock going like, "What?"
Yeah, what would Odell have done if he actually had balls? He would not have said that. No, he would have said something like what Jaron or Austin said. Yep, the sun does that. Now, Dean Odell is not an honest person, and so would not do what he said when he said, if it circles, it's a ball. Remember he said that? He would not keep his word on that. He is a prolific liar. So he would have stuck with Earth flat and ditched his previous thing. So probably had a response more like Austin with, it's still flat. I can't explain it. Let me flop around on the floor like a fish trying to explain it. So
what is it that people don't realize how, for example, in this situation, if Dean would have been, yeah, I messed up, I was wrong.
Yeah.
That goes way better than just doubling down on you actually being wrong when you know you're wrong.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
You know, for those of us that are married, put a 1 in the chat if you've ever been said, you just always think you have to be right. If you've ever been told that from your significant other. And so I say, well, yes, that is correct. I definitely want to always be right. And if I discover that I'm wrong, what I'm going to do is my response is going to be to change my mind so that I can always be right.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to be always right. Please, everybody, definitely commit to always being right. Flatties have committed to being wrong. We've got a few ones in the chat. Right? Oh, Rodman sent 50 Canadian to pay for the database. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I mean, obviously, what I do here will pay for it, right? And so you know, I pay for WordPress. I pay for Zoom. I pay for StreamYard. I put it on pause when I'm not using it, so I don't have to pay for it. I pay for a couple things that I won't mention, secret sauces. I pay for Dropbox. That's $90 a month. I just bought Lisa. If Lisa's here, I just bought one more 4 terabyte SSD. I bought 2 before the trip. I brought them with, and I just bought another, and I loaded up my Yada Master drive array, and this is my drive array, which is titled 2 TB, because my very first one was 2 terabytes. 2 TB has 63 terabytes of space on it.
Oh my.
So on my desk, I have a single drive array that's 63 terabytes. It's all backed up to Dropbox. Don't worry. Well, it's not all dropped. It's not fully backed up. The data that's not backed up is on here. So I have multiple copies of it. And on other drives.
We were highlighting the difference between the people that went from the flat Earth and with like on the globe, etc. The level of preparedness. It's like that's when you really know you love your craft, when you plan for this stuff, back up your data,
and put stickers on everything. I put stickers on everything. Right.
It's such a crazy difference from the framing point of the attitude towards the stuff. It's just, there's no comparing.
Yeah. Right. Like I put stickers on everything. I brought this. I sent Will this. I sent Will these drives. He bought 6 of these. I bought 6 of these. Yeah. And Witsit the day before is like, while input to Raiders, I got a backpack and I'm gonna go buy a sextant and a gyro compass.
Yes, and he was buying, like, I bought a couple of SD cards. Oh my!
What for? What? like he brought his P900 and he took pictures of the sun with the solar filter. That's good, but how many pictures did he take? A couple.
Right. I mean, Winston, you're a flat earther. Think if you were a flat earther and you yourself came to yourself with a couple of pictures from the sun, how would you treat them? Like, we give you scientific papers and you just, like, discard them.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Bob says, have you talked to Jaron since coming home? I have a little bit. We've exchanged some messages. I actually said, hey, I had said months ago, what if we repeat the experiment you did in 2018? He didn't really respond then. While in Dallas, so we had Santiago. So we both had a 17-hour layover in Santiago. He went to a hotel. They gave him a hotel. He took a cab to the hotel and then came back. I stayed at the airport the whole time. But so we took the same flight to Dallas, and so while they're talking with each other, I said, what if we repeat that? Would you be up for that? And he said, yes. So I mentioned it again in chat. He said, yes. Enrique says, yes. January or February would be best. I don't think I can make it happen in January, February, maybe March or April. So we might go do it at the same spot, slightly different. Instead of a hole in the panel, it would be an entire slot in the panel at a certain height. So we'd have to put that together, but I have to fly out. So,
I think. Oh, hold on. I visualized what you were meaning in the stream, but a little bit late. Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
That
so
makes sense to do
that's
it that way.
yeah, because I'm busy, right? So like, we're going to Tahoe in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, for a thing across Lake Tahoe, and a meetup on Friday night. We're going to Florida in February, and then in March. March is maybe in March, but there's spring break, so we might do something with the kids instead. So that's more important. Anyway, Sir Little Wolf says, I am by Tahoe. Well, Sir Little Wolf, Friday, January 10, in Carson City, Nevada, is a place called Flat Earth Pizza, 6:30 at night. We're going to meet there at Flat Earth Pizza. Definitely RSVP with me. I'll be putting up a thing on my both channels and on Facebook and probably X so that people know. And I've been emailing with the owner. They're very excited. The owner is not a flat earther. The former owner is a flat earther. So
has your promotional incentive been enabled? Because for FTFE NASA, when he comes to the BaitCon, if you get your check, your NASA Shield check, signed by either FTFE or Toon, you get 10% more income. They give you like
make
a
sure to
bonus.
bring your checks with everybody.
Yes.
Bob gifted a membership, but I don't know if Ashton Richards received it. Pistina the First. Okay, this was the one that Pistina asked about. Pistina, are you here? If you're here, I'll answer. If you're not, I'll hold off and I'll answer again later. So I need just a mention in chat if you are here, Pistina. Until then, I'll jump ahead to Valentin Damyanov. Says, good evening, Toon. After TFE has finished, do you plan to participate or organize another project? Going to Tahoe. Doing that with Jaron, absolutely. Last Saturday, I didn't make a big deal of it, but actually last Saturday, my wife and I went to a Flat Earth meetup in Richfield, Minnesota. Mark Sargent had announced it on his channel, and somebody had sent that to me. No. But they send a message to him, and okay, Pistina's here, good. Mark posts it for them on his channel. So I went with my wife. There are 15 people there total about. They were very gracious. One person, when I got there, recognized me. The rest did not initially, which I was kind of happy for. And but the hosts were, as we were leaving, we had to get going because our kid was home. Didn't want to leave too long. So
right.
And it was our first crash a flat Earth meetup. Right, not crash, but
right. Yeah.
But anyway, as we're leaving, the two hosts, they're married, and they were super gracious. We had a chat, and it was really nice. And in fact, on Dean Odel's awful, terrible, horrible, mean sermon thing, they commented on there that said we had dinner together, and it was really nice. So I appreciated that. So. Anyway, my wife was happy to go, and she's like, I hope I don't see anybody I recognize because I do homeschool stuff. Anyway, so the meetup was in Richfield, but they've done it in other places. And so Shifty Eyes Shady says the Minnesota meetup there is a Minnesota meetup in Brooklyn Park. I had seen months ago that there was one somewhere near Brooklyn Park or in Brooklyn Park. But this was Richfield. That wasn't too far to drive up. So anyway,
Was that before or after the final experiment? Sorry. That was before, right?
What?
The Flat Earth meetup.
No, it was 2 days ago.
Oh, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
All right, Pistina the First.
How were they coping with the whole thing? Did it get brought up?
Well, no, they're in a cult.
Right. Okay. So out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, none of them confronted it intellectually. The one we talked with one guy, quite a bit, and he's like, "Oh, well, that just means that we don't know enough about the firmament." I said, "There's no firmament. Like it wasn't mirrored." Well, how do you know that the firmament would mirror things? Seriously.
Or that there's not another mirror to put it
together. That's how
right
much.
way.
That's how much of a cult they're in. Just like we have zero explanation for it, and that's fine. No, it's not. 100,000 flights a day use the globe. 0 flights a day use flat Earth. Well, that just means we don't know enough about the ground. No, that means that the Earth is not flat. All right, here's the question from Pistina the First. Has Jaron been invited to any discussions with Globers? I'd love to see a good faith, open discussion Q&A with you two on both of your TFE results. Nobody has yet. Jaron has done one live stream since he got back. I think I haven't read through the comments in that, but he's been attacked by Flattys. So,
yes.
I think at this point he's just enjoyed Christmas with his family and is not getting into it. So, but once he does, yeah.
I did an interview with Jaron before you went on the final experiment. It was actually before it was announced that they were actually going, the day before. So I am planning on inviting him over for a post TFE interview. I just wanted to let the holidays go by and then contact him.
Yeah. I'd love to have him. I'd have a talk with him too. So, Shane Eslick says, MC Tune, I love the song. Would it be okay to download this video and make an MP3 of the audio to add to my panic attack / anxiety calm down playlist? Which song? First, yes, that'd be fine. Which song? I guess it doesn't matter. Probably either one of the two songs from the time lapses. So yeah, there's the slow one, the etheric one, and there's the meta one. So Icy Spin says, I'm gonna guess 100,000 when you release within 18-hour sick vid. 100,000 when you release within 18-hour sick vid. I have no idea the context of that Icy Spin. Is that the relic, the fake, the Poe that claimed that we had debated but we didn't actually? Okay, Icy Spin, from your new video coming out tomorrow. Absolutely, yes. 100,000 views when you release it. Well, that'd be great. The other one that I did with the... Let me look. The other one, the Sundial Shadow Follow, got 20,000 views so far. So, I don't know. It'd be good to get more views. I'd love that. So,
always.
I don't know. I don't understand YouTube's algorithm. I don't have a handle on how to package things so that it puts it in front of everybody. So, Slithery says, have you ever seen Ong Bak? Tony Jaa is a beast. I have seen it. It's a great movie.
Yes.
My insurance agent insisted that I watch it when it first came out.
Yes.
And my insurance agent, his son was one of my students when I was teaching martial arts. So
It takes depending on what you're used to, it takes a while to get used to that kind of fighting, but his Tony Jaa is so good. It's one of the greats.
Let's see. Roger that says, did you see SSUM? PJ Derpshank and a couple others on Flatzoids Cry along today say they were going to Antarctica next year to see for themselves. There's zero chance they're going to do that.
Adora. They're not going to go.
No, zero chance they're going to do that.
But adorable.
Yeah, do go. They will see a 24-hour sun. Then they will have to cope like Austin is.
Yes.
Right? They will lie to themselves about it. They won't accept it. They are not interested in truth. So.
Can you imagine? Do you remember when Witte was going around saying, "Oh yeah, we're actually on the planning stages of going to Antarctica"? Can you imagine an Antarctic expedition led by Witte and other flat earthers? That would be hilarious. We wouldn't get any kind of evidence. We would just get like, "Oh yeah, we took 2 pictures."
Yeah.
And all of them were selfies.
Yeah. All right. General E. Shady. Flattys not answering questions is what they do. When you engage with a flatty and they don't, 100% of them, they won't answer the question. So don't delete them, don't block them or whatever when they don't answer. Highlight that they can't answer. That's what you do. So don't be deleting them. Yeah. Anyway, Austin is in shambles right now. He's trying to deal with it. Like he's just like, he can't let it go. It's his identity. I get the challenge. It's his community. It's his rice bowl. It's his everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's not going to let go of it. So.
No, especially since none of the things he tried kind of felt like a good fit.
Oh, yeah, the lead balloons he was floating? Yeah.
No, I mean, none of the things that he tried to pivot towards.
Yeah, that's
like he tried
the lead balloons.
Racism thing.
Yeah, he tried being a racist against Jews. He tried participating in political debates that didn't go far. He's trying to talk about geocentrism, but really nobody cares about geocentrism.
No one cares.
Like, nobody cares. Like, hey, do you want to do a geocentrism debate? Nobody cares.
Sure.
Whatever. NASA lies about geocentrism. What do you mean? Well, nobody can actually tell whether or not you're moving or not moving. All right, so nobody's lying about it? It's just about the interpretation of it within general relativity, which you reject.
It changes, like, really. Who are the people that actively do stuff with the solar system? Do they have the correct info? Yes. Yeah. No one cares.
Yeah. The Parker Solar Probe is orbiting the sun. How did it get there? By applying Earth orbiting sun geometry. Okay. Is it the same in if you only consider general relativity in the God view of the universe? Yeah. Okay. What does that change? Nothing.
But kinematic and dynamic equivalence, humbly, bro. That's all they have.
It doesn't work. The thing is, in the God frame, that's what he's talking about. The equivalence in the God frame, right outside of everything, where you can look at all of the general relativity, fourth dimension, 4x4 matrix of differential equations. Yes. Yes. Okay. You can make a case that all frames are then equal, but we are in our frame, and within our frame, it's not like that. So you don't get to say that in general relativity, except for the God frame, which we're not in, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
But he rejects general relativity anyway, so you can't use the position that you don't ascribe to reject to explain away or explain into, and not away, explain into your position. His position is completely different. So, our melodic lyric says, "Hey, that's the CMBR frame. Hey, did you know we're moving in relation to that?" Indeed. Steve from Wormhaven gifted 10 memberships. I wonder how many of them went to Ashton Richards. Jerry Graybosch says Flurfs rewrote Dunning-Kruger from the top of Mount Stupid. They launched a hot air balloon. And then Steve from Wormhaven tried one more time with a single membership. Did you get it, Ashton Richards? Oh, none. Globe is Life says Flurf, Flerf. Uh-oh, we've got a derp showing up here.
Oh,
What's up, derp? Did you watch McFlatty yet?
did you really just change clothes?
He changed clothes. You have to unmute yourself, Nico. There you go.
So I'm back. I had some stuff to do. My dogs, one of my dogs is a bit sick, so was on cleanup. I did have to get changed. Yeah.
So
anyway, did you address the drone gate?
There's no drone gate.
Yeah, there
Love
is.
that.
Yeah, drone gate with the
do
avoidance
try.
sensors.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Bring it. A drone gate. Love it. Oh, Flat Earth. We're getting this from Flat Earth Banjo.
Oh my gosh, Banjo.
Don't
Love
spare
it.
the truth.
Banjo is literally mentally handicapped.
A green screen, this drone would not be able to fly backward toward MC Toon, who's also live streaming.
Oh, now it comes back on. See,
He drone.
it came on just before you turned to walk towards it, and was already at a distance.
Just fly forwards. Yeah, you can see the drone has stopped by itself. I've still got the stick pushed forwards, but it is not moving any further.
I wasn't in front of it.
Because it has detected it, so it's really
I was
simple.
to the side. Did you watch my video of it?
Of course not.
No. Did you watch the triple video of it?
No.
No.
Of course not. Why would you go? Why would he go to the source?
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't go to the all three simultaneous. Did you watch all three simultaneous videos? You should.
But Effie Banjo.
Yeah, just believe everything that mentally handicapped person says.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But did you talk about the sun simulator too?
There's no sun simulator.
Love it. Let's go.
But yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it. You missed the part. Yeah, I have. Yeah, go ahead.
NASA, the patent for it, dated here July 6, 1971. So this is not even 2 years after they supposedly landed on the moon. So they never even cared to work on going back because they knew they couldn't go back. So they got instead working on the US patents in STAR. So NASA owned STAR, which is the sun simulator. So the patent for it is here. We've actually seen it and used. There's many pictures of it online being built. So again, very well, if you somehow magically can disprove that this was filmed in a studio set.
Disproved.
Then
they disproved it.
The sun simulator is going to come into play for sure.
Do you see that photo that I'm sharing to you? You see that?
I'm looking at it, yes.
Okay. Read the date.
December 15th, 2024.
Yep, and that's UTC. Do you see on there any sunspots?
Well, who's to say this could be the sun? It just looks like a white orb. It could be the moon. It could be a sun simulator.
I don't care for your denialism. This is a photograph of the sun. There are 1,200 of them. Do you see any sunspots on there?
Okay, is these black blotches? Is that what you're referring to as sunspots?
Yes. Yeah. Do you see the sunspots?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see where they are?
Yeah, they're on the left half portion of this
Yeah. Okay.
illuminated disc.
So here's another one taken the 13th of December from a different location. Do you see that?
Yeah, now we have a different formation of
Yeah,
the said
yeah.
sunspots.
Yeah, yeah. So there you go. There. Do you see any similarities there? You see a couple. You see the two sunspots rotated. Here's another one from the next day. Do you see this? This has. I'll zoom in here a little bit here. You see the double, the two sunspots there on the bottom right.
Yeah.
See that? Yeah. So that's
I see the triangle formation.
Yeah.
The first picture didn't have this triangle formation. That
correct,
like
because that was
ball.
the day before. Now here's yet another one here. Oh, look at that. This is a much better photo. See that? This is from England, 52 degrees north. Do you see the two?
But this could still be the sun simulator. Some of the LEDs could have not been working, and that's why it's got these blacked out blotches.
So
glitches.
This could be the sun simulator that we're looking at right now. That was taken in Whitney, Oxford, England. Oxfordshire, England.
Because Proba 3, so the European Space Agency launched Proba 3 on December 4th. So there is a lot of anomalies up in the sky. Has
nothing to do. This is all coping. This is because you're a pathological liar. Right here, this anybody can take these photos. This is a photo taken in England, 52.79 degrees north. It's got those two sunspots on the bottom right, and then up above it, it's got a large one with a couple little mini ones there. And here is, oh, and look at that. It's got rotated about 180 degrees. You've got the two sunspots on the left side, upper left, and then down right, you've got the big one and that little mini one. Amazing. Look at that. Just a little bit apart from each other. Isn't that amazing? Somebody in England and somebody in Antarctica taking photographs of the sun and getting the same sunspots. Turns out you lied.
But is this the same sun that you're taking pictures of?
It's
that you
the same
supposedly
sun.
Caught 24-hour daylight?
It's the same sun. Yes, absolutely.
There's
100%
only
the same
only
sun.
one sun.
Yeah, there's only one. Yeah, this is the same sun. So as the globe predicted, the sunspots are rotated. They're not mirrored. So sucks to be you right now, Chuckles. Here's another one, right?
Unless you're somehow saying that.
Look at that rotated again, Chuckles.
That they put in a sun simulator for what 4 days, 3 days, and no one saw it like replace the actual sun.
These pictures
Nico,
are taken
your
from
claims
England.
are
These
becoming.
pictures weren't taken from Antarctica or Union Glacier.
Exactly, that's the whole point. This one was taken from 40 degrees north. 74 degrees west.
So that proves what we're trying to say is that there was another light source.
No,
it proves it's the same one. It's the exact same sunspots, the exact same
because if someone is taking pictures of the sun in England and you're looking at the sun, filming it, doing a 24-hour orbit, that doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense.
It 100% makes sense. Yeah.
Because if you have to think of it as the Earth being a globe, so while the sun is up in England, very low in the sky, we have to add because it's down towards this side, the downside, because I'm from Uruguay, So exactly what the globe predicts, and you see them turn for the sun, the moon. It's like you don't know where you're hopping into the conversation.
Yeah, this one here.
So, but we can agree that what we're looking at is not a giant ball of fire and gas.
No, we don't agree. We don't agree at all. So this is December 18. So then a couple days later,
after looking at these pictures.
So a couple days later, we've got this one here, which was. Let me see here. Let me get the.
There's no way we're looking at
this
a giant
is
ball
at
of fire
52 degrees north. and 0.15 minutes west. So this looks like it's in England again. So look at that. The same sunspots there. The same pattern,
that you
except rotated. Yeah, they match. That's what we're looking at. That's the whole point. They're rotated 180 degrees. And then you see over on the far left side, you see there's a little sunspot there on the edge. You see that one? Look at that. Oh, you see it there too, but it's closer to the edge. You know why? That's because the sun is actually rotating, and you can actually see the rotation of the sun. So Dave took 1,200 photographs of the sun. I cropped them all and put the, you see that metadata at the top? I put that in there with some software that I wrote. And then, because I had them all on my computer, I dropped them into my video editing software and animated them. I won't take away Dave's thunder, but I can tell you, you see the sun rotate.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do you think about that?
Love that.
All right,
Nico,
all right.
I can't wait for your debunk on this.
I want to hear.
I'm
all right,
excited.
let's let him spew his copium. Go ahead, cope.
So first of all, we're not looking at a giant gaseous ball of fire 93 million miles
you're
away.
repeating yourself, buddy.
Yeah,
and
you already said that lie. So move to your next lie.
So this illuminated disc. You said that you have. I want to see this rotating disc light orb that you captured. So that would be interesting. But yeah, it's still.
Tell you what, I will play it for you right now. I will steal Dave's thunder if you will commit to saying that the Earth is a globe when I play it.
Well, you should save it because that can never happen. But definitely,
got it. So you're just sea lioning. You're saying, show me this when you have admitted that if I show it to you, you still won't admit the truth.
I'm just preparing, but we're still.
You're preparing your lie.
No, we're just getting the backup ready because we're still set on the virtual studio setup, the volume, and we don't think that you're going to be able to disprove that.
It's on screen right now.
Simulator on backup.
I 100% disproved it right here. This isn't this. You can't get this with the sun simulator. Here it is. This is the photograph we took in Antarctica right here on the 15th. And here's a photograph that somebody in England took on the 15th. Isn't that glorious?
Nico.
Rotated. Oh, this one's Colorado. This isn't England. This is 38 degrees north. Look at that. It's rotated. Just as the globe predicts. So
and Nico, you think you can debunk like one thing, but then remember that Toon has 16 experiments. There's a bunch more videos of the 24-hour sun. There's all the other data that we're collecting, like that they're collecting, like the photos of the moon and the photos of the sun, and then the videos of the 24-hour moon should come in, hopefully sometime soon. And you have so much. You're paddling down a river of jam with like just your hands.
Not really. I'm not saying that you guys did not see the sun. So these pictures could be taken from Antarctica when it was daylight for a certain amount of time.
I'm sorry. Did you notice
24 hours?
Did you notice? Sure. Did you notice the time on there? The timestamp? You see that? Do you see the timestamp on there? What's that? What's that timestamp? It's UTC. What is it?
So I'm guessing 1:31 a.m.
Yeah. You think it was just a little bit of time, huh? Yeah, here. All right, let me get. How many pictures did I say that we took? Remember?
Over 1,200, I believe.
1,200, correct. Good job. All right, let me get a good one here. Here you go. Ooh, 4:47 a.m. 1:31 a.m. 4:47 a.m. And look, the sunspots have moved. Uh-oh. Sucks to be you.
So wait, are you saying that the sun is spinning spherically, or is it just turning?
100% the sun spins because it is a sphere.
No way. I'm not. I can't.
I don't care. I don't care about your denialism. This just shows how committed you are to being a liar.
This thing that you're showing me that I'm seeing right before my eyes.
No.
Is not happening. This is not real. Love that.
I'm not looking at a sphere. That is a flat illuminated disc, and there's no way it can spin. Horizontally.
What does he think the sun is?
You don't play soccer in Canada, right?
Hold on,
You do know.
Nico, my wife is laughing at you. She popped in. She's asking, "What do you think the sun is?"
It's definitely not.
No. I don't want to hear. Don't answer with "it's not this." Tell me what the sun is.
It's the great luminaries that God put within the firmament. Greater one to rule the day and a lesser one to rule the night.
So you didn't answer. What is the sun?
I said it is the
what shape? What shape is the sun? What shape is the sun?
It's round.
Okay. You mean
circular? Yes.
You mean like a flat round?
Oh yeah, flat round.
Oh well, we can test that right now. Here we go. Let's go with this. Here I have in front of me a flat round disc. Do you see it?
Yeah, no one has ever really looked at the sun.
Do you see?
Ever seen or imagined it?
Do you
as
see
a
this?
spherical
Do you see this?
object?
Hold on. Do you see this flat round disc? Right. What shape is it to you?
Are we looking at your journal over there? What are we
right
looking
here?
at?
This, right here. What shape is this?
Rectangular.
What? Oh, hold on. I'm sharing the wrong.
Yeah, he's watching your journal on
right.
Discord.
This right here.
Sorry, on Zoom.
You see this? What shape?
There we go.
What shape is this?
You've got what appears to be a flat, round circle.
Yes. All right. Now you see it because you're viewing it straight on. Now, when I do this, what shape is it?
Dun, 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 dun.
An oblate spheroid.
No, it's an ellipse or an oval.
Yeah, oval.
So when you're not looking at it straight on, it's an oval. So if you take the dirt pizza that you believe in, right, and then you put this over it. It's so ridiculous. It's so funny. Actually putting words to it that this is what you think it is. Right now here it is. If you're, of course, this is way dramatically too large to scale for this little dirt pizza here. But when you're not directly below it, it's not going to be a circle. It's going to be an oval. And since we were on the outside perimeter, we were way down here, right? Way down here. And the sun at its nearest is over the Tropic of Capricorn, just north of us in South America. But 12 hours later, it's way the pook over here, over Australia. So this is many thousands of miles away. So we would be looking at it like this, right? Way just, it'd be an oval, like you'd never seen an oval. It'd just be like a little minor squatch of an oval. So we didn't see that. What we saw was this. So now, obviously, it cannot be a flat disc. I disproved the idea of it being a flat disc. And like I said, and you can see a little bit here, you see how it's rotating. You can actually see it rotate. Should I use my Legos? I could use my Legos. You think he'd understand?
Maybe.
He's not very bright.
Well, it might help.
It might. All right. What's your answer there?
So if it's fully illuminated and it's the greater light to rule the day, you're not really going to see it as an ellipse because the light is still going to be so bright. You're going to see it as how we see it, a circle in the sky.
Wow, that is some copium. He says it's just going to be illuminated. You still see it as a circle for reasons.
Yes. Nico,
believe
just
that?
maybe you're not experienced in debate,
For
but
what
if
reason?
you have to go,
He didn't provide. Hold on, Max. I'm explaining to my wife.
Sorry.
She's baffled by
okay.
this.
Sorry.
No reason was provided. Just it would be illuminated.
So if it was a disc and it was
Yes.
sideways because it's farther away, wouldn't that?
And a little tautology there, just
Would it
for
not be
good
dark
measure.
if it was farther away? Yeah, if it's farther away, it would be a lot darker too. Like it wouldn't be very bright. Of course, we would see it north, not south. That's another problem. Nico, why do you think we saw it south of us instead of north of us? Because on the dirt pizza, it'd have to be north of us.
What is north?
So let's see. Hold on.
You didn't. I mean, all right. Here, I'll give you the diagram.
There's an explanation for that. Banjo has posted that to his channel regarding the shadows and the time. So that we could go over.
I mean, do you
could
have
go over.
something that is
Okay, so
yours?
he says it could go. Oh, tell you what, I know you want to hear him. Let's see. Okay, I think you'll be able to hear him now. Okay, say something.
Hello, testing.
Are you here?
Flat Earth
Okay, that's
Banjo.
Max was the first one, and then this is Nico, who imagines that he's king, but he's not. He
I was
calls
going
him
to
king
ask,
himself, King Nico.
Of the world?
I don't know what he thinks.
What
he's
are
king
you
of.
king of, Nico? Because you don't strike me as a king, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's just the name, not a title.
But no, king is a title. Actually,
King is a title, yes.
he lives
also a
in
name.
Canada.
I mean, a last name.
Okay. No. I so what they're looking at right now in the live stream, they're looking at my here, I'll show you. They're looking at this. Okay. So here, so you stop your share so you can see what I'm doing here, Nico. Okay. So here's we were down around here. Somewhere in there, right? That's where we were. And when we looked south, we saw the sun. Right? Over here somewhere. Right? That's what we saw. Middle of the night. We saw the sun down there. Right? Now, but you think, well, in reality, the sun was over here. And this was confirmed by independent observers, right? So how is it that we looked this direction when the sun was up there? Because we should look that direction to see the sun. So what is the answer? My wife is curious. So give us your answer. Don't, if you had to be given the answer from somebody else, just give us your interpretation of it.
Just pure fakery and deception.
So no answer.
Oh, love that.
But I already showed that it's not fakery. We have actual photos of it, and the sunspots match the sunspots that were taken similar times a day up here. So it's the same sun, the same sunspots. So how was the fakery?
Basically, you're saying you viewed the sun south to the point that it's beyond the ice wall, it's beyond the dome firmament.
Well, yeah, there's no ice wall. We confirmed that when we flew over Antarctica, and there's no dome firmament because we confirmed that when we looked south and saw the sun instead of north.
Yeah, but Operation High Jump has already confirmed that Antarctica has 200-meter high ice wall.
I flew over it. I posted.
that, yeah.
I posted a video. There's 3 videos of the flight from Punta Arenas to Antarctica. There's no ice wall.
Recalculating.
He can go there.
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, you can go, Nico. You can go.
They don't have guns.
Nico, we will send you. We will campaign for you and get you. It has to be next year, obviously, all the way to Antarctica. That would be really fun for us.
Well, I mean, you'll have to. Yeah, you'd have to do a fundraising and get yourself there, and
That's the thing. You guys know there's no time to do that. There is no next year. This potentially could have been the one and only time, which is why it
What
took
do you
place.
mean? You can go next year in December. Antarctica will still be there.
Yeah.
And you can go.
Apparently he thinks Antarctica stops existing next year.
Yeah, object permanence, buddy. Like stuff is there even though you don't see it.
No, I'm a strong believer that the New World Order that the Bible speaks of in Revelation, Great Tribulation is going to kick off. So yeah, there's going to be no chance of trying to replicate this experiment to match the results.
So you're giving us a date for the tribulation.
No, I'm just going by what.
No, you did. You did before next year.
This is everything. Like this whole experiment is part of this ushering in of the new world. The Pope opening those 5 portals over Christmas.
He's insane, isn't he?
3 setting up its satellites. CERN has discovered magic at the Large Hadron Collider all this month.
CERN.
So it's all an AGI.
Hold on a second. Too much derp. There's a derp overload here. I got to explain these things to my wife. CERN is the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland and France, where they and they discovered magic. I missed the press release where they discovered magic there. She's laughing at you, Nico. I gotta say, this is live stream number 591. It's the first time that she's come in here baffled by how incredibly stupid my guest is, and she's laughing at you hilariously.
Bravo!
And she's way nicer than I am.
Nico,
she has come in here at times to say that I was getting too worked up. Like, you need to calm down. I'm like, okay, I'll calm down. But she came in here now. She's like, what is this guy doing? She's completely baffled by you. So, all right. So CERN is I don't know how they discovered magic. This is news to me. There's no press release that I saw, but he thinks they were. He read a.
I've never heard the news. The titles in Derpling.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
You never heard the title? What?
In the Derpling language.
The Derpling language. Okay. So
Yes.
all right. Continue. Oh wait, hold on. The Pope opened 5 portals.
5 portals. Yes,
I missed that too. And this is the last chance that anybody will ever have to go to Antarctica. Apparently. But tell you what, Nico, ALE isn't done yet. They do tours through February. So, you could, whip it together, get yourself down there before February.
Oh yeah, you can go.
Yeah.
Before them.
Yeah. In fact, I think there's 2 more marathons if you wanted to, run a marathon. Can you do a marathon?
Myself, yeah, I could do some of that.
There you go. That'd be great. You could run a marathon while disproving flat Earth. It would be glorious.
You could run a marathon on the ice.
Or what?
Or proving it.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, or prove it. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, you could run the marathon and watch the sunset, and then you'd be like, "Victory is mine." Of course, we know that won't happen.
Right. It was so fake.
All right. So yeah. All right. So the 5 portals. All right. What was the other thing? Or stop your screen share. They don't. They still see this. We're still showing this. So all right. Oh, Shane Eslick has a $5 super chat for Mrs. Toon. Oh, she's letting the dogs outside. That's good because Donkey's been getting the farts going. All right, yeah, I hear myself in the other room. I'm on the wall in the other room, and I'm in here. It's amazing. Okay, so $5 super chat from Shane Eslick for you.
Okay, what?
It says for Mrs. Toon.
Okay.
That's it. So here, I got a 10.
Can you make it 100?
Can you make it 100? Well, I got a 10 so far. So, okay, Nico. Continue with your coping. Go ahead.
So yeah, Matthew 24:24 says that, "For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall shew great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect." So it does speak of these kind of deceptions during the end times that these false Christs can show great wonders that it could very well deceive the elect.
Okay, so
the problem is that you're already confused. Can I get this for a bit? I rarely get to talk Bible.
okay.
So, Nico, the problem is that you said false prophet, and then you jumped on, in the middle of the argument, you jumped on to the provisions for the figure of the Antichrist or the beast. So, Nico, you don't know the Bible. You're an embarrassment.
How can you just so everything that I've been leading up to in the past 4 or 5 years, revealing the truth of Revelation has led up to this, and the Bible has been pretty much on point, which is what we followed to get us here, and we were very ready for deceit and deception and all these kind of wonders, such as Project Bluebeam. If it were to put some images in the sky, we're ready not to believe anything. So that's why this 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it could very well be one of the great deceptions where this final experiment has shown this great wonder, and people are being deceived by it, even the very elect.
Actually, Nico, you're the one doing the deceiving, but I'm
Yes.
sorry, Max, keep going.
No, because that made no sense to me. Like, Nico, there's no deception. You can literally buy the ticket and go see the 24-hour sun. There's no impediment for that, right? So this whole thing that you're doing, it's ridiculous. And even when you try to be more serious and you try to bring the Bible, you're failing on that too. Because you talked about a false prophet, which is a very different figure with the very different provisions in the Bible than the figure of the Antichrist or the beast. They are different.
Yes, and I've already confirmed that the Pope is one of the false prophets, and the fact that it's coinciding with this operation that took place, it's showing great signs and deceiving the elect. So I'm here to be like, nope, we got to follow what the Bible says. We are in Revelations, and there's a lot of weird things going on.
Oh, okay. We are in Revelations. To impress you on that just a second ago, you are in Revelations. You put up a date. The problem is that when they asked Jesus himself in the Bible, he admitted he doesn't know the date. So you're contradicting the Bible right now. This is
not really. No, he says that there's no one knows a certain date for certain specific events. He says, but you will know the season of the end times, and
so it'll happen.
Looking for the
definitely.
signs.
So you're saying it will definitely happen before next December.
Something's going on, especially January 20th marks 666 months since the fake moon landing on July 20th, 1969.
Okay, so if nothing happens but by December next year, will you accept the penalty laid out in the Old Testament for false prophets?
Whoa. No, this is nothing's gonna. We're going by this day by day, month by month. Sorry.
Wait, you are making a prophecy, and so you should definitely adhere to the punishment for false prophets from the Old Testament. Max, do you remember what that is?
I'm not setting dates.
I think it's a very harsh punishment. I don't remember exactly right now.
It's a different kind of stoning than you might get if you imbibe in the devil's lettuce. And it tends to be terminal. So that's what you get, Nico, if you're incorrect about your prophecy, according to the Old Testament. Are you willing to adhere to that?
So I'm following the prophecy very closely. And with everything that's going on with Trump being inaugurated the very day that does mark six months since the moon landing. So this could be a celebration. This could be the perfect day for Satan to usher in the Antichrist and switch over to the New World Order. So again, it's a day by day watching and treading very carefully. And the way things have looked just this past month alone, yeah, it's looking very shady.
Okay, so if you're wrong, then if you're wrong, are you willing to accept the punishment from the Old Testament? Because you're being very clear here about your prophecies here. You adhere to that? Is that what you want? Is that you just a volunteer say, hey, people, give me that punishment if I'm wrong? You stick to that? Sack up? Be bold, be brave. Go ahead. You're going to do that? Or are you going to say, maybe not?
No, I've said what I've had to say. We're following the prophecies closely and going by the Bible. And it does say that in the end times, watch for the false prophets, all of them. What's going on right now? The deception, Satan, trial and tribulations, the mark of the beast.
Oh, what's the mark?
What's the mark of the beast?
The image of the beast. So I've been covering this for a while. The image
Just be
of the
clear.
beast is clearly,
Don't waffle.
LGBT community there, rocking a lot of Satan and hailing Satan a lot. So,
but you didn't say what's the mark?
Wait, so the mark of the beast is a rainbow flag?
No, I'm not saying that. So.
Oh, you're not. Okay, what is the mark of the beast? You brought it up.
We're gonna see. It's coming.
What is it? Oh, it's coming.
Already had
but you mentioned it
for the mark.
But you mentioned it in past tense, Nico. You mentioned it in past tense. So what is it? You said it. You said it. The mark of the beast. What is it?
Can I choose the design, or does it come like a stamp or something?
Oh, it could be a needle in the arm. It could be many things.
Okay, so you don't know what it is. So you spoke of it as if you know, but you don't know. Okay, got it.
And again, contradicting the Bible again, I must see, because in the Bible, the mark of the beast is either in the hand or in the forehead. Like,
not here.
For everyone to see.
Here or here. So, all right, you messed up there.
I would be super embarrassed to be corrected on the Bible by an atheist right now. I would just dig a hole and hide.
Yeah.
No, I'm not being corrected here.
So you are. You absolutely are being corrected by an atheist. Yes, by a guilty atheist sodomite.
Let's get back to this here,
yes,
Nico.
Sorry.
So I'm still wondering, because I was standing right here. And I looked this direction and I saw the sun. I got photographs. I got the receipts. I got photographs of the sun. When we looked this direction, we did not see the sun. I've already posted the video of the 24-hour shadow follow, where the camera was looking this direction when the sun was this direction. You saw the shadows pointing this direction, and in the sky, we did not see the sun. So why? Read it in a second.
I don't think he understands that question.
No,
the concession of silence.
Yeah, she doesn't think.
I've said before.
She doesn't think you understand it.
Everything it doesn't make sense, and that's all. I just have to wait to see some of these 1,200 photos, go over some everything. But yeah, just you explaining it on a diagram like that. And just hearing it out loud, it's like, no,
this
it's
is your
impossible. Map. It does not resonate that you could have seen that and experienced that.
But we did.
In the place that you said that you were.
But we did. There were over 100 people at that one location with us at that same time. There are people there at the moment, right now, currently in Union Glacier. They are experiencing the 24-hour sun right now.
I'm going to stand by the argument that, it was either manufactured, which a lot of the evidence points to.
He's got a sickness.
No one that was there on this trip could really be a good representative for the Bible and Christianity. I believe everyone that was there has been on record blaspheming Jesus and the Bible. So the credibility there. So it's just for Christians to decide and discern that can what has been shown be trusted given the technology that exists in the world today. And then if for any reason they want to look at something else, it's just look at yourself and look at Jaron or Whitsitt and just look at the history of them and their their views and their stand on Jesus, right?
All right.
And
So,
that's it.
all
I'm
right,
trying
Nico,
to say that
waffling. This is no evidence. This is just denialism. Denialism isn't a rational position. It's an irrational position. I've got evidence. You don't have any. You've pre-selected your conclusion. You said it can't happen, therefore it didn't happen. And everything that you then go and in the following steps is just denying everything and not being rational, not seeking out truth, but instead rejecting truth. You're not a truther. You're a hater of truth.
the truth is that there is nothing to be in denial about, knowing that there is a war going on right now. That
Yeah,
has
and
been
you're on the
going
wrong
since
side
the
of it,
beginning.
Nico.
And
You're
it's a
the
war
villain in
between
this war,
those
Nico. Nico,
are
listen.
against our Lord,
Nico,
and those that
you are
for.
the villain. You are the bad guy in this war, Nico. You're the bad guy. You're the one embracing the lies. I've got the evidence. You've got nothing. I've got the truth. You don't.
No, I have the truth. The truth
No,
is
you
Jesus
don't.
Christ, the Holy Bible.
The truth is that the sun was up 24 hours a day circling, and you're rejecting the truth, Nico. All of this other stuff that you instantly deflect to is just lying. You don't have truth. You hate the truth. You're rejecting it.
No, my truth has told me to be ready for the lies that would come in these end days, and we are witnessing
And you're the one
it
telling
right
these
now.
lies.
Climax.
Nico,
I
you
love
are the
that.
one
This is
telling the
great.
lies.
Yes, I agree. And I don't believe in the
That's
Bible.
It's about lies. Don't bring that up.
It's funny. Everyone that pushing and that saw this 24-hour sun conveniently doesn't believe in the Bible. That's hilarious.
But
I believe in the
Dude
Bible. What are
he
you talking
was
about,
there.
Nico?
He was there.
Yeah, Satan believes
Will
in the
Duffy is
Bible
a
too. Doesn't
pastor.
mean he-
Nico, Will Duffy's a pastor. Why are you lying about him? Who are you?
Yeah,
Who are you to
which-
say who Will Duffy is? You're not a pastor. You're a nothing.
He's a king.
He's not a king. That's for sure.
Well, that's for God to decide come Judgment Day.
No, you're not a king. You're not a king. You've assigned yourself the title of king without earning anything. You're not a king.
Yeah, it's funny how you put that sun there south of the ice wall, and right
There's no
there
ice wall.
on either side. It does tell you where you can see summer solstice and winter solstice. It does explain right there in the fine print that the sun moves.
But it's
around.
wrong.
Yeah.
It makes claims that we just proved were wrong. Down here, it claims that there's no light south of 80 degrees, but we were at 79 and 3/4 degrees and looked due south and saw the sun. Clearly, there's light there.
No, this map is pretty much held up and until now, and there's no way I'm going to
No, it doesn't. In
at this
fact, it doesn't
time,
hold up at all because
in the
Nico.
biblical timeline to have
Because
something
Nico,
like this take place.
somebody took a flight from here to here.
Yes.
And it took 12 hours one way and about 13 and a half the other way. Now on flat Earth, that's not possible because on flat Earth, here's what's crazy. This flight, if you take the straight line on this map, this one right here, that's 2.5 times as long as the actual amount of time that the flight took. Now, the flight had to go this here, which is probably 4, maybe even 5 times as long as the actual amount of time that it took. So that map didn't hold up. That person really took the flight. He live streamed before he got on the plane in Santiago and live streamed after he got off the plane in Chile. It took him, in Sydney, and it took him about, I think, 13 and a half hours to fly back. So this map didn't hold up that test either. Now that's not the only test that was done during the trip, Nico. Let me show you. We measured the distance between lines of longitude, Nico. I did this. You didn't do this. You don't get to know this away. If you want to deny it, you're going to have to get out there off of your lazy butt, and you're going to have to actually do something. So here we go. We measured the distance between lines of longitude in Antarctica. We measured the distance between lines of longitude in Punta Arenas. Now, if you don't want to look at the Antarctica ones, you can look at the Punta Arenas ones. Here's the latitude longitude. It was 264.2 meters. This, when I did the math for this worked precisely correct for the globe, and it completely did not match the distances necessary for flat Earth, because on flat Earth, as you go farther south, the distances between lines of longitude, according to this map that you said it holds up, according to this map, the distances between those lines must increase even when south of the equator. But they didn't. They decreased. Right here, my own personal measurements that I did, I got it on video. Anybody can replicate themselves. All they need to do is go to some southern hemisphere location. People that live in Sydney could do this. People that live in South Africa could do this. You could call up somebody in South Africa and ask them to do the same thing and see what their results are. This map will fail. It won't work, Nico. I already tested. You can do it yourself. Saying nuh-uh isn't evidence. If you disbelieve me, go do it. Or have somebody do it. This is the depth of your dishonesty, Nico. It's being exposed right now. Stop lying. This map doesn't work. Nothing about this works. Every single thing that we tested on this trip using this map failed. We tested the direction of sunset and sunrise when we were in Punta Arenas. You know what? Sunset and sunrise, here's Punta Arenas right here. They were this direction and this direction.
Okay, so just to clarify, what I'm seeing here from your supposed observations disproves this map, the AE map.
Yes.
And so what does it prove? Because it looks like it proves some kind of ball, globe, blue
It absolutely does. Every single observation that we took matches the globe. So let me show you this. We're down here in Punta Arenas, right? Anybody that's south of the Tropic of Capricorn can test this themselves, right?
That's the only thing it could prove, those observations, is some kind of spherical ball Earth, which everyone knows is already fake.
Absolutely, it would prove that, and nobody knows that it's fake. You just claim it's fake because you have to. So
we've spent 10 years proving it's fake, and it's ridiculous. We can't even prove it to be real.
Okay,
We've tried.
well, I just did, and so here's one of the tests that we did. The sunset for flat Earth requires the sun to be in this direction here, north of due west, and it requires the sun to rise in this direction, north of due east. But in reality, and I have video of this, I have a live stream where I stayed up all night. I went till 5:30 a.m. when the sun was rising, and it was rising south of due east. Anybody can confirm this. There's a billion people that live south of the equator. Anybody that lives south of the Tropic of Capricorn can do this right now today. You could call them up tomorrow and say, hey, what direction did the sun set? This is what we saw. This is what the globe predicts. This confirms the globe. This falsifies flat Earth. So when you say, oh, we spent 10 years. No, you didn't. This right here, globe. So another one. What do you have?
That's it. All I can say is that the devil's devices have got to a point where, yeah, the deception is just on the next level.
Nico,
that's the only thing that
you are the one. You are the one embracing the deception. In reality, this is where it was. This is where it was in reality. This is where it has to be according to your map. So where's the deception? The deception is in you. You're the one making the deception because this doesn't match reality. You are the one embracing deception.
Of NASA.
NASA had nothing to do with this. NASA wasn't there. NASA didn't tell me what direction the sun was going to rise on flat Earth. This map told me the direction the sun would rise on flat Earth. And then I went in reality and I watched it rise south. of due east and set south of due west. NASA wasn't there. You can't blame NASA for this.
There's no NASA in South America.
Well, the Disney LED screens. That's
Disney LED screens. Every single person that lives south of the Tropic of Capricorn gets to see this. Is Disney in the sky for every single person for all of history south of the Tropic of Capricorn? No.
No. And also, South America is very poor. We don't have enough money to build up a pointless studio set in Antarctica just to fool flat earthers into believing there's a 24-hour sun. It's not. We're surviving right here. It's not in the budget.
And for reference, the sun at noon was north.
Yes.
So,
Nico,
all right.
this
So
is ridiculous.
without lying, Nico, how does this work? How did that work on Flat Earth?
Hold on, I'm just getting some. Can I play what I have here on mute?
No, just tell me if you had to receive this information, so your coping answer from somebody else. Just tell me the summary that you understand it to be.
Are you getting people like snitching you answers right now?
But yeah,
No, I'm looking at
are you
something
getting
right here.
are you getting help? That's okay. I understand if you need help. Maybe you want to bring them on too.
Yeah.
Who's your buddy that's helping you?
Yeah, bring the buddy or the group, or however many they are. We can deal with all of you.
Okay, no, this isn't addressing the sunset angles.
The
we don't-
silence of
And we don't hear
obsession.
anything.
So if this was 10 p.m. at Union
Dude,
Glacier, with Mount
you're
Rossman
deflecting from the
all
topic.
illuminated,
Nico,
the sun can't be behind the mountain in just
Nico.
2 hours, right?
Follow the topic. The topic right now I'm asking you about is how about the
His shadow
sunset?
gives it away. He is facing north, so the sun
Nico.
can't be south.
Nico, why can't you address the topic?
I'm addressing it. I'm saying
in
that,
South
yeah.
America, where millions of people live, in South America, the sun rose south of due west. Okay,
The
how
video
did that
shows
work?
a different story, so
how did
it's
that work?
hard to believe?
No, that's just blind denialism. Without lying, explain it.
So with the footage I've seen, with the hours and the timestamp on that, the shadows don't add up. With the mountain being illuminated at the same time, would mean that the sun would have to be north, not south.
Okay. You've deflected again from the topic. Look on the screen right here. I'm sure you see this, right? You see the map, right? Right. You're looking at this. Max, can you confirm that you're looking at the map?
Yes.
Okay. So now in Punta Arenas, where in South America and in south of the Tropic of Capricorn, where millions of people live, and right now, currently at tomorrow, you could phone up somebody that lives in south of the Tropic of Capricorn and say, "Hey, look, what angle does the sun rise tomorrow? What angle will the sun set tomorrow?" And they will all tell you south of due east and south of due west. Now, but your AE map that you said, the Gleason map that you said just minutes ago, doesn't work. So how did that work? I have the receipts. I have video of this happening. I live streamed it rising out the window of the hotel. People on the live stream could watch it happen. They watched the sunrise right here at this angle. How did that work? Don't lie. Don't deflect.
Well, we're just gonna have to see. And
See
then
what?
Compare our results to what's presented. You said you got the videos and the receipts to prove it. So.
And what results are you going to call up somebody in south of the Tropic of Capricorn and ask them, "Hey"?
Oh, for sure. I want video of that too. So, yeah.
What's that?
So, is there any cutoff point? Because you got the 24-hour sun video.
Yeah.
Will anything really change if you get southwest. I'm sorry, southeast, sunrise, and southwest. South of west, actually. Sunset. What will you request next?
You know, all the.
This doesn't seem that it will just end there.
No,
you seem like a goalpost mover.
Yeah. This is Nico. This is called sea lioning, where you say something that you need and then it's provided and then that's not enough, and then you say something else that you need and it's provided and that's not enough. That's a dishonest way, right?
Not
so
really.
when dishonest, a lying way to participate in a debate or an exchange of ideas, right? So you say, well, here's my standard. I would need this, and if it's provided, then the honest person says, oh, okay, I accept that. So can you give some sort of a reasonable thing of this is what I would need that then I could maybe provide, and then you would commit on your word to accept?
So we did want the live streams while still in Antarctica. We got videos that were requested and we went through it. And everything that we've seen is full of discrepancies.
Okay, you're not answering my question. You're avoiding, Nico.
We're going to place Nico. To do.
Nico, you're avoiding the question. What would you accept? Give me a standard of evidence that you would accept.
The truth. We just want the truth, right?
Okay, but you're not answering, you're avoiding the question. It's very obvious to everybody watching why you're avoiding the question.
We can do an exercise. If someone asked me, hey, Max, what would it require for you to believe in flat Earth? With like 3 or 4, I think I could give you like what would change my mind exactly. So measurements of flatness, the ones they claim to have, but somehow they never appear. A picture of the flat Earth, a picture of the dome, and I don't know what. With those 3, I would change into being a flat earther. I am willing to give you. So get me those 3, and I will be a flat earther tomorrow.
Okay, so there you see the words of an honest person saying these are the things that I would accept as evidence. So, Nico, specifically about Antarctica maybe, or maybe something broader than that, what would you accept as evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Live video. That's it. Video or recorded video that doesn't have any post-editing production done to it. So, you know, and some of the stuff, all the stuff we've seen is full of these discrepancies, these anomalies that shouldn't be happening for just something so simple as to just get the footage of what is said to be seen, right? And then we can decide for ourselves. But all this dancing around it and these it's just, it's not, nothing's adding up, and everything's pointing to some kind of.
So you're off the track here now again. So here's the problem: you didn't define something that was clear and measurable.
Avoiding the question, like I literally gave you an example of what a good answer to that question would be, and you keep dancing around the bush. It's all about dodging and
yeah.
Conspiracies.
These are the words.
We said we want the videos, the pictures, the data, but it needed to be done in due time, and it's coming on 2 weeks now, and that's a long time to.
There's no time limit for sharing the truth, Nico.
Right.
There's no time.
And
there isn't a. This is the allowed amount of time. That's not how it works. Nobody thinks that's a thing.
Nico, we were away for how many? A bunch of days, like almost 2 weeks. So, and then we had Christmas in the middle, and we have New Year's coming right up. Like, this is the worst time to request they hurry up to your schedule, just so you can get the data, get like terabytes and terabytes of data, not watch even 10% of it, and then still call everything fake.
Yeah.
Because that's the vibe I'm getting from you.
So
like,
Nico,
of this pure dishonesty.
Nico, for reference, here's the raw data on here. these four cards, these are each a terabyte in size, and they have data on them. I've copied it to my hard drive. I haven't even been able to get this data uploaded to Dropbox yet, so it's not backed up yet. It's backed up here and on my hard drive. I haven't been able to process through the data I've done. The one that was on here is the one 360 degree video that I took with an Insta360. And you saw that, right? Did you watch the one with the shadows moving around that I published a couple days ago?
Was it the full 25-hour one?
No, it's about a 2-minute long video.
Probably, yeah.
It's got a song that plays behind it. Did you watch that? So you're saying that you want evidence. I've posted it. You've watched it, right? Yeah. You've certainly watched it. With the shadows.
Did you watch the full video, the official one from Toon, or did you watch a cut by, let's say, Effie Banjo?
I don't know that Effie Banjo is aware that I've published it. He hasn't, to my knowledge, looked at that. So since it seems that Nico doesn't know what to say until Banjo tells him what to think, I doubt that Nico actually looked at it. So in that video that you just said that you watched, what was in the video?
I don't even know which one you're referring to. So the one you just posted, and you're talking about the shadows. I don't know. If it's not anything to do with the 24-hour sun, then I may not have paid too much attention to it.
Okay, so it was definitely about the 24-hour sun, and you said that you watched it, and it's on my Conspiracy Tunes channel, but I'm 100% certain you've not even watched it yet. So I've given you evidence, and you didn't look at it yet. Uh-oh. You're like, it can't, it's 2 weeks in. You didn't look at the evidence that has been presented already, Nico. And I know the reason why is because you don't know what to think about it until Banjo tells you what to think about it, right?
Yes. You need better role models.
Oh, yeah. The sundial one, I did watch that 4 days ago.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I have it. I've just been fully watched. Yeah. 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And?
Didn't change my stance on anything. So
but I mean, it shows
zero attention.
It 100% shows that there's a 24-hour sun.
Right.
It shows there's a 24-hour sun. You know that.
Oh, it shows a shadow moving around the ground with some rocks placed in the sundial. Does it show there's a 24-hour light source just orbiting above?
Oh, well, what
that's
causes
exactly what it shows?
What causes shadows, Nico?
A light source.
Oh, a light source.
Be the sun.
It might not be the sun. What might it be?
Video, you don't see the sun at all.
What might it be? What do you think is the cause of that light source?
Yeah, that's why I was like, if I'm not looking at the sun that's causing this, then it's not really going to mean anything to me. And it shouldn't really mean anything to anyone else. It's not a slam dunk. Oh, look, 24-hour sun because there's a light source showing a shadow moving across a dial.
So you don't think that it's an amazing feat that Toon took that clock design on a piece of paper all the way from Minnesota, went to Antarctica, that all the way down here, it's really far, and then piled up the pieces of snow and the clock to work perfectly? That means nothing because you can see the sun. All the rest of the things that are going on that video, that doesn't matter. Am I getting that right? Yes, I'm getting that exactly perfect. Nothing matters. Got it. Yes.
Sorry, I was muted in my live stream. But he heard, and I think you all know, I just covered this, and I'm just asking for his response to it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all there to be seen, to go over. I'm just getting the first look at this now at a quick glance. So.
You watched it 4 days ago.
Oh, this is the representation of that video of the dial? Okay.
Well, you would have known that if you watched it, because this was in the video. I had the PDF of this on screen in the video.
Yes.
Turns out you didn't watch the video.
Oh, Nico, you're getting caught in like the lamest lies. There's no point. Just say, if you didn't see the video, just say, hey, didn't see that one.
Why don't you just say that?
No, the video's... Oh, yeah, the diagram is in the video. Okay.
Yeah, and the diagram was built in the...
Nice
sun is not in the video, so that's the main point. So
he's obviously got the video
I'm connecting with this information because it's going against...
Hold on a second, Nico.
And it's not
Nico,
really showing...
Nico, hold on, Nico. My wife has some feedback for you. Go ahead. Say it again.
It's so sad he's calling himself the deceiver of lies.
It's so sad he's calling himself a deceiver of lies.
Yeah, and then he's doing that.
And then he's
live.
Yeah, he's lying live. Yeah. It's very sad. I mean, we caught you, Nico. You said you could have just said you didn't watch it. That would have been fine. But it's obvious you didn't watch it, and you've got it up right now. After I told you the channel that it was on, and after you pulled it up, you're like, oh, I watched it 4 days ago. And you hadn't seen this before, which was in the video. You're like, oh, I see it now, because you're looking at it right now. It's obvious. There's 1,200 people that are watching you right now, caught in a lie. And you are accusing other people?
I said I passed over it because it didn't show what I needed to see to prove and debunk the AE map.
Of course it debunks the AE map. This right here, how did I know how to put the snow chunks out at different angles and positions? How did I know that? The globe. This is from the globe.
Nico, like, seriously, this is embarrassing for you at this point.
And Nico, just for reference, for this here, the PDF for this is linked in the description of that video. If you were a curious truth seeker, you would have looked at that video. You would have downloaded this PDF. You would have looked at all of this data here. You might have even said, hey, let me see if I can contact the person who put this together to see what he did. His name is Janusz Takas. I could get him. I didn't receive an email from you saying, hey, could you put me in contact with Janusz? I have questions about how he generated that data. You didn't do that. You're incurious about this thing that completely can't work on flat Earth, only works on the globe. And you're like, not good enough.
Nico, that's in your head. If the Earth is a globe, does that mean that God doesn't exist?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay.
But maybe to other people for sure. Clearly to you, it means that.
God doesn't exist. To me, God doesn't exist either way.
That's the thing. That's why they need to hide the firmament and the truth of our realm and how it's flat and we have an ice wall. Because then if you knew we had the dome firmament and it covered the whole earth, then you know that someone had to create it and put it there, and that would restore the belief back into God. but NASA.
obvious. But it's very obvious, Nico. Nico, it's very obvious that you're lying about that. There's no firmament, there's no dome, there's no ice wall. I proved all that. All of those things are not true. And so right here, this right here proves that you lied about those things. They don't exist. Your very narrow and specific interpretation of the Bible is very obviously wrong.
No.
Yeah, it is.
It's just a piece of paper with some numbers on it in a spiral fashion that cannot disprove the Bible, and the Gleason map right now, without that, it just can't.
But it did. It 100% did. It didn't disprove the Bible. It disproved your personal, very narrow interpretation of it.
Yes, that's the problem. Nico. The problem is that it's not what we are doing. The problem is that it's what you are doing. The way that you're portraying the Bible is what it is making it false right now.
No, it's not going to change anything for me, but obviously you guys know something that I might not know, that the faith based on the reality of this realm could save some people and give them salvation, and the whole deception of this and the fact that people go into these extreme lengths to fabricate something like this is obviously for a reason.
It wasn't fabricated. Stop lying about that.
To the truth.
Nico, I proved that it wasn't fabricated, but I've got a question from the audience for you. Mark Boots says, Nico, what makes the Bible true? What if the authors of the Bible were influenced by Satan? How do you know the Word of God is actually his and true?
Yeah, we know the Bible to be true. I've gone and been proving Bible prophecy. Everything that happened in Genesis
No, you haven't.
really did happen. We are post-flood. We're in a post-flooded world. There's buildings stuck in mud. Yeah. I've been able to display and show and bring up the evidence that shows we're in a post-flooded world.
No, we're not. Like, all of science says that the flood didn't happen, dude. You might not be used to talking to like an actual Christian and one of those atheists that has read the Bible more than people who are actually religious. So that shit is not going to fly here. You have zero evidence for the flood. I could debate you on the flood right now with zero preparation.
Great flood definitely happened. 100%.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, about 4,000 years ago. Definitely.
No, it didn't. You have zero evidence. You're just saying the Bible says a thing. But there's zero evidence for that.
Talking about young Earth?
Yeah, he's a young earther, and he thinks the flood was 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. I don't think he quite even gets that date right, but it doesn't matter.
And then there's
yes, Earth is only.
I don't know this mud. He seems to be Nico, are you tying the mud flood to Noah's flood? There
is no mud flood. The Bible specifically says there was one great flood, and God promised not to flood the world again. Okay. So this whole mud flood thing is a cover up that goes against Bible prophecy to hide the truth of the great flood. And it's to hide the truth about timeline and where we are in Bible
3,000 to 4,000
prophecy.
years.
What is that called? That ancient lost people? What's the name?
Tartarians.
Okay.
The Tartarians.
Let's. All right. Hold on, Max. Let's.
Sorry.
He's way off track here. So.
Yes.
Anyway, so to answer your question, Mark Boots, he doesn't have an answer to that. He just made more assertions, right? And I'll give the answer that is generally the case. Faith is the answer, Mark, for generally why religious people accept a religious text to be correct. Not scientific evidence generally. So,
yeah.
But there's scientific evidence.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that people point to, but it's not an exercise in science to believe the Bible. It's an exercise in faith that people have to believe a holy book. So, anyway,
yes, but you can also take it from the end of. It is just part of human literature. Just take it as at face value what it is, a book that maybe gives me some moral lessons, which I might want to hold to or not.
Oh, all right.
Maybe to some people that some of the moral lessons are just obvious.
Max, we got a good one here. Shane Eslick says, Nico, I live south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Every year I see the sun rise 120 degrees southeast to 0 degrees north at noon and 240 degrees southwest on the summer solstice. You just don't want to know. So that's back to this here. Which you said, Nico, let me remind you, you said that the Gleason map worked. I showed that it doesn't. You didn't want to address this topic. Very clearly, you're unaware that this thing exists and that it completely destroys flat Earth, and that there are millions of people that live in an area of the world that you could contact tomorrow and ask them to eye it up themselves, or you could, if you were curious, but we know you're not, you could go to one of these locations for yourself and see if it happens.
All right, I think, that's pretty much all I got to say for tonight on that. I got some more stuff to look into. I'm looking forward to some more of the data being released, and I'm
That's okay.
pretty sure we'll talk
That's okay,
about it
Max.
soon.
Waving that white
right, yes, okay, Max.
I love it. Love it.
It's
love
not, Max, this answer that he's giving right now, this is a better answer than he's given before.
Correct. Yes. Admitting
So-
defeat is a better answer than just inventing random stuff.
But Nico, here's what I'm going to challenge you. I have a video coming out tomorrow. It's the same sundial, the other direction. So you see this the sun north. So you can compare the two. It's one set of video files. When I'm done with all of it and I find a host where I can upload the videos to, because I have over 3 terabytes of data to upload, and I don't currently have a place to send it. When I do, I'll upload them, and you can have the original raw files, and you can look at them yourself. But I'm going to ask you to do this, Nico. I'm going to ask you to stop sea lioning. Say something that you will accept and stick to it. So, obviously, we did not get a live stream done. So you can't say it's got to be a live stream. That's an unreasonable expectation. A reasonable expectation is you could go and see it with your own eyeballs, but we didn't do a live stream. So what would you accept out of the things that we potentially could provide?
I've been coming correct with everything so far. I'll be coming correct again once I see everything.
That's not an answer, Nico. Nico, stop.
We just have
Stop.
to release the footage. and
Stop,
that's it.
Nico.
Once we look at it, we have to go from there.
Nico,
The
have
footage
the
should be good
Nico.
enough. That's
Listen.
it. We only just need the footage, and if it's good enough,
Nico,
and
stop.
untampered with, then
Stop.
it's going to be will hold up.
Nico, listen. Have the balls to put your foot down, to draw a line in the sand and say, this is what I would accept. Have the balls to do that, Nico.
Yeah,
if you
I just
don't have the
said
balls to
we
do
will
that,
accept untampered with footage that doesn't have some guy doing some Masonic ritual with a boot in the background, all some weird stuff. We just want to see this disproving of the AE map with the sun.
All right.
Love that.
That's it. That's enough.
I will track down. Oh, we don't have him anymore. Okay.
He's out. Okay.
I was going to say I will track down the footage I remember seeing about Dave McKeegan explaining that boot, because it's so weird that they're obsessed with like these insignificant details. Like, why was Dave McKeegan playing with a boot? It's like, dude.
It's the dumbest cope ever. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he thought that because there was a left boot out there, that it had some Masonic meaning.
Yes.
He thought that a left boot meant something. Never mind
somehow.
Never mind
Sorry,
the right boot was also out there. Both of them were out there. It was just under a different camera.
Yes, and what were they being used for? Loading power banks and
batteries
putting
were in there.
arm warmers in.
That's how desperate he is. Like, he has a serious mental illness.
I'm just sad.
Yeah, a sad life that he leads.
Well,
But I think that, I don't know if you, I was watching him closely. And when I pushed him on some of the biblical points, I think he realized that he's so wrong. I do like the biblical conversation because I rarely get to go deep into that because I am not a known, one of those high profile atheists. And I am not one of the raunchy ones, but I do know the Bible for the most part. And some of these things, I've heard these arguments countless of times. They're just, it's bad interpretation, just that.
Yeah. All right. I got some super chats to read that I'm backed up on. And I'm going to turn off the speaker so there isn't any feedback anymore. Right. Was that interesting listening to Nico's cope?
Yes, I have so much fun with him.
It's sad. A lot of people like you. A whole bunch of people like Mrs. Toon is awesome.
Yes, she is.
There you go. She's got. Oh, can you read the chat on the screen in there, or is it you don't have it big enough to read? Yeah.
It's on my computer.
Oh, it's on your computer. Okay. People, if you want to send her a message, just say Mrs. Toon. She'll be in the live chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. She's gonna go. She's gonna go read.
There's a leg.
We just. Can you see Flatsoid's perspectives message?
Oh, Satan's little helper is here?
Yes.
Hey, how does it feel to know TFE is back? Oh, Flatsoid.
Oh, precious.
That's adorable, Flatsy. So he was invited. He was listed in the email and is on the website. And he's like, I didn't get a formal invite. Well, of course you did. You're in the email, not in the video, and listed on the website. So he was invited to go, but because it wasn't received. Maybe he wanted a letter in the mail that was double enveloped with sparkles in it, and a little elephant, 3D elephant that pops out when you open the envelope that says you're invited. Whee! Maybe he was expecting that. Anyway. So there's somebody in chat says, where can I see the documentation of the sun being north at noon? And so, like I said, I think there might be already some of the videos that I uploaded, but they're going to be brought down probably tomorrow, because the hosting company's like, yeah, you can't put those videos here. So they are right now on my hard drive and on the memory cards here. I don't have them published anywhere. Like, I didn't think anybody needed to document the sun being north at noon. Like, I didn't think that was a thing that people were curious about. But anyway, I will eventually publish it. I need to find a place to upload all that data. So
that's how they get you.
Jiffy goes, no, don't time out Flatsoid. We want to see his derp permanently etched in YouTube history here. So just put the raw video on the Internet Archive. No, I want to have it in a place where I can put links to it and stuff, and it performs well and everything. So yeah, I'm not going to put it there. So, Flatsoid, if you want to come on and you can ask me whatever question you want, I will answer it. If you're disrespectful or if you don't accept the answer, you're out, right? No sea lining, which is your thing, and no lying, which is really your thing, Flats. My goodness, you're good at lying. Anyway,
I don't think he'll go for it. I think it's terrified of me.
ooh, we got Robotacular says, Mrs. Toon, have you heard that the biblical flirt wants to take your husband behind a tool shed? What do you suppose that means? Methinks Dean Odell has some thinly veiled infatuation over your sexy hubby.
Yeah.
No, that's not what it means. I know exactly what he means when he says behind the woodshed, right? Like the octogenarians, that they mean that's where you'd go, you'd get a switch, right? You'd have typically they'd go have the kid get a switch, which is a stick that they then whip them with. That's what Dean think. Anyway,
or maybe that's where he took grandma, because grandpa was a perv.
Nope. She's listening. Don't go there, Max. Anyway, yeah, I will publish it. I'm gonna it'll be somewhere where it makes sense when I upload the videos. So, all right, I got some catching up to do here, Max.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'm maybe good if I went solo.
Flattys is saying Link.
Link. Oh my gosh.
Oh, really, dude? This day it has been a wild ride.
All right.
I wasn't planning on doing anything today, and then he told me, "Hey."
All right. No lying, and no sea lioning. Let's see if I have it in my copy buffer here. All right. If you ask for something and I give it to you and you don't accept it, you're out. Right? You've been warned. All right, he's got the link. Let me read a couple here. We got did I get the Steve from Windhaven? Oh yeah, gave 10 memberships. All right, Globe is Life says Flurf equals fools learning erroneous redonkulous fuggery. It's the intersection of ignorance, arrogance, and the self-deception. And concrete chairs. Nathan says both of his two brain cells are working hard to meow. You talking about penguin? I'm sorry. Turtle? Turtle can meow. Turtle's smart. Walking Man says, Witsit and Jaren are now all about the ice cities for the elites. Good job on surviving both barrels of the measured flat script from Brian.
Yes, I was. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I didn't hear when he was saying it, but they made some offhand references. But yeah, Jaren's like, oh, they have underground cities here, and that's why they don't want global warming. Because global warming will.
Yes.
That's right. By the way, I sent you the link. It's in Discord. Ice is a very poor structure to build things in. It shifts and moves. If you were to build an under ice cavern, you would very quickly find that your cavern collapses, and then all of your hard work is gone. Plus, it's really cold in there. It can never get warm in an ice cavern.
Yes, and ice, if it cracks, can you imagine the disaster that would be? One of those having just how do you repair?
Everybody would die. Everybody would die. It'd be the worst place to build a hidden city. Why would you need to do it under the ice? Antarctica is barren. If you wanted to build a hidden city, you don't need to do anything except build it on the surface because nobody's going to see it.
And then also, you have the logistical problems of having people living there. Can you imagine what a winter is like in the dark, freezing cold, blizzards, wind. Like
Yeah. But you're in the city underground, so that's all. You're isolated from that, and it's dark, so it would all be lit artificially. Why would anybody want that? But PhD Tony says the U.S. military did build a base in the Greenland ice sheet. How long did that base last, though? Right? Link is invalid. Oh my gosh.
But when they talk about building it in the ice sheet, are they actually talking about, digging the ice sheet and building the structure into the ice directly, or building a structure over the top? Because those are very different things.
I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, I link the link. I just sent the link again. I don't know why you think it's invalid. Nico was able to get on with that very same link.
Yes, I am on here.
Max got on with that great same link.
I got on like hours ago.
It's the same link. Let me see if the one that, like, I'm the host now. Let's see. Is it the same? It's the same link that I got on. The exact same URL that I got on with. My goodness, Flatsy.
But how do you know? How do you know it's the same URL?
Because I just looked at the one in the Facebook Messenger that ends in GAD.1, and I pasted the same link to him, GAD.1, twice.
Can you make sure it's not Satan, though? I don't think we can.
I don't know. Okay, so PhD Tony says Project Iceworm, 59 to 67. Interesting. You got these flatties that don't understand science, have never done science, have never participated in science, are suddenly the experts on what is and is not allowed in science. Sorry, buddies.
Oh my God, yes.
You don't get to tell scientists how to do science if you're not if you don't have anything to your name, right? Using what you think is the version of science that you think is science, what great discoveries have been done using that particular flavor of science that you think is the only allowed version of science? None. Yes. The answer is none. So, and they've all been instructed on how to think about science by Oakley and QE, right? The two flatties that together concocted this science denialism recipe.
Yeah, both completely unqualified to make any kind of assessment on this topic.
Yeah,
yes.
Neither of them with any qualifications or any history of having done any science at all. And then they put together this version of science that they got initially from a middle school website on how to do a science fair project that says here's the scientific method, and then they took that as dogma, and then took and expanded each step of it to be even more narrowly focused. But no, when scientists evaluate another scientist's publication, they don't pull out a recipe card and say, well, did you follow this step-by-step list? That's not what they do. Because every single experiment and every single scientific endeavor is going to be different from previous ones. And so having a rigid set of dogma isn't it. But if you're going to say there is one thing that is the essence of science, it's that you have a falsifiable hypothesis. So, and I can cite a reference for that. Karl Popper, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, chapters 3 and 4. If you don't want to read the whole book, it's a rather lengthy book. Anyway, we've got Flatzoid here, who's going to ask me some question. But I don't hear any question. I mean, he's in the room here.
McToon.
There we go.
Good to see you.
Okay.
How does it feel to know TFE is backfiring for you guys?
It's not backfiring at all. It's completely destroying Flat Earth.
Oh, really? Have you seen how much Flat Earth channels have popped up and how great they're doing? They're growing exponentially.
Yeah, I don't think you know what exponentially means, Flatsy. Anyway, so what do you got? You got a
And
real
then
question?
Last question I also have for you.
Okay.
Why aren't you just answering me? Did you receive an invite email from Duffy?
Oh, go back to the particular method of invite. So you were invited by having
Can you show me this formal invite, please?
Well, please define formal invite.
Did he email you or not? It's a yes or no question.
Okay. I said if you see Lion, you're out.
I had a simple question. This is why, guys, you
And this is your last chance to stop sea lioning.
I asked him a simple question.
He wouldn't stop sea lioning. So I asked him, he said, did you receive a formal invite? I asked him, what is a formal invite? And he won't define a formal invite. So he was sea lining. You had your chance, Flatsy. You didn't stop sea lioning. I knew you couldn't handle it, but let me give.
That was fast.
Yeah, that was. So here's the answer, Flatsoid. Your email address is not listed on your channel. Flatsoid, how could he have emailed you when your email address isn't listed on your channel? He couldn't.
It doesn't make a difference, though. No one would have picked you, Flatsoid. No, you don't have more credibility in the Flat Earth community than either.
Yeah, I mean,
Witsit
he
or
would have
Jaren.
been number 23 out of 24, and number 24 is ODD TV, who's currently in prison for narcotics.
Oh.
So, but let me. I just really need to press this point in. Will Duffy emailed everybody a personal invite. No idea what formal invite means to you, Flatsoid. You refuse to define it. But he emailed a personal invite, a personal email to everybody who had their email address listed on their YouTube page. Now, since you didn't have that, it was not an option. He could not have done that. Instead, he did it in the video. In the video, everybody was listed, and there were other people who did not have an email address in there either. But some of them, amazing, you're going to be blown away by this, Flatsoid. Some of the other people on the list, even though they did not receive an email, became aware of the fact that they're invited through other means, like people that they know saying, hey, you were invited, what do you think? So anyway, Flatsoid, thank you for being dishonest. 1,200 people just witnessed you being dishonest. So, and I will, I want to make this commitment to you, Flatsoid. If you are too dishonest to define formal invite, you don't get to ask, did you receive a formal invite? You must define the term in order to ask if it's been done. So
this is so weird. It's like, did you think this was going to be like a Sweet 16? That you would go to the airport and show your official invite card to the TFE? Like Flatsoid.
Yeah, did you expect that Will Duffy would be standing outside your place of work? And when you walked outside of work, he'd be standing there with balloons and your mommy over there with the video camera going, oh, let me get some pictures as he gets invited to this. Is that what you thought? Was that your expectation, Flatsoid? No, Flatsoid. What is a formal invite? You won't answer the question. 1,200 people just watched you refuse to answer that question. You are dishonest. It's not a good look for you, but do keep it up. Flat Earthers make Flat Earth look stupid. So.
And now he can't let go. He's there, like,
Yeah. But Flatsoid, how do you think he was supposed to send you an email, Flatsoid? Please answer in the chat here. How was he supposed to send you an email? Could you just show us where on your YouTube page your email address is? It should be easy if it's there, right? Oh dear.
Should be.
It's not.
I don't know.
there.
Maybe Satan removed it.
Satan might have removed it, but let's have a look. Here we go. Just a second. So,
What do you believe?
jeez. All right. So let's see how dishonest Flatsoid is. Here we are.
Flatsoid on your.
Here we go. Here's Flatsoid's channel. Everybody can see it. Here's the more. Uh-oh. Where's your email address, Flatsoid? It's not there, Flatsoid.
On the bottom, you have your Bitcoin address, but you don't have your email.
Yeah, you have. Let's see what you have. You have VPN discount. You're doing some advertising here to make a little money for yourself. Your Twitch address, your Kick address, your Element chat room, how to become a member, donate to your channel on PayPal or on Patreon, or your Element chat room, or your Perspective community chat room, or find your music there, or a radio experience online, or your Bitcoin wallet. But you know what you don't have there, Flatsoid? It's right here for everybody to see. You don't have your email address. So was your email address removed along with the 11 frames you removed, Flatsoid? How do you think Will Duffy was supposed to email you, Flatsoid? How? Just type it in the chat right here, Flatsoid. How was he supposed to get your email address? Because I can tell you, Will asked me, hey, can you get this person's email address? How about this person's email address? And I went to their YouTube channel and I said, oh, here's this person's email address. Here's this person's email address. Where's Flatsoid's email address? It's not there.
It's almost like you're more interested in, money than, for example, what if someone has to correct you on something that you have said wrong? Another flat earther. How like, what? Flatsoid. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I thought that Creator Mix was going to be, I was going to be able to find Flatsoid's music and laugh about it a little bit. But no, it's where he takes revenue, ad-free music, what you call it, royalty-free, sorry. Love it.
All right.
Wait, we talked about video that you said you had downloaded. Was it Whitsitt and Oakley? Do you think we will have enough time for that?
I mean, I got a screenshot already. So he added his email address.
Oh, you're such a weasel.
What a scumball. I already got the screenshot though, Flatsy. I already got the screenshot of your lie exposed in front of 1,200 people. Right? Flatsoid. What a pathetic attempt that was. So sad. I can't believe
Echoing
you
Empire
actually
says busted.
Wow.
That was lame. That was seriously lame. Flats.
He added it so fast he couldn't even spell it right. So wait a second. What did he?
Oh my god!
Did he not get it right?
Like,
hold on.
Seriously, Flat Earth can't catch a break in 2024. We're
No,
lucky there's
it's
just
not.
one more day remaining.
Well, this is right. Gmail.com. So, did he get it wrong and then fix it? Because I don't know. Is his email address different than flatzoid@gmail.com? That's what I have here.
I don't know. We can test it. Let me.
But
take it
yeah,
for a test,
this
test
is
trial.
absolutely priceless. Flatzoid.
Oh, Flats! Like,
I mean, how so embarrassing for you, Flatzoid. You expected him to send you an email address without having your email address available. And when shown that your email address isn't on there, you on the fly change it. And you removed all that other stuff except for your Bitcoin wallet, of course. What? How so sad for you? I mean, like it just there's no words for how he's gone for days leaning into this. I didn't get a formal invite while refusing to define formal invite. Then he's like, well, how come I didn't get an email? I show that he doesn't have his email address listed on his YouTube page. So how could he have received an email invite? He could not have received an email invite. And live on the fly, he goes to add it there as some way to try to cover up. Man, so sad. Yeah.
We should start, I don't know, like a flatter show, because some of these things you couldn't possibly script them this well.
Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, I didn't get an email. Anyway, thank you, Flatzoid, for the amazing failure there. Apparently, that email address was deleted along with the 11 frames. So let me read a few things here. We got Sean says, great channel, for $3 Australian. Thank you for that. Nathan says there's nothing the top flirts can say now that they had a chance to prove the flat earth and refused to participate. Absolutely. Flatzoid was invited. He refused to participate. He could have done a fundraiser, right? In May, when Jaron said, well, maybe I'll go, Flatzoid could have said, hey, let me do a fundraiser. I'd like to go. I did a fundraiser starting in September and I got enough. Maybe you would have. Flatzoid, I probably would have contributed to you. Probably.
You know what?
In fact, I did contribute to Jaron's GoPro fund. I sent him $20. So.
That's because you're likable. Like, no one likes Flatzoid. He wouldn't have gotten
I know.
any money at all.
Been a bit more of an uphill battle, but it would have been fun. I mean, he could have taken the flight from Johannesburg to Sydney, or sorry, Johannesburg to Buenos Aires. Is that the one? I think.
Yes, it's
right?
either Buenos Aires or Santiago. One of
the impossible on flat Earth flight. He could have taken that.
Correct. Yes.
And disproven flat Earth himself with that flight. That would have been fun. But no, he chose not to. Instead, he pretends to be superior because he didn't receive a undefined formal invite, which apparently means an email to an email address which wasn't published. Astro Kate Sathix says, for the moon landings, good people lost their lives in the Apollo program. Moon landing denial is not just a conspiracy theory. It's a disgrace. Yes. Indeed.
She's so cool.
Yes. Icy Spin says we are forgetting that Flatzoid could even just go to the museum down the street to do the pendulum experiment properly, but it's too far. Actually, Flatzoid could go out tomorrow morning and see which direction the sun rises in the morning. He could go and see which direction it sets in the evening.
Right.
From south of the Tropic of Capricorn, where he lives, he has many months of the year where he could test whether or not this map works at all. And if your answer is, I don't have a map, then you lose.
Yeah.
There's 100,000 commercial airline flights every day. They wouldn't take off. They wouldn't take off if they didn't have a map.
Yeah, and what's most irritating about Southern flat earthers is that in this whole debate where a lot of the people are bigger in the spaces are from the north, I've heard Jaron do a stream where he said that 100 kilometers in the south are different than 100 kilometers in the north, which is absolutely ridiculous. And they have to lie so much about the south that it's weird that someone would willingly embrace flat earth from the south. I still can't find the appeal of why would someone do that. So
Shane Eslick said, did anyone dox Flatzoid Live? No, nobody's been doxed. So I don't know, maybe Shane wasn't here for all this. So Flatzoid Flatzoid for days has been claiming that he didn't receive a formal invite to the final experiment without telling anybody what a formal invite was. He then insisted that he be let on here. I sent him the link. He said it didn't work. I sent him the exact same link, and somehow he came on. It was a Flurf can't tech issue. Anyway, and I said, you can come on as long as you don't see Lion. He said, I didn't get a formal invite. I said, what is a formal invite? He refused to answer. So booted him. Anyway, then I went to his, I said the reason why he didn't receive an email, which seems to be his definition of formal invite, is because his email address isn't listed on his YouTube page. I pulled up his YouTube page. It's not there. Live, while I'm looking at it, he updates his YouTube page to add his email address as a cover up. I got screenshots though. So Flatzoid, your screenshots are your...
we were reading it from the stream. Like, embarrassing.
Yeah. All right, it's in the Flatzoid folder. Let me grab the... There we go. Email
immortalized.
Address. All right, there it is. It's in the folder. And shortly will be backed up to Dropbox. UK PI says, must have been amazing to go once in a lifetime. It was amazing. And I thank you very much to everybody. And in fact, the outro song is the Christmas song that I use. I updated it today to be it's got all of the over 500 people that contributed. So when I play the outro, you'll get that. Actually, that reminds me, I need to add the correct file. Give me a second here.
No problem.
Because I created it today. There it is. But I didn't yet edit.
Brenda says, a formal invitation must be sealed in red wax with your Lord's signet ring. Love that.
Of course.
Yes.
All right. We got Facty says, was anyone wearing a chicken suit to protect them from the radiation? No, in fact, there wasn't. And so I don't know how we were protected. But I will be sure to think about having a chicken suit to protect myself from the radiation in Tahoe when we go there. Janusz Takas says, ooh, the sunspot time lapse will be epic. It absolutely is really cool to see the sun rotating. It's 24 hours. So over the course of 24 hours, the sun rotates a bit, not a lot, but you can see the sunspot on the edge going away. So
I think we do you feel like we broke Nico today? Because I think like he didn't have any answers.
So many non-answers, right? Over and over. He actually claimed that this works. It's like
yes.
It's like a Flatty that claims that this works is like, they just got out of, the introductory brochure from Flat Earth. So
yes. Just the denial portion of the grief.
Steps. I mean, nothing works. King Ed the Fifth says Relic is Freebird's sock account that you banned. Yeah. So Freebird is obviously a Poe. I mean, like said that I debated and then that claiming that I paid him to hide the, and then I'm like, I'll pay you to publish it, $100 to publish it, right? He doesn't have it. It doesn't exist. And his answer was, I don't accept dollars as currency. So I said, okay, what currency do you think I paid you in to not show it? And his answer was, I need to go pick up my mother-in-law at the grocery store and then go to the homeless shelter. Yes. David Villar says, Relic is a sovereign citizen. They don't use currency. We need Team Skeptic now to help us solve this mystery. El Guignolo says, let's do it again. Flurf NASA is NAHA, N-A-H-A. There we go.
Yes.
I got it. Tyler Carr says, any chance of a TFE debrief with Jaren? I hope so. Jaren is doing what he's doing right now, and I'll, give him time. And if he comes back and says, I'm out, see y'all, then no. And if he comes back and says, well, I'm going to keep making content, then probably. So, Lower Deck says, Austin also implied Team Globe influenced Jonathan since you all arrived a day before him and Jaren. Probably. Do flat earthers need to be constantly indoctrinated by their echo chamber in order to remain flat earthers? That's a very sad admission if that's the case. Wow. I mean, what is Austin? If that's what Austin is accusing, that's a right. You need the constant indoctrination. That's cult 101.
Yeah.
Isolate them. Don't let them have any other outside influence. Seriously.
And repetition of the precepts of the cult, and that's it.
Absolutely. So, Silent Dave is a new member at Newton. So is F. Grood. Thank you very much for both of you. And then F. Grood comes in with a €20 super chat, says, I'm so glad Witsit went to Antarctica, not because he deserved it or because it would change his mind, but because it was a hassle for him. Made me happy. He has whined quite a bit about that. It was so long. True. He had to pay some of his own money.
Yes.
He actually complained about the food in Antarctica. It was amazing food. It was amazing food.
Oh, don't tell me that he eats hot dogs and fries.
I don't know. I don't know how you could think that was not good food. It was
not that it's any kind of an excuse, right? But in the middle of godforsaken land.
Yeah, right? Think about this. Wherever you go, you go somewhere where there's mountains. And you look at those mountains and you know what you see? You see vegetation, trees, plants. You see animals, bugs, insects, dirt. All of that you see on mountains. In Antarctica, you look at the mountains. You don't see plants. You don't see trees. You don't see animals. You don't see insects. There's not even dirt. It's just rock and snow. That's the only thing there. And then you go inside this warm tent and you go to the end and there's a buffet style meal that was cooked by top-notch chefs. And it's labeled vegan, soy-free, gluten-free, dairy-free, all of those things that everybody, right? Not everybody, not me, I'll eat whatever, care about. Yes, all of that. Do you need dairy-free stuff? You have multiple options.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was really good. All right, Icy Spin says, couldn't help myself and then sent this, which is Clown Nico caught preaching about flat Earth.
Yes.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. AI is not very good at drawing hands. So if you look at the right index finger is a little mangled, and the other hand underneath is he flashing a Mason sign? Nico, why are you flashing a Mason sign?
He's going like the gang sign, West Side. Yeah, he's a creep or a walk. Something.
I don't know. Thank you, Icy Spin. 78 Mitsu says, I'm in for a hundo if the cat debates Nico. If the cat.
Yes. Any cats? Which one? There's been a couple.
Oh my gosh. Steve Ravel says, I sent the Sun photos, need to change the format. So did you send them to sun@mctoon.net? Because we've got What's Up has been doing a great job putting all those on. If you go to flurf.info and you can get the sunspot pictures, all of those have been done by Peter Markley and Dora Nku help What's Up get started, but What's Up has been doing a fantastic job of getting all of those in there. So thank you very much to What's Up. Okay. So anyway, so Steve Ravel, yes. I hope it was sent there because I don't see it in my regular inbox. So it'll wind up on the site. What were you saying, Max?
I was just thinking that the times that we live in which we can coordinate to take pictures of the sun at the same time, halfway across the globe, and then upload them to a database where we can all collaborate and work with the data and play around with the pictures and that stuff. Like, this is a fantastic time. And Flurf are stuck is like, but my earth is flat.
Yeah.
You don't need a punchline for the joke. The joke just tells itself.
Yeah. Jay Donashi says Eric Dubay should have little children there to translate stupid stuff when he's talking about stuff in Antarctica. Kids like shadows changed size when walking and hard snow. There's no footprints. Kids know this. Yeah. Like the shadow thing. It's like these, seriously, like we joke about flat earthers not being allowed outside because their mommies won't let them outside.
Yes.
But it's 100% true. Go outside, get permission from your mommy, go outside and look. Have somebody walk around you. The shadows do that. It's normal. And they're like, that's totally fake. It's absolutely normal. If you were allowed outside, you wouldn't be baffled by this. But they're baffled by it. Then you have people that have never walked around on groomed snow. Now, I get this. This is a more rare occurrence. But if you've ever, in Minnesota, the ski hills, they use, they make the snow because there isn't always enough snow that comes in flakes. So they make the snow by blowing water into the air in droplets, and they don't freeze into snowflakes. They freeze into ice crystals, which is what we have in Antarctica. And then you drive over that with the snow groomer and you get this crust on the top. And so if you've ever walked on a snow hill in Minnesota, I have, you'll see that that's exactly what we saw there. You get this hard crust on the top, and if you don't break through, then you hardly disturb the surface.
The funniest thing is I've never seen the snow, and I understand this, and I've never felt the snow. Like, I've never seen it so far yet.
You've never seen snow?
No.
That's crazy.
Yes, it doesn't snow here. I've never felt an earthquake either. Or,
I've never felt an earthquake.
Seen a hurricane.
Have you been in the vicinity of a tornado?
No.
Wow.
No, I think I would be terrified.
They are terrifying because unlike a hurricane, they come quick. Hurricane, you have days notice. Tornado, you have minutes notice.
Oh.
If that. Right? If you, in the United States, we have a good warning system. And so the sirens go off, like, get in the basement. But
yeah,
I don't know how, I don't know. Are tornadoes not a thing in Uruguay?
No.
So,
no, we're super lucky here with nothing happens here. At most, we might get a couple of flash floods per year in the rainiest days of the year and nothing else. We're super lucky.
All right. Sounds like a great place to visit.
Oh, it is, yes.
Yanush Taka says, because you're syncing the proxy clips too, check DM. Yes, I know I'm syncing the proxy clips. So for reference, the both the GoPro, or sort of the DJI Action Cam, and the Insta360 create low-res videos, LRV files. And so like if you view on the, where's the camera? Oh, it's in the, if you view on the little screen, the video that you took of a on the action cam, it plays the LRV file, which is a low res version of the video instead of the full size one. Similarly, on the action cam, if you go and you view the video that you just recorded, internally you have the LRV, the low res video, and the larger file. And when you download them from the memory card, you get both. So I have the 16 gig INSV file and the 1 point something gig LRV file. And so Yanush is telling me that I'm syncing them both. And I know I'm syncing them both. So I don't know if I want to just delete the LRV files or not. For the time being, I'm going to keep them. I may just ditch them in the future because I know that I probably don't need them. So the ones for the action cam, I did delete. So Baux1 says dyslexic priests hate Santa. Melodic Lyrics says I've got it. This is in response to my email thing. Says that's why Jaren. Oh no, that's a different thing. I've got it. That's why Jaren brought the weed. It was used to summon Satan. That's why they call it the devil's lettuce.
True.
Douglas for $2 says thanks for the streams. You're welcome. Thank you for the super chat. 3 Ron says just got home. Why did you start this 3 hours ago? I didn't. I started it 5 hours ago. Marcus Leach says has a Flurf ever read a scientific paper? No. Yes, they have. B, understood it.
No.
There's the rub. Bonus points for writing a scientific paper that gets accepted by a journal. No, that hasn't happened.
No way.
But so Whitsitt and the other guys that he hangs around with, the Aether Cosmology guys, they do read scientific papers, though they do prefer to read fringe papers by people that that really aren't really getting things straight and don't have confirmed evidence and things like that. But yes, they do.
Right. The problem is that is who, because I mean, we all know Whitsitt just lies about the Mickelson Morley, right? But did he read to get towards that conclusion, or did he get it like pre-digested from someone else?
Yeah,
I suspect the second.
It's the same process. Start with a conclusion. Look for things that sort of maybe but not really support it. Ignore disconfirming evidence and then declare that their pre-selected conclusion was undeniably proven. So Whitsitt goes on and on claiming that Earth has been proven to not move. Well, how was that? Well, Mickelson Morley, Aries failure. Well, how is that? Well, all of those require the assumption of the ether, which he says is not science. It is not possible to have evidence for ether. So why does he think it exists? Blind faith. That's it.
Yeah.
And he has said when pressed by Oakley that it's not science. So it's not a...
Yes. And he's also described it. I have that engraved on my head. It is an immaterial medium of pure potential. It can be measured or verified or something else. Like he says there intrinsically. He's like, dude, those words, none of that made any kind of sense.
Yeah. Zerzuz says Whitsitt said he knows the luminaries using kinematics and they can be easily explained, but now he claims he does not know what the luminaries in the sky do.
Oh, yeah.
Since
Whitsitt can keep track of his statements.
Yeah, it's fluid. That's the thing. If he was wrong about the 24-hour sun, why would he be confident still in his ability to determine other things? He should be unconfident in his ability to determine these other things, and instead back up and say, hold on a second. I was wrong about that. Maybe all these other things that I got from the same sources are also wrong. Because the interesting thing, and I tried to ask Jaron about this when we were in Santiago. So, flat earthers, their claims about about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I think they all stem back to Dubé, because Dubé came out with that early, and he came out with that, I think in 2014 or very early 2015 when he's made those claims about Antarctica. It might have been in the 200 proofs. I'm not sure if it's in there or not. But that was very early on. And so he was the one that first put that out there, and then everybody parroted him. So all the flat earthers that said what they said about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica got it by parroting somebody who parroted somebody who parroted somebody who parroted Dubé, who was parroting Gleason and Carpenter.
Right, yeah.
So they are super easily indoctrinated. And so a person who's conscious of that would say, hold on a second, where was that information from, and try to track it down? Whereas these other pieces of information that I got, were they also from similar sources, and are they also similarly reliable or unreliable? They should self-evaluate and say, I need to look up those things.
Yes.
Right? So.
Yeah, but the introspection, function doesn't come with, FLIR standard software.
No. Yeah, introspection nobody wants to do it. Right?
No one likes flat earthers. They don't even want to talk to themselves.
Yeah. Mark Van Wisco says that the gaslighting on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica has been amazing to watch. It has been. Yeah. All right. Ramshot Rowdy for $42 says the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything coincidentally was for $42. Thank you so much for that. I don't have a bookshelf behind me anymore. It's coming. But I do have all 6 books in the trilogy. And for reference, behind me, I'll get a little... Behind me, I've been working on what will replace the behind me. I was in the garage yesterday and the day before, prepping it. It's coming.
Oh boy, you haven't stayed still for crowdfunded for the trip, went on the trip, came back, and now you never stop.
Well, yeah, when my wife mentioned that yesterday, she's like, you just got back and now you're putting all this time into working on that. I'm like, okay.
Yes.
Like, I'll come inside. So, yeah, I was going to go, they went sledding today, or tubing at a tubing hill nearby. And I was going to go, but then I had some work stuff I had to do. So couldn't make it. So yeah, the Saturn V model right there. Mark Wisco says he likes it. Yeah, that's actually Lego. KS USA 1933 says, what do you think about the improved force align with auto level and pipes? Well, if you use an auto level, then you're using optics. You might as well not build a physical structure if you're going to just use optics. Just set up a something at a certain elevation above water at 2 spots and look through the auto level to see if it matches flat earth or globe. If you're going to do it optically, the whole point of the force align is to not have something optical, to avoid the issues that you get with optical, right? Well, how are you going to make that perfectly straight non-optically? The answer is you're not. You have to go to optical. So, anyway, CJ Lamoureux gifted 1 membership. Thank you for that. Digital Demonic Davros for 5 Australians says, let go of your feelings, Austin. You know it to be true. I'm hearing electric universe being melded with geocentric. Shallow Earth is all-encompassing. Oh, sweet. Vern says, both Whitsitt and Jaron might want to revisit Mary Shelley's epic literary masterpiece. It seems rather poignant at this moment of their lives. Are you getting that reference? Because I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Frankenstein's monster. I had to look it up.
Right. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
DC says, can you please address the fact that the patent was for a piece of lab equipment that's only replicates the sun's brightness in a 10 by 10 area? Well, I mean, there's that too. I just went right for the jugular and I showed a picture of the sun that we actually took, right? If it was a sun simulator, it wouldn't look just like the sun, right? Every sun simulator, they're like, here, it's a bunch of light bulbs. Whoop-de-doo. A bunch of light bulbs don't look like that.
I do like kind of going with even when they present like stupidly ridiculous arguments. Sometimes I do like going, okay, let me grant it for you. Let me grant it to you for a second.
Yeah.
And then show up the problems of the logical conclusion of the dumb shit they say. I think that's a good strategy sometimes.
Yeah. It does, put on the hat. Let's go down that road. Like when Whitsitt used to bring up, he stopped because it didn't work. He used to bring up this paper written by somebody that talked about the underlying cause of gravity being electrical. And he had a kind of poorly written thing about it. But then he's like, and antimatter will then be repulsed by matter. Right, what was in there? Anyway, he's like, it's just a paper, and I don't think he understands that when you do a paper that's purely hypothetical, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a proposal. You need to then go and do the experiment. And he's like, this is what your mainstream science says. I'm like, okay, let's put on the hat, put on the accept that paper as true. Well, accepting that paper for true. Mass still attracts mass. It's just caused by a different underlying mechanism. And if mass attracts mass, it would collapse the flat Earth into a sphere. It didn't help you. So.
Pesky science never wants to collaborate.
Say that again?
A pesky science never wants to collaborate with flat Earth.
No. So pesky. Vern C says, Master Tang, pay no attention to wimp low. We purposefully trained him wrong as a joke. Oh, that's from, is that from Panda? I'm tired. Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah,
Kung Fu Panda. Yes. Sable Klaus for 14 ZARs, which I believe is a South American currency. Nico, go find a real job, bro. Thank you for that. 3 Ron says, Nico just can't stop lying. He is less than garbage.
Oh, yeah.
He just couldn't stop. And I mean, he didn't want to get pressed into, because he said he couldn't go back to Antarctica next year, because by next year the tribulation will come.
Ridiculous. Like,
that's a commitment to a specific time frame.
Yeah. And I didn't get to ask him. You asked him, what if it doesn't happen?
Yeah.
But I didn't get to ask him. I wanted to go like deeper into that, because the more you let him talk on the specifics of that, which, even though they are allegorical, they are very, like, the language is quite clear in the Bible when it comes to Revelation.
Yeah.
And the reality is that I don't mean to sound mean, but Christians have been waiting for the rapture for 2,000 years. So, like,
well, yeah,
all the time has been the time of the rapture since that time.
There's a Wikipedia page. I love looking at it. That is a list of the false and apocalyptic claims.
Yeah.
List of dates predicted for apocalyptic events. There it is. There you go. We got a Flatty in the chat here that says, let's see, poor guy. Westward says, 24-hour sun doesn't prove anything one way or another. It does not prove the globe, nor does the lack of one prove flat earth. However, simple-minded people would fake it because they think it. So it wasn't faked. And so Flatties tend to agree that proof exists in science, but they can't actually give the formula for which something is proven. But anyway, Westward, just for clarity, in science, there's no such thing truly as proof. There's evidence for things, and so you have confirming evidence. And so when you have a large amount of confirming evidence, then you have a large amount of confirmation that something's correct. And in science, there is such thing as falsification. And so a 24-hour sun in Antarctica falsifies flat Earth, falsifies this. You don't have any other options, right? This is the only map that is possible for flat Earth. That's it. Because if you don't have Antarctica as the ring around the outside, where's the outside? Right? You're going to reverse it and put Antarctica in the middle and the North Pole on the outside? Well, it's just water. Well, there's no edge anywhere.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? What happens there? Of course, people fly over the North Pole all the time. It's regular. So then what? Are you going to go with a rectangular map of some sort? We have teleporting on either side. What about the up and down? That doesn't work. So
Geo showed you one of those that was guiding force, and you were like, "Oh, I love all the Pac-Manning here on the side."
Yeah. So the Pac-Manning is so anyway. So a 24-hour sun doesn't prove anything. Of course, you've nailed it. Science doesn't claim anything as proof. Everything has the door open to be falsified. That's the beauty about science. It's not in its essence, and you'll find scientists that don't agree with this, and they get a little too uppity about themselves. Science doesn't ever get to say it's settled. So if you ever find somebody that says the science is settled, check to see if they're selling a book. They're probably selling a book and they're using.
Or they have some sort of fake flat Earth university.
Well, I mean, or they might be a politician. They might be running for office. They might be trying to push some particular policy. Right? It doesn't matter what side of any political spectrum you're on. If somebody's saying the science is settled, look out.
Westward is saying that they have. You're simple-minded if you think that the only sun path for flat Earth is a horizontal circle. I have an unfinished model in my description page. It's been there, I'm guessing.
An unfinished model. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in unfinished models. Here's what I'm interested in, Westward. Just to be clear, the model that works for the 100,000 commercial plane flights that happen every day. If you don't have that, you don't get to sit at the table with the big boys. So your unfinished model,
seasons and everything at the same time explains everything.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do better than the globe, or at least on par with it, right? So if you can't do flights, you can't do long-range navigation. You can't explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't explain the 24-hour sun in the north at the North Pole. You can't explain the 24-hour moon in the north and south. You can't explain how people can be on opposite sides of the moon. This ends it. This ends all flat Earth. I'll just tell you, Westward, right? This ends it. Here's the moon, right here. Okay, you see that? There's a lot of junk on here. So here's the moon, you see? Okay. So here's, and now you have a person here in South America, and they look to the moon and they see this side of the moon. Okay. And now you have somebody up here, say in Alaska, and they look here and they see this side of the moon. They see the other side of the moon from each other, right? And it doesn't matter what map you have. Okay. Any map that you have, you can look at it and you say, okay, well, the moon can exist on both sides of an observer simultaneously, and they can take pictures of it and look at it and see the same face of the moon. That doesn't happen, right? In reality, they see the same face. But on every single flat Earth example that you might possibly consider, the moon, you have to have people on opposite sides of it. It doesn't work. So good luck. Good luck, Westward, with your unfinished model. I'm already unimpressed and I haven't looked at it. Seriously. So many defeaters, so many falsifiers. Who Nomat says, I'm sure the space Nazis from the dark side of the moon had something to do with it.
Yes.
Oh, it's the space Nazis.
Definitely, 100%.
Shane Eslick had the $5 super chat for Mrs. Toon. I've already sent the $10 to her. So, Peachy Tony said, we share the common purse. Like she works hard. She earns everything. She's awesome. She teaches. She's a teacher. She does so much. So, and I'm not saying this because she's watching. I'm pretty sure she's asleep by now. PT Tony says multiverse theory suggests there's very likely a universe in which Nico is worth talking to, but I can't say with absolute certainty. But I can say with absolute certainty it's not this one.
I mean, they tried, but it couldn't be done. It just it broke the universe. So all right, it's just that it doesn't exist.
All right, Generally Shady. Here's let me recommend this to you because Generally Shady's getting tired with Andrew Mark. Block him so you don't see him. It's okay.
Yeah.
So you don't see Andrew Mark, right? I want to really make this right here. The absolute stupidity that Andrew Mark is putting on display. This right here. This is where I want it. Andrew Mark, keep being a sea lion. It shows how dishonest you are. Just keep going.
He just said whirlpools and electromagnetism from the sun and moon. I told you, General Shady, and then insults him.
That doesn't work.
That's golden.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Westward thinks that I'm simple-minded. Does your model explain the moon? If it doesn't, I'm way smarter than you.
Yes.
Baba Ali says sea lion. Okay, sea lioning is when you ask a question in not good faith, right? How does this work? And then you're told how it works, and then you reject the answer, right? If you want to know the answer to something, you signal that you want to know the answer to something by asking the question. And then when you receive the correct answer to that, an honest person accepts that answer. A sea lion rejects that answer, moves the goalpost, and does another tack, another angle at it, right? So that's what sea lioning is. Andrew Mark says, Shady times me out, can't handle the truth.
Oh.
But did it hurt you in the feels?
Andrew. Andrew, you can handle the truth, evidenced by the fact that you got all the info to get here on stage, and you chose to stay in the comfort of the side chat. So,
yeah, Andrew, you could come up to the big stage here.
Yes.
Yeah. And if today's not the day, maybe Friday's the day.
Yeah.
Could be Friday.
Maybe next year.
Yeah. And same with Westward. If you want, you could bring your unfinished model that explains how the moon can be seen by different observers at different locations simultaneously, yet they see the same face. I don't know how that works.
Westward, just a few minutes ago, a couple of messages ago, just changed from having a video in their channel. Now they don't have a video. It's the description of their channel is their description of how the sun works on a flat earth. Would you like me to read it to you?
You have it handy. Okay.
I have it pulled up, ready to go.
I would love to hear it.
Right. So he has a picture of a slinky. Follow the slinky with your finger. Start on one end, going clockwise. When you get to the other end, your finger will be going counterclockwise. Also notice that the slinky sits on a level surface, and upper portions of the slinky threads are moving from east to west. The scarab in my picture, because he has an Egyptian scarab for some reason, is the same. But you're looking at it from top down cross-cut. Our individual vortices are linear, vertical, like a coin on its edge. And we reside right above the inner donut. This is great. Love this. Makes zero sense.
Yeah.
We have a second short part more. We move within our vortex. The vortex does not move with us. This is the basic sun path for each person individually. And then just says some random, less interesting stuff.
I'm more curious about the Arctic than I am the Antarctic. Well, you can go there. There's an annual marathon around the pole. You could fly over it. There are flights from the United States to the Middle East that go right over the pole. You could watch it from an airplane. If you want, you could even potentially drive there from northern Canada or Greenland at the right time of year. There's so many options if you wanted to go to the North Pole. I'm sure that your curiosity of it will dry up as soon as I mention that you could go check it out yourself.
Oh, yes, this eternal thirst for, knowledge. I'm sure you won't be able to sleep.
Yeah. The sun's path is individual. And a claim, and its complexity is what caused astronomers long ago to create a simplified imaginary mean sun. The thing is, though, of course, that the sun's path 100% is explained by the globe. Your incomplete model is vague and useless, whereas VSOP 87 plots the position of the sun, Earth, moon, and planets for 6,000 years accurately.
Not to mention, Occam's razor goes way the hell off. Like it gets obliterated if you have to assume 8 billion individual suns. I mean, that doesn't seem like the most optimal of choices to me.
The thing that people often miss about Occam's razor is they like to say, well, whichever has the least assumptions is best. There's one more little thing that they're missing. Amongst equally valid options, the one with the least assumptions is best. So equally valid to the globe, which has 6,000 years of the position of the Earth, Moon, Sun, and planets plotted out correctly, versus it's a slinky that you trace your finger on, and one way you're going clockwise and in the other way you're going counterclockwise. That versus 6,000 years of accurate positioning of the sun, they're not equal models. You don't get to Occam's razor yet.
Oh, yeah.
Shane Eslick says, gotta go feed the baby magpie. Interesting. That's what's really... If ever somebody brings up Occam's razor, make sure you just go find the quote. Equally valid. So it's not equally valid if it doesn't produce the same predictions.
Right.
Yes.
So
this isn't equally valid because the globe makes a prediction of this angle, and this is the angle that's observed. Flat Earth makes a prediction of this angle, and that's not observed. They're not equally valid. So Witsit loves to cite Occam's razor, but never mentions the equally valid part. All right.
He's saying, Westward is saying, we see the sun and moon individually. Azimuth readings do not align to a common source. So, like, okay.
But they do.
He's parroting QFE and Jake the asshole, who
but
say that they did the tracking and it tracks out to like 8 billion individual suns.
I see.
Which is wrong. They did the math wrong.
Yeah, he's obviously wrong. So, be better than that. You need to actually, and then okay, fine. If you think that's the case, show the correct one, right? You need to be equally valid. You have nothing so far. Saying it's like a slinky. That's not an answer. That's not a thing, right? We can't go and take that and say, okay, well, what is the azimuth angle that we predict on your slinky? Nothing. You don't have anything. Thank you for no thank you. No thank you at all. You don't get to sit at the big boy table. You're not tall enough to ride. All right, Sable Klaus says not much, but let's send Nico to Antarctica.
Yes.
I don't think he wants to go. I think if he were to receive an all expense paid trip, he would not go. He would find a reason to not go.
Probably not. Yeah, I think you're right.
Because before he goes, of course, the end, the tribulation is going to come, so he wouldn't want to do that. Juan Pablo,
it's like flat soil. They are not interested in truth.
No,
and I would think that they would be the worst cases of people going there and just saying whatever random stuff to try and save face when it doesn't go his way, like literally, and try anything to try and save it, but it won't happen.
I can't imagine if Flatzoid was there, right? Because Austin said, yep, there's a 24-hour sun. Flatzoid probably would have denied it because he just denies things blatantly in real life. Like he denies that the sun sets south of due east. or due west.
He denies that optical is physical.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one always gets me in the feels. Whenever I'm feeling like sad or, with self-doubt, image problems, whatever, I always remember that Flatzoid thinks that optical is not physical, and that always cheers me up.
Yeah. Juan Pablo Lomelli to, am I pronouncing that last name correctly? Lomeli?
Yes, you pronounce the name. You butchered the name a little bit because it's Juan, but I don't think you can do the J like that.
Juan.
Yeah.
Juan
Perfect.
Pablo Lomelli?
Yep.
All right. For 20 Mexican pesos says, stop embarrassing yourself, Nico. Take your meds. JSS Tiger says, is Bible on point saying Earth has 4 corners?
Oh, yeah.
It's the cherry picking. Dr. Heckle, who has a picture of Witzett's booking photo, says, leave the echo on so Nico can hear how dummy is twice as loud. Nico, King Tard of Tardia.
Yes, that lost civilization were the Tardareans. Because this is crazy.
William Oberg says, for $10, you can be dishonest or you can go see the sun. Get real.
Yes. But Satan, I'm afraid. But even then, even if you're afraid of Satan, but you think you have the protection of God, then you should be fine, shouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, anybody that's... Right? Like when Dearth was like, I don't know, they're demons. Like, so what? Are you that scared? Is your God that pathetic?
Right.
Can't protect
You're
you
supposed
from...
to be able to face them.
Yeah.
Invoke God, invoke Jesus. Pray for courage. Maybe that works.
Yeah. The Antarctic Express for $10 says, kudos to Mrs. Toon for so patiently putting up with us 13-year-olds.
Yes. And not everyone would lend us their husband. I think you should be commended for that.
Yes. Todd's Tech Tales for $5 says, I'm more worried about 667, the neighbor of the beast. He never returns my power tools. Pure evil. Oh my gosh. Oh, is Andrew Mark being dumb about motion? Let me see. There you go. Yep, he is. Andrew Mark says, King, do you feel like you are spinning? Andrew Mark, this is embarrassing for you. What part of the human anatomy do you expect would feel? Just name the part of the human anatomy that would feel the constant angular velocity of the Earth. Right. Max, do you know?
Yes, the appendix. That's why they removed them so that people do not get in tune to the fact that they're not moving. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, actually, the reality is that the angular motion of the Earth is something that can be measured, and it's measured in a variation of the centrifugal acceleration. And in fact, that is one of the tests we did in Antarctica. So Rennie, Critical Think, brought with him 3 very precise scales that he had calibrated in Brisbane. And one of them he left with me for me to test. I haven't yet done that. I still need to do that. I need to go get a scale because a level that's more precise than what I have, because it needs to be precise enough or level enough so that it doesn't offset. Anyway, you do measure the variation in downward acceleration with a scale. Our anatomy lacks the ability to sense that small of a variation because it's 0.03 meters per second squared at the pole versus at the equator. According to the globe, that's a very small amount. It's enough for a scale to measure, but not enough for a human to feel, compared to the 9.8 meters per second squared. In fact, taking a large dump will vary your weight by more than that.
Yes. And, humans having that really kind of bad disadvantage of being made out of like meat and goop and fluids and not being a machine. That we suffer from that. I know.
It's a small amount, can be measured, has been measured. So Andrew, Mark,
I've been going to try to put their arguments, towards the logical conclusion. So this tells me that this person has never been in like a really fast car, because I've driven a motorbike at 110 kilometers per hour, which is kind of a mid-range motorbike.
Yeah, just over 65 miles an hour.
You don't feel that just because you know where you're going. If you go on like the road and you get a nice patch of road, you don't feel that you're going any kind of speed. You're going fast because you have maybe a wind on your face, something like that.
Yeah.
Some other indicators external to you just moving. And in cars, it's even crazier. You can go like 300 kph in a Formula One car, and you don't feel like...
Well, I took 9 airplane rides between to get down to Antarctica and back.
Yes.
And you can't feel that motion. In fact, I took video of I have it's in my wallet. Where's my wallet? There it is. Here's my wallet.
Where?
Let me
there.
hold
Okay.
on. What camera? Am I still showing my upper camera to you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in my wallet right
It's
there
okay.
is a coin. You see that coin? I grabbed that coin. On the airplane multiple times, I got this coin out. I set it on my tray. Like that. You can't even see it. It's right there. I set it on my tray and I got a recording of it sitting there. And then I turned it so you could see out the window. And then back to the coin here. The coin didn't feel the motion of the airplane. If the coin didn't feel the 500 mile an hour motion of the airplane, why would you think you would feel the 1,000 mile an hour motion of the Earth? We lack the ability. We lack the ability to feel constant motion.
Yes. And not only that, it's like I have a couple of. Am I sharing my screen to you? Did that go through?
You're not, but you can.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Screen 3 share. There we go. You can see that now, right?
It's coming up. There we go.
Okay. And I don't remember who sent me this one, but you can see, the coin.
Yep.
And you
on
can
a
see
train.
Stuff going on a train.
Yeah.
Yes. And now it goes back to the coin. And now we get a little bit of a sneak preview of the speed of the train. 348 kph.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And then I also have this one. Because it's not only that we don't get to feel some types of movement, but some other kinds of movement generate stuff like this. So no one is holding like a plastic cup and it's not moving. It's just staying there. And it's one of those, playing. It always throws them for a loop, more than one motion at the same time.
Yeah, they don't understand. Ooh, my bandwidth was going weird. Still is. I wonder if people are going to say that it's lagging. Yeah, it went down to 2,000 from my normal 6,000 kilobits.
Weird. The stream buffer just a tad, but it seems to be going
we've got Globy Tuga says, would you accept to participate in a Brazilian Globers live stream to debunk the Brazilian flirfs? I can't speak Portuguese, but I certainly would if that can be dealt with.
I don't speak Portuguese, but eu puedo mentir un pouquinho.
Yeah, I think I suspect that Uruguayan Spanish is close enough to Brazilian Portuguese that you can get along, right?
Yeah, and we are so close that we're meeting people from Brazil, so I can communicate with a person from Brazil, just not as easily as if I spoke Portuguese, but we can understand each other.
Yeah. All right, let me keep going here. We've got Meet Joe Maker says, so does the Bible only predict Armageddon based on stuff that happens in the USA? Apparently, that's it. And apparently, of all of the multiple times that Armageddon has been predicted, Nico is the one who got it right. Until he doesn't.
It's even worse.
Until he doesn't.
I'm sorry to burst the bubble here, but it's even worse. Because it's not even the US. It's Canada.
Well, let's say he talked about the Pope, who's not in the US. He talked about CERN, not in the US.
Yes. True.
But yeah, he's still looking at a pretty narrow swath, and of course he's using his his very narrow interpretation of the Bible.
Yes.
To talk about the shape of the earth. I mean, it's so dishonest. Randall Chase says, Nico, it's revelation, not revelations. Wrong again. That's a pretty common thing by people that don't know the Bible. Real Cygnus says, $2 for Mrs. Toon for allowing this buffoonery. I'll be sure to give that to her. Icy Spin says, Mrs. Toon, Mike deals with this nightly. Fun, right? She deals with me nightly. Which is probably worse. Alyssum says, so much for being Christian, Nico. Remind me, what does the Bible say about bearing false witness? You should probably go reflect and repent. True. That's what all these religious flatties are like. They're so toxic and horrible. This morning, several of them were messaging me, and I'm like, why are you all so evil? These religious flat earthers are the worst.
I tried to come up with a reason why that happens, but I've always come up blank. Because for people who claim to be, religious and the Bible and this and that, they seem to forget a lot of the lessons, of the more important lessons that I would say, of treating each other nicely and getting humanity through and that kind of stuff. That all of those messages seems to go. It's like, if you don't think the way I think, then that's the more of the nasty side of religion, right? The more of the ancient side.
Well, when you look at what happened, the interaction between Jesus and the leaders of the day, they didn't get along, right? There's a lot of headbutting there. And it was the non-religious leaders that he got along with. So the religious leaders brought the sinner to him so that he might, condemn the sinner. And instead, Jesus treated her nicely.
Right. Yes.
And the religious leaders, the ones that are highly judgmental, they didn't like that. So.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me, I have a clip from Dearth, but let me catch up on the super chats here. The Antarctic Express says, would this religious flirt call a bear to maul a bunch of children who called him Baldy, and then references 2 Kings 2:23-24, which says, "From there Elisha went up to Bethel, and he was walking along the road. Some boys came out of the town and jeered at him. 'Get out of here, Baldy.'"
Yes.
They said, "Get out of here, Baldy." He turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys.
I mean, yes. Who wouldn't? If I had that kind of power when people called me Bold, I mean, people would be dying left and right, mauled by bears that I make appear with my magic power.
Are there a lot of bears in Uruguay?
No, there's no, like literally 0. I have to, it would be a really huge miracle because I have to make them appear.
That would be quite something.
Yes.
But we found out, I think when he was on with Craig, that Nico might have an issue with hair. He wouldn't take off his hat.
Yes.
Like, if he has hair, then why was he hesitant to take off his hat? I didn't get that.
You could see he had, the way, like he had kind of a shaved head with the, the machine. But I think that the problem is that not everyone has the scalp to pull off bald.
Yeah.
It's like any other thing. Like not everyone can pull off X. So maybe he has an ugly melon shape.
Maybe it's shaped like Klingon.
Yeah. Who knows?
I find it interesting, like people trying to like scrape by to just hold on to like their 4 years or 10 years beyond the scraping by on the baldness. But like, just shave it all. Like you look, you look tougher completely bald than with the Olympic wreath around the back.
My brother has kind of the same sort of hair structure that I have, and he's 2 years younger than me, and he's still doing the comb over from the back to the front. And my dad, myself, and my brother, all 3 have the exact same shape of hair, and he still goes for the comb over. It looks ridiculous.
When I was in college, there was some faculty. I never had a class with the guy or anything, so I don't know what he did, but he had the comb over, but he didn't get his hair cut often enough. So it'd be combed over and like glued to his head, and you could see he used a comb, like literally a comb, and you could see the lines, and then it would come up and it'd get up to his eyebrows, and then it would curl up. He had this curl up here, and then like greased back lines over the top.
Oh wow!
I'm like, it's not working. It's not. It was bad news. Maverick says you can literally see the other planets rotate with a powerful telescope. You can also download data straight from satellites with home-built antennae. Yes.
Yep.
But Nico is uncurious about things. He just wants the one thing that he has decided to be true, and he doesn't need or want to potentially falsify that. Vern C for 5 Canadian says, "Wimp low. Ha! Face to foot style. How do you like it?" More Kung Fu Panda. Love that. The grumpy old mechanic says St. Augustine called people like Nico reckless and incompetent expounders of Holy Scripture. Yeah, St. Augustine didn't have kind words for that kind of stuff. Icy Spin says it's almost as good as the CMB prediction. Almost. What was that about?
When you were talking about the prediction for the sundial.
Oh.
Yeah, stuff that only works on a globe. I think that's when I saw Icy Spin send that one.
It is this here, I mean, this Janusz put this together, right? He put way more work into it than I would like prepared some stuff, but man, he took it away. And
yes.
Is Kung Pao enter the fist? Okay, I'm sorry. For Flattys to hand wave this away, I mean, this is desperation, because this is 24 boulders, snow boulders, that I put in a circle at a certain position, and the shadow matched.
But Nico tried to minimize that. Like, what? Okay, so you made an actual clock based on where you're going, and you made predictions on it, and the needle went exactly as planned. Yeah, but that's not a big deal.
He said
we have digital watches.
He said
now.
it's just words on paper, and then without inhaling again, he referenced the Bible. Now, right, something I accept, but to be sure, the Bible is just words on paper.
Correct.
Right? So
yes.
This is words on paper that were completely correct. Right? And a true Bible believer will say that the Bible is words on paper that are correct. So it's by the words on paper thing. They're equal.
Be damning enough if you had one, but then we have the other factor of you doing 16 experiments, the main observation, the stuff even before the final experiment started, like, critical things, path towards Chile, everyone else's path towards Chile. Like, it started early and it hasn't stopped. It's been one after the other, just like keep on stabbing.
Yeah. And Barry F says words on paper put there by God. I'm gonna, come from an objective point of view. That is the claim. Yes. But it's still the cope that he tried to apply to this is the exact same description as the Bible. And so put there by God from an objective position, like, okay, fine. But how is that different than words on paper put there by somebody else, right? If they're right or wrong, if they're correct, they're correct. If they're wrong, they're wrong. The fact that it's words on paper isn't a refutation of them. So
true. I'm having a hard time. If someone said that to me, I'm having a hard time. I have so many rebuttals, I just don't know which one to pick. It's quite a crazy claim to make.
So
I think I would go with mostly, I think your interpretation is wrong, because most people who are Christians don't think that it's the literal word of God. That's more of a Muslim thing, that it's the inspired word of God, which gives you some leeway for, errors, mistakes, scribal problems, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Thor KC, did you happen to do Foucault pendulum experiment? If not, missed opportunity to do a time lapse of the pendulum chasing the shadow of a 24-hour sun. The problem with the Foucault pendulum is you need a tall building and you need zero wind. We had neither.
Generally not good to do outside, not if you can build a good structure for it. So it would have been cool, but I don't see it as feasible.
The tallest tent we had was maybe 10 feet. To do a proper Foucault pendulum, we'd need at least 20, and we'd need zero interference. And the tallest tent that we had there was the dining hall. Constant traffic in there. So no, it wasn't an option. All right.
Someone asked you, how long did it take you to build the sundial?
It took a long time. So basically we got there, we set up our main experiments, and then once they were kind of going, then on and off, I arranged the positions of the snow chunks there. And then when we finished, so we were there for, I don't know, 36 hours probably from when we got there. Let's see. No, we got there about 9 o'clock at night and we left there the next day about midnight. So 12 plus 3, so maybe 15 hours. So it took me on and off over that course of 15 hours to get it set up. And then basically I hit record and we left. And then I came back in the morning and I came back the next evening after 24 hours and picked it up. So
now that you were talking about the 15 hours and that kind of stuff, when you called Nathan Oakley, did you catch on to his incredulity about you staying up for like a day?
Yeah.
Like that was some kind of superhuman feat. Oh no, you stayed up for 24 hours, huh?
Yeah.
And at the same time, I was thinking, it's like, Nathan, I don't do it anymore, but I partied for like 3 days without sleeping and just dancing. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to bed while you're in Antarctica? Because you might be tired. I can sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, the thing that's very obvious was he was trying, right? If I had said I'd slept, he was going to say, then how did you know that it didn't set?
Yes, correct.
Right.
True.
That was where he was going. Like,
yeah, or
we saw it.
Yeah. Or let's say, can you see this glass? Let's say you didn't go as far to the secondary camp. Let's say the sun got obstructed by the tip of the mountain, like that, just like a little tip, and it's like, oh no, the sun set. It went behind the mountain. Everyone saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. So he was gonna say, yeah, if you didn't see it, it wasn't there.
Yes.
He was going to, and remember, he's only trying to appease his audience, right? The people that might continue to pay him. And so they're really dumb and they lack what children get called object permanence. So they don't know that if you aren't looking at the sun, that it's still there.
I mean, how do you know it didn't set for like 30 minutes and then came up again?
Exactly. Yeah. So the thing is, of course, the one instant of it being due south at whatever time it was due south, that's all you need. A single photograph, a single observation of it being due south falsifies flat Earth.
Oh, yeah.
William Foley asks, how did the light-sensitive paper experiment turn out? It turned out very well. And my last live stream, I mentioned that it is photosensitive. So here is the little hockey puck thing that Max Dandry made for me. And here is the piece of paper. And the paper is light sensitive. Here's what it looks like. And I'll put it back. And I asked people about what I could do to fix so it doesn't do anymore, so it doesn't develop anymore. And several people said, well, here's the stuff. It's a fixer. That paper isn't designed for it, but it probably uses the same process, so it might work. But that paper isn't supposed to be immersed in fixer to fix it. So, and the fixer liquid is like $80 some for a liter, which I'd be fine spending the $84. But I got quite a bit of information. Somebody said you could do it with some salt water at a certain temperature. So I need to, I got a lot of people that sent me information and a bit too many to really deal with.
Yeah, and it's an important memento. You can't just try whatever homemade recipe.
Well, I've gotten other pieces of paper that are not I have spare pieces, and of course Max Standry has some as well. So
Right.
I gotta say, I was a bit overwhelmed with too much information, and people that really know their stuff on how to do liquid photography like that. I don't have that background, and so I start reading. I'm like, I can't. This is too much. And then another email comes in on the same topic, and they seem to overlap. Some a little, not totally. I don't know. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, at this point, what you need is an expert to tell you, "Hey, do this."
Well, the thing is, there's a whole bunch of a whole bunch of experts that sent me information, so I don't need. But nobody is an expert in this particular paper. They're experts in photography. This paper is not photographic paper. It very likely uses the exact same chemical process. So,
tricky situation then. Okay.
Yeah. At least store it upside down in the meantime. It is the paper in the 3D printed contraption. Yes, it is upside down in here. So, I was going to look at something, but I forgot what it was. Anyway, all right. JSS Tiger says Flat Earthers' standard of evidence is so high, the only way for them to be satisfied is to get down there and do it themselves. Indeed. And that is one of the 5 traits of a science denier, is an impossibly high standard of evidence, right? And of course, it's dual standard. They'll accept any old garbage as evidence for flat Earth. In fact, zero evidence is fine for them. When Nico said this map works, it doesn't, right? But he claimed it did, and he doesn't have any examples of it working. Right. But that's all he needed. And I went over and over and over all these different things that work for the globe. And he's like, no. So.
Yeah, Nico strikes me as one of those who don't really need much of an explanation of anything.
No.
Because when we explain stuff to him, he doesn't understand or pretends that he doesn't understand or something like that. That was the vibe I was getting.
Yeah. Darkstar 4400 says contact the paper's manufacturer. If I remember correctly, the paper's manufacturer is Kodak, and it's from the 70s. So the problem would be, is there anybody at Kodak that has any information on it? Because that paper isn't something they've manufactured for several decades. I would be quite surprised if anybody there had any
former Kodak employees.
Yeah.
To get some intel.
Ashton Richards says I better be in the thank you list. So, all right. Yeah, we don't know the specs of the paper. I don't know. And so Max Dandry had this paper left over from decades ago. So that's how.
Interesting that it kept so long and it still worked. Because, half-lives and all of that.
Yeah. I'll scan the paper, but I'd like to have a hard copy of it. All right, Ashton Richards, you better thank me. Thank you, Ashton Richards. But the outro is, I went to my GoFundMe, to Globey McGlobeface GoFundMe, to my PayPal, and to my Cash App, and I put all of those together into a single list. And if there were multiple instances of any one person's name, they remain. So when I play the outro, you'll see. So you'll see that some people are listed multiple times. That's on purpose. I didn't include the specific numbers So there you go. You'd be better off calling Kojak for info than Kodak.
Yes.
All right. Randall Chase says, Nico, God absolutely exists on a globe Earth. And that's the crazy thing, that theologians for centuries have had no problem with the Earth being a globe. There aren't all sorts of theologians that are like, well, let me read this again. Oh yeah, that totally means that the Earth is flat. No, they don't. You could say that there were people of the time that maybe penned the Bible that thought the Earth was flat. You could also say that there were people at the time that penned the Bible that had all sorts of incorrect ideas about all sorts of things on many topics and included them in the Bible, like bats are birds. Bats are not birds, right?
Yes.
That it's a list of things that fly. Do we need to be, if you're going to be literal, then bats are birds. If you're going to be understanding of the context, you're going to say birds are creatures that fly.
Yeah, what really gets to me is there is no clear delineation on how to make the choice on whether this is a metaphor. Example, bats, the bat thing, right? Or this is actually the Bible, like speaking literally. There is no clear delineation on that, and that makes me so mad. It's like, oh yeah, because here it's literal, but here, just because I feel like it, from here onward, this is like metaphorical, and it's like, no, it makes no sense.
Yeah, and
make up your mind.
At the Flat Earth meetup that I went to, the guy, one of the guys that we talked to quite a bit, was a hyper literalist. And he understood that things are metaphors. And I said, okay, so if you have an entire chapter where everything is metaphor, is it reasonable to select one line and say that one line is literal? He's like, no. Isaiah 40. That's the one that says he sits above the circle of the earth. Right?
Yes.
All the stuff before, all the stuff after is metaphor. That's the chapter that says they ride on wings of eagles. Do they actually ride on wings of eagles? No, it's a metaphor, very clearly. So.
Yeah, and even if you take just the words at face value, sits above the circle of the earth, that could be the flat earth that you're imagining as the dirt pizza. Or it could be God just seeing a sphere from above, which looks like a circle.
Yeah.
It makes no difference whatsoever in the interpretation of the verse.
It's how you have to be guided in your interpretation of it. Round Thinker speaks Hebrew. It's his first language. He says he takes it as the verb. So rather than being a circle, the verb being the motion of a circle. And so he takes it as God sitting above the solar system with the earth moving in orbit around the sun. That makes God bigger, doesn't it?
That works. Yeah. And that makes God more powerful, which is something we discussed today, how the flat earth God is puny.
Yeah. Pathetic. I think pathetic is a good word. Okay. Alyssum says, Nico, you want some brutal honesty? If you truly believe that the earth is flat, seek help, because the only word to describe you starts with a hard R. Bobby Ellis says, why is there no archaeological evidence of the Exodus? We have no proof for any Exodus event, let alone Genesis. To my knowledge, that is the case.
Yes. There are some excursions out of Egypt by random people, people moving around. But the general, scholarship opinion is that these things didn't happen.
Yeah. Magical Cat Girl says, so God is Polaris, but no. The earth is tilted. So on one side of the sun, it's this way, right? Polaris is that way. On the other side of the sun, Polaris is that way. But this, not Polaris, would be where God sits in this description.
Right.
But good catch there. Downside Up says Nico's too far gone and there is no hope for him at all. I tend to agree. He has I think it's a pretty severe mental disability. Right? Whatever it is. Yeah.
I think that you might be taking it a little too personal. That's why you make such a hard judgment. But maybe that's just because I don't think I just see him as another nut job.
But
not in the clinical sense of
it's the same.
Right. But wait, yes, I noticed after I said it. Not a nut job, just like he's not all there, but not I don't know, like clinical. The idea I'm trying to say, it's escaping me now. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't think that he's insane, like retarded. Let me just say it that way.
No, I don't think that's the word. I think there's something else. But whatever.
Fair.
Neither of us are quite qualified to make that.
Yeah, that's why I think that was my main point.
But I think King Ed is correct on this one where he says Nico is too stupid to realize how stupid he is. We can agree on that.
Yes, I do have experience with stupid. I have personal experience with stupid, so I think I can make that judgment.
Oh my gosh, this is when my wife was in here. Silver Phoenix Rising says, "Welcome to the show, Stacy's mom. I hear you've got it going on."
She's so Silver Phoenix Rising is so cool.
I love that. I call my daughter, her name's not Stacy, but I call her Stacy sometimes. And I've played this song, like she's like, "Hey, play the song Stacy's mom." And then I'll call her Stacy and my wife's like, "Oh my gosh, stop it." F. Grood says, "I always respected you, but the way you handled Nico made me respect you even more. You really are a good one. Here's another 20 euro. Thank you very much, F. Grood. I tried. I really did. He was listening, at least. Right?
Yes, I think today we got a bit more interaction. He wasn't just so hyper. He didn't yell like, and he had me. FTFE told him a bunch of stuff. I told him a bunch of other stuff.
I didn't pull punches either.
Oh yeah. And then you continued afterwards. No, he was a trooper for a while.
Yeah. So good for that, right? Maybe he can he's earned some respect, I guess. General E. Shady says, "I can't die. I am immortal. Heaven won't take me, and hell refuses me because I might take over. Even Satan is a pussy, it seems. Flirfs are worse." Oh my gosh. Tussle Rock says, "I told you yesterday, Toon, anybody that wants to smoke you will meet me behind the shed first. Hashtag Toon Squad."
Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe he said that.
Yeah, that was in the middle of church. Like what? Sir.
Yeah. Giving a sermon. Dean Odell talks about taking me behind the woodshed.
I would have been imagine you're a parishioner and you go to church. You've been dealing with this annoying guy talking about flat Earth, and you just want to like get your prayers, be in your right place with the Lord and stuff. And here comes this guy spouting all this nonsense, and then just says that he wants to beat you up in the middle of church. That's really anti-scripture. But
he's like, "It's a good thing that I don't do that anymore, and I have control." Like, if it really was a good thing, you wouldn't have brought it up.
Yes. Number one.
Whatever.
And number two, who could forget that story where Jesus threatened his enemies with his guns in his holsters, and it was like, you're lucky that I'm not that bad anymore, or I would be shooting all of your asses right now.
All right. Elixir says, I'm really upset he figured out that Masonic trick. We were working so hard to keep that hidden. And that's what's so hilarious about the people that think that Freemasons are somehow doing things with their hands. Like, do they not know that email exists? Like, if Freemasons wanted to send a secret message to another Freemason, they could just send him a DM on Facebook.
Yes. Or the literal thousands of other ways where you can send
they probably
untraceable messages in the modern world.
They probably have a Slack channel, right? For all the Freemasons together.
Yes.
Right?
And
Or
they have it divided by levels, 30,
Yeah,
33. This is so crazy. Because even if you do, let's think about this. Even if you do the hand signs in the video, you still have to message them the video, so you're still in the same problem.
There you go.
West side, and then
I can do it, but I have to.
oh, I can do it pretty quickly. West side.
Yeah, it's meaningless. Like it's so dumb. They just send a message. They just send him a DM. Icy Spin says, "What's wrong with you? 1.1 thousand people. You know the time? And now it's 949 people. Hey, don't chase them away, Icy Spin. It's okay. Y'all can be here." Tube Spanners gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that. The Casual Engineer says, "Where are the guns, not your biceps?"
Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me try this. Where's the guns, Nathan? Does it come out good? Because I yelled a little bit more than I usually do.
It didn't bounce off the mountains.
Yeah, of course. I will build some mountains in here so we
There
can
you
get
go.
the full effect.
Can you, from where you live, do you see mountains?
No.
Okay.
Uruguay's highest hill is 500 meters.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, nothing. No, I don't know what a mountain feels like.
What's the nearest skiing place that you could go to?
The Andes in winter.
So that's pretty far west for you?
Yes, it's the whole continent away.
Okay. Yeah, because you're on the East Coast. Yeah, okay.
If you're looking, well, I'm kind of halfway. If you look at there, I'm seeing your top camera on the Zoom window.
Oh.
Yes,
but they're not at home. Here, let's do it.
Oh, okay.
Now they are. Now they are.
All right. So you see that the point there, that's where you were. So I'm kind of half a continent away because it's like half until Uruguay, and then you continue another half, and that's the rest of Brazil. So yeah, it's like I'm half a continent away from Chile,
and
that's the only place where there's snow in the Andes.
That's a good distance, yeah.
Yes, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And you have to fly over the mountain range, which, as everyone knows, the movie Alive. A Uruguayan rugby team was crossing the Andes, and their plane crashed, and they were stuck in the mountain for a long time, and they had to resort to cannibalism. It's a pretty famous Uruguayan story.
I saw that.
We get a little I got a little queasy when I flew over the Andes. It's like, shoot, I'm going to be lucky and go through this shit again.
We we didn't. Let's see. The flight from Santiago to Punta Arenas was not a lot of. Was it? Not a lot of mountains. Let me.
Because I think when you get to Santiago is already past the mountain. So unless you have to go back to the continent, I don't think you will have to go through them again.
Yeah, and let's see. When I flew there, I went through from Miami. Yeah, Miami goes over the Caribbean and then hits about Panama. Yeah, it goes over near Quito.
Yeah, that goes.
But yeah, it doesn't get much of the Andes.
No, it doesn't get much because the Andes is like on your left and you're going like straight down. The Andes is eastward and you're going south.
And when I flew to Dallas, that's even less. Oh yeah, it was almost water the whole way to Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas, Texas, you just say.
Yeah. All right. Edward Ferrero says, hello. Flurfs in South America are going crazy. Yeah, they don't want to look at the sun setting. So, Highlands says, just saying hi, can't follow if I start midstream. All right. Start from the beginning, play on 4x speed. Christina the First says, oh, Flatzoid, where's your dignity? He hasn't had dignity for a long time.
Yes, that is true. But you're adorable for being that good to grant him
that he ever had dignity?
Yes.
Eduardo Ferrero says, flat earths in South American groups have grown. They are desperate.
Yes, I'm mostly in English groups in which they're also like spiraling out of control. But I don't know, the South American flat earthers are especially funny to me. They hit, close to home.
Well, yeah, plus a lot of them contest the observations. So, King Ed the Fifth says, I nominate Flatzoid for Top Left Award. Oh yeah, we got to get going on that. That's coming up. Yadawat says, I hope you make a video on Flatzoid's email deception. Oh yeah.
Oh, adorable.
He's such a turd.
He tried, how many has it been? Have you counted? Because he tried to jump on all of these nothing burger conspiracies with the final experiment. He tried to jump on all of them, I think. I just would like to know how many it's been. Because he was one of the first ones to make the patch video on the jacket.
The patch video on the jacket?
Yeah, the green screen thing.
Oh, yeah.
With Jonathan's jacket.
Yeah, and to not understand. I mean, it really shows a lack of understanding.
Yes.
To think that
even of StreamYard. Flatzoid uses StreamYard. So it's like, dude, you don't even know that they're using that very same tool. And it's the one you use.
Yeah.
And yet you don't know how that works, how that feature works.
Yeah. Basic Info says, I ended up messaging you on Facebook. So I got the message there. I see it's about hosting audio or video. Okay. Well, send me a little more info on it. I just want to make sure that I want something that's, long term. I don't know. I just want to make sure it's the right thing. I'm okay paying. Obviously, free is better, but I'm okay paying. We'll see. Anyway, Darkstar 4400 says, very welcome, sir. All right. Thank you. Butch Convoy says, hi, Tune and Max, 17 hours to midnight for me. Happy New Year, all. First super chat. Thank you for that. Butch Convoy. I like that. Brenda Creates says, I am Brenda Debates on chess.com. Friend me. All right. If you're interested in playing chess, Brenda Creates on chess.com. go challenge. And
I have faith in Brenda for chess. So I don't know. Maybe if you're willing to jump in the ring, maybe get ready to lose a couple of times.
oh yeah,
I don't know why. Yeah, just Brenda gives me the impression that she's good at chess.
yeah. I would tend to agree with that impression. Eclipse Chris for £2 says Flurfs really don't like you. Great job. Keep it up. Thank you. Though they were at the meetup, they were polite, they were welcoming, so that was nice. The Drunk Debunk Show says Nico sounded like a sad puppy at the end of that roasting. Good work, guys.
Oh, don't you love that sound?
It
When they're
was.
beaten.
Jenny Morgan says, I felt an earthquake. Sadly, that lover and I no longer date.
Yes, my kind of gal. I'll toast to you. Very good. Love that joke.
Darkstar 4400 says, we're crusty here in Colorado as well, and we get tornadoes and the occasional trembler. Very rare.
Yeah, and you get, passerbys, people from Florida, that kind of stuff.
In Colorado. Yeah. Melodic Lyrics is instructions unclear. More super chats sent.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
That's a way to do it. Not just send one message with everything on it. No. Do more. Spend more money.
Lower Deck says only a flirper would think TFE is an elaborate deception, but someone forgot to check the shadows or ray tracing algorithm don't exist. That's the really crazy thing. You're going to spend that much money that they're accusing of building some sort of a geodesic dome full of LEDs and then not get the snow right?
Yes. I'm failing at the shadow. It's like, I don't know how can you be at least stable? Like, if you think the government is so competent that they can do this kind of like gigantic studies in which planes can fly in and out of, but then at the same time they're also incompetent, so that they miss like wires and glitches and all of this stuff. It's like, oh, please make up your mind. Are they great?
But it's
or
more than that.
incompetent?
It's even more than that. Because there's only one way to stop somebody from spilling the beans. Right?
True.
That's the only way. So a conspiracy that big for that long will have had to prevent people from spilling the beans many, many, many times. And and so now we've got some idiot who's just a yoga teacher in 2014 on YouTube who puts up a video. And he doesn't get the spill the beans prevention before he does that? Of course he would have. If that group of people did exist, they would not have allowed it to be put up. That guy would have had the spill the bean prevention applied to him.
Yes. Potentially the video would, on a conspiracy like that, the video would never see the light of day, and that person would just drop from their regular activities.
Yeah.
But
the fact that flat earthers haven't had that applied to them is proof that there is no global conspiracy to cover up the truth.
No, definitely not.
All right. We got Frigid Point 4 says, shouldn't the ether require a container? Well, it's
true.
When they need it to require it to container, it does. And when they don't, it doesn't. Let me explain. They said that the reason why Michelson Morley didn't measure more drift, they say that they did measure some. The reason why they didn't measure more is because they did it in a basement, a container. And so Dayton Miller did it on top of a mountain with like tarps and glass instead of concrete and rock to do it. Less of a container. But so in this instance, ether does need a container to contain it. But when you look at things like Gingerino, which is a fiber optic gyroscope under the ground, surrounded by all sorts of dirt and bedrock and concrete, and inside of a grounded chamber, and somehow it very perfectly measures the motion of the Earth. In this instance, it does not need a container. You see, it's whatever's convenient for them.
It's measuring. They would say, I've heard people unironically say this. It's measuring the spin of the energy of the spin of the heavens or something like that. It's like, dude, it's a basement. And also, you can say that you have no mechanism as to why the sky spinning would create an effect on the ground. Like, I turn on my ceiling fan and it spins all at once and it doesn't cause any kind of effect below. So I don't know. It's a really iffy kind of reasoning.
Oh, yeah. Eclipse Chris says, funny how Dubé is changing his 200 proofs after TFE. Indeed. All right. Eduardo Ferrero is a member at Newton. New member. Thank you for that. We got Neil Warfield, who has sent me, it's not on, I can't show you right now, but up on the shelf used to be, and it will be again, he 3D printed lander from Apollo missions. Says flat earthers are proof that the Gulga Frinchams, unless third, took over early humanity, which is it's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I had to look it up.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Neil. Darkstar 4400 says, Max, the rapture wasn't conceived until the 17th century. Just FYI.
17th century? Are you sure? Like, I trust you, but are you sure that doesn't sound right? Because 17th century, that's super late.
1600s? Well, so I think that some of the predictions that he said is that that Jesus said is this generation won't pass away before these things happen. And that meant that the people that were alive at the time is what they probably took it to be, is things will happen before they die. Well, obviously that's long past. So then you apply a different definition to generation.
Maybe you're referring to some very specific doctrine, but a quick Google search gave me, for the Book of Revelation, the year dated to the writing of it is 96. So maybe what you're talking about is a specific doctrine of the rapture. I kind of meant the Book of Revelations. That's just because I'm sloppy. But if you want to clarify what you meant, maybe I'm getting it wrong.
All right. Generally Shady says, put a 1 in the chat for Andrew is a FKWIT. Never timed out. There you go. Yeah, Andrew seems to be particularly dumb, but we do appreciate you coming here to showcase it.
Love you.
So that future viewers can see how incredibly dumb flat earthers are.
Yes.
So, Darkstar 4400 says, it jumped. Hold on. Says Fleur's favorite song title, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, except in Antarctica. Astro Rex, who very kindly we met in Florida and brought us out to dinner, whole family. Snuck out to pay before we could. Astro Rex says, all caught up on Antarctica exploits. The derp cope from the head flurfs really lays bare their dim assessment of their followers. The average drone flurf hasn't enough self-respect to be insulted by the idiotic apologetics they're expected to swallow. That's a really good way to put it. Yeah. So
yes,
I was reading the comments under Dubé's recent attempted explanation that contradicts his previous explanation. And so many of the commenters are, I was just waiting for you to have an answer. I couldn't wait for the answer. I'm so happy you finally provided the answer. Like, how many times do flat earthers accuse other people of being indoctrinated sheep? All the time. And this is the perfect, just them admitting that they're sheep. They didn't know what to think. They did not know the answer until Dubé told them how to think. Just like Nico doesn't know what to think about the final experiment until Banjo tells him.
Yes. I noticed, and I told him, Nico, and he didn't even want to talk about it, that he didn't strike me as a trendsetter, more like just a sheep parroting what the other idiots say.
Yeah. But, well, and Dubé, he's just parroting other people too. Right? I think Banjo is probably the tip of that spear. Sadly. Like, he's the one giving marching orders to all the other flurfs on what idiocy to believe about it.
I'm a bit embarrassed to say that I'm not really familiar with who exactly Effie Banjo is. I just know the name, and I've heard a couple of stories, but well, I really don't know.
You'll be glad to know that he's from Brazil and now lives in Japan.
Oh my!
And he's a religious Flatty.
Flat earther.
Hyper religious. He actually built a physical model of this as an attempt to describe how planes work, and then he put a plane like on an arm and like pulls it over. Like it's so dumb.
Love that.
So he's completely committed to the dome, and so his only response is to just blindly reject everything.
Okay.
Yep. Darkstar 4400 says for Nico, Matthew 24:36, but about that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. And that's from the Sermon on the Mount, you liar.
I told Nico that even Jesus admitted that he doesn't know the hour. Dude, it is exhausting because I put the time and effort into reading something that I don't believe in so I can talk to these people. And it really annoys me when people say they believe in something, but they don't have even the basic information of what the text even says. I don't know why. It's infuriating. Yeah. And I don't care one bit about the topic itself. I just like the conversation.
I think the religious edgelords, they're not devout. They don't know the text. They don't know the context. They just know what they're told to know by the people they follow.
Yes.
Right? So
I'm not devout either, and just for my own personal rigor of knowing what the book actually says, I've read it more than once. And when I don't understand something, I have one of my friends who I have confidence with explain stuff to me.
Yeah. All right. Rimshot Rowdy gifted 5 memberships. Wonder if any of those went to Ashton. We got Eduardo Ferrero says, matters now. Would you help me host my first debate? Argentinian flat earth versus Chilean teacher. Probably next Friday night, 22 p.m. Not yet confirmed 100%.
I would love to help you do your first debate. The thing is that I've been trying to not do Spanish stuff anymore. It doesn't really jive too well with it's not. But we can talk about something. I can help you moderate, or we can maybe do it on the DMD Discord or something like that. But yeah, email me. I'm going to put the email right there in the side chat, and we can set that up. I can give you a hand. Maybe not what you had in mind at first, but we can try to work something out.
Westward is getting timed out.
Oh,
You know,
what
I
did
don't
he
know.
say?
I don't know. I just can't. Westward, look. Let me just put it this way, Westward. If you want to have a platform, if you want to bring up your derp, if you want to spread your super woke truths, email me. You can come on the big show, mctune at mctune.net.
We will be expectant until you bring until you just close this debate for good.
Yeah,
Because we
yeah.
all have faith in you.
Yeah. Jesus Eber Martinez says rapture will occur on February 31st, 2025.
I like you. I
There
like
we
how
go.
you think.
There we go. Be looking for that. Ben Evolent has a £2 super chat, but no message. Thank you very much for that, Ben. Might have had a mistake, like clicking send before it was time. People, I think, do that sometimes. William Foley says, how did the light-sensitive paper experiment turn out? Oh, I already mentioned that. And I got an email already from from somebody. Darkstar 4400 says, contact paper manufacturer. Covered that already.
Yes.
Hale Vectron says, gravity would pull you sideways on the pizza crust. Yeah, it depends. That was what Vsauce said. So if it's a disk floating in space and if gravity exists, then yes, as you got farther out, you'd have to lean more and more to the side to stay upright. But they just say that, Handwave blindly dismiss gravity existing at all because they don't like it.
And it's also a weird interaction that you have that the flat Earth is spinning, right? That is also kind of weird. I don't think Vsauce did a good job. I don't think he did a whole lot to understand their position. Now, when people go to the Flat Earth Society and use the Flat Earth Society's position, right? And they're like, oh, that's just what you use. That they're controlled opposition. No, there are actually people that believe that, and so it's not a straw man. It's not an agreement with your position. The fact that flat earthers can't get together and agree on an answer to gravity is a problem for flat Earth. So if y'all, maybe just get together and have one answer for it, then there wouldn't be a problem anymore. I kind of love the irony of how ones think that it's the Earth moving upwards and the other ones just density, buoyancy, electrostatics, derp, right?
Yeah.
But even they don't agree, like, how stuff is moving, which direction.
Yeah. You're both wrong, right? If either of you were correct, you would have a solid answer. You'd say, oh, well, this is what it is, and here's how we know, because it predicts variations or it predicts at least 9.8 meters per second squared. About. You don't even get that.
Damn you, Toon, all day talking about predictions and predictions and
Oh,
predictions.
I know. It's how horrible is it that predictions work so well? Darkstar 4400 says, MC Toon, I have an old friend who used to work for Kodak. It was in R&D. I'll try and contact him and see if he can help. All right, that'd be cool. Like, I'll just get that fixer and I'll test it out. Somebody else had sent a thing on salt water, though. I don't know. Could that work? I don't know. The Turtle Move says, summary of science. Trust, but verify.
Yes.
This is the really interesting thing. They always say, well, that didn't prove anything. Well, what is the process that stuff is proven? They can't answer that.
No.
So, okay, if you can't answer how something is proven, then saying that didn't prove something, you don't know how things get proven, so nothing proves anything by your standard. I agree.
Yes.
Science agrees. So,
or they try to do what Kyle tried to do to you, which is put that turn of phrase, just like completely disregard the actual concept of the thing, and say like, oh, MC Toon doesn't believe in proof. It's like, oh my God, Kyle, you're so dumb. It's been explained to Kyle how many times also.
Yeah. Asita B says, would you be open to a discussion about your experience on a live stream? I would. I look at your channel. I don't think that's where you're doing live streams, but yeah. Send me an email, mc2@mc2.net, if you, and include where it would be hosted. And yeah, we can see about getting something set up.
After me, because I have dibs.
Yeah. All right. Yves Simmered says, I can't believe this has been going for 6 hours. Every time I pop in, you guys are rocking it. Keep up the good work. Thank you. It is.
Really? It's been 6 hours already?
No, it's been 7 hours.
Oh, my.
Barry Epps' metaphor. Well, I got to put it in high gear because I got a Dearth video to play. Metaphor, like sarcasm, must include some reality. True. Dave McKeegan is up now. He says there's a serious chance that McFlatty will become king of Flat Earth.
That would be epic.
I think hopefully one of these days he's going to get a stowaway on a plane. Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla, bing-bang says for 10 CHF. Is that Swiss francs? Says, just woke up, 9 a.m. Toon's live stream, like soon at the end of his stream. Is Flat Earth dead already? How are the straws they grasp holding on? Have some money and a nice day. I'll rewind now. Thank you very much for that.
All of the above.
Mr. Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla walla, bing bang. Somebody, I don't know why the witch doctor cared about that, but okay.
For people who actively discourage thinking about stuff having multiple types of motion at the same time, flat earthers right now are spiraling, grasping at straws, and literally flailing like inflatable wacky tube mans from the Family Guy.
Absolutely. Generally, Shady says, tell truth, Toon. You wanted to Hulk on Witless. There were maybe a couple times where I'm like, which... But for the most part, with Dave McKeegan and I, we worked out right away. We just looked at each other with that look. And that was it. We're just like, we found our zen. That's all we needed.
Yes. Creaky Blinder is in the side chat. I don't know if you've heard, Creaky, but there's a rumor going on around that you're no longer among the living. I'm sorry to notify you of this, such a terrible tragedy, but I just wanted to let you know that, yes, you are actively deceased, Creaky. Please don't be in denial.
It was was it elsewhere? Because it was in my people in my last live stream who have been can't comment on the channel anymore. Was there other places? Because Creaky did mention it in a video, so he's aware of the rumors. So Creaky, tell me, were there other places?
This stream keeps getting better and better while he replies. I've always wanted to do that, precisely that, tell someone that they're dead.
Just catch up, Creaky. All right, I'm waiting for his answer. I hope he's...
Yes, I hope it's
nothing
hilarious.
Yet. All right, well, we'll wait. Let me know. You watch it and let me know if he says that. All right, generally, Shay, sure. Yeah. To answer the question, self-control. Pistina the First says, last one. To my friend Ezra, I can be distant and reclusive, but I want you to know that I'm always thinking of you. Here's an MC Toon shout out. Miss ya.
That's sweet.
Ezra.
Okay.
Christina misses you.
Creaky replied. Oh, this is hilarious. MC Toon. I woke up that day to a huge number of messages asking me if I was dead, which seems like flat earth logic. I mean, if I was dead, I couldn't have answered. Love that.
I love it. I'm glad that you discovered you were not. Lisa says, I thought being up for 24 plus hours was an Antarctic thing. The collective is proud of your stamina. Yeah, it's just 3:15 in the morning. I could just keep rocking for, I guess, a while. I do have some end of year verifications to do for work tomorrow, so I got to be crisp for that. But that doesn't happen for a few hours.
I mean, I am coming up on actually 24 hours of being awake because I woke up at 9 a.m. yesterday, and it's already 6:14 a.m. my time.
Are you the same time zone as Chile?
Yes, GMT -3.
Okay. Let's see. We've got Dark Star 4400 sent this here on the Rapture. Rapture is an eschatological position held by some Christians, particularly those of American evangelicism. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing these longer words. Consisting of an end-time event when all dead Christian believers will be resurrected and joined with Christians who are still alive. Together will rise in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. This view of eschatology is referred to as dispensational premillennialism. I've said these words before. So, a form of futurism that considers various prophecies in the Bible as remaining unfulfilled and occurring in the future. The idea of rapture is, as is defined in dispensational premillennialism, is not found in historic Christianity and is relatively recent doctrine originating from the 1830s. So there you go.
Right. So it was kind of the idea that I had that I used an imprecise word to refer to. I was talking about the book of Revelations. No, like I call the whole thing the rapture sometimes because, who cares? Right. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Dark Star. I knew it was some kind of a bit of a misunderstanding. So thanks for clarifying that for me. And also, I have a cat.
So, last year I did a marathon. It was it 6 2-hour streams? I think so. It was 12 hours, and I'm at over 7 now. I'm not trying to beat that. It's not the goal. Anyway, thank you for that, Dark Star. Conspiracy Music, who's been putting out some pretty rockin' stuff, says, thanks for all the quality content in 2024. Best wishes for 2025 Tune. And I'll say, everybody, go subscribe to Conspiracy Music. I'll grab it. I'll grab the channel right here. There you go. Some good music. Also, so two kinds of music on there. There's good music and there's country. But it comes with a video, and so some people like, oh, they go to Suno, they make a cool song, awesome, they send it to me. I'm like, hey, that's great, I love that song. Like, hey, do you want to play it? Like, well, I need a video to play it. You need visuals. Conspiracy Music does that. So,
yeah, there's also, I think it's my mom. No, not my mom. I forgot their username, but they're also been making a bunch of AI music. But I am not the person to send that to, because I don't like AI music. I can still tell immediately, and it's it's not my.
I see you've got your cat named Cat.
Yes, I did, but he left because he's a whiny little punk.
Jesus Eber Martinez says Witsit has a toy magnetic levitating Earth. Eureka.
Yes. And also a Van de Graaff generator. He can make little pieces of styrofoam float.
Yeah. Oh, I gave Austin, one of the last days, I gave him the first prototype board that I made for the that thing right there. Right there.
Wait, where? Because you're showing me your upper camera.
Oh.
So I don't know what you're pointing at.
Seriously, you've been. I can't tell.
Yes, because in general, when we're just chatting, it's fine if I watch you on either screen. It doesn't really make a deal. But when we're talking about something in real time, like look at this
right there,
that turns it complicated. Okay.
It's been over a year. I haven't recorded the video for it. I did record the video initially, but it was no good. So I have to do it again. Creaky Blinder for £10. Look at that. Says MC Tune. Can you check if everyone is subbed? I am 1,000 off hitting 100,000 by midnight tonight for today. Only everyone who subscribes gets a free hug next time I see them. There you go. So
that's if you haven't subscribed, come on, what the fuck are you doing? Like seriously, do you want to get beat up?
No, we're talking about hugs. Hug.
A hug.
Hug. It's all about hugs.
Do you want to get?
You want a hug?
Until you don't want more?
All right. There's the link to his channel. There you go.
Holy cow! It's 1,000. We can get that. There's wasn't there 1,000 people here just now?
824 currently. And so,
all right, that gets us very close.
And so 824. If you're already subscribed, here's the solution. Go use your sock account. And if you don't have a sock account, here's the solution. Go create a sock account.
True. I mean, we all know that you have that secret account in which you stalk your ex through. Use that one.
Use that one. Max knows about it. Everybody in the chat, your secret is out. Jay says, I sent you the Copenhagen pick yesterday. Here's £5 to add to defeating the smartest flurfer out there, McFlatty.
Oh yeah.
The Copenhagen pick. The Copenhagen. I'm not
He's talking about quantum mechanics, Copenhagen the place.
I think Copenhagen is also a chewing tobacco. I hope it's not a picture of chewing tobacco. And was it email or Discord or X or Facebook Messenger?
Oh yeah.
Or TikTok or Telegram or WhatsApp? I don't know. Oh, Tyson Dog says you have to tell Creaky about Flatzoid altering his YouTube page. Hilarious. So, all right, Creaky.
Creaky.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this? This is good. I need to know you're here, Creaky. Get your morning coffee ready. Or tea. Tea? I don't know what you drink. All right. Are you there? Okay. Who page? All right, here it is. Here it is, Creaky. So, several days ago, Flatzoid was whining on Discord because he hadn't been formally, he's used the word formally invited to the final experiment. or some definition of formally invited. So I asked him on Discord, what is a formal invite? He refused to answer what is a formal invite. So I said, well, you were invited. You were listed on the video that had your name on the video, and you were listed on the website where your name was on the website. He said, but I didn't get a formal invite. I said, what's a formal invite? And he wouldn't answer. So then he was in the chat talking smack today, saying, you never answered my question. Right? And I'm like, well, I'll send you a Zoom link and you can come on and ask me the question. But, Flatzoid, if you see Lion, you're out. You don't get to come in and see Lion. You ask a question, I give you an answer. That's it.
I didn't get to even talk to him. I was
he got more respect than he's earned. Anyway, so he came in and he said, how come I never got a formal invite? I said, what's a formal invite? He wouldn't answer. So I kicked him out. He was sea lioning. So I said, well, Flatzoid, I got an email. Eric Dubé got an email. Other people got an email because on their YouTube page, they have their email address listed. You don't have your email address listed. So I pulled up his YouTube page and I showed. I went through his YouTube page. His email address is not on there. So what did he do? While I was reading his YouTube page, his about page there, he added his email address as if that's going to cover up the lie, right? That this weird definition of formal invite that he has contrived as some sort of a gotcha that, oh, I wasn't formally invited. Of course you were. Your email address wasn't available. And somebody said that he misspelled his own email address. I didn't see the version of it where his email address was misspelled. So,
bravo.
Anyway, there it is, Creaky. It's beautiful. It's in this exact video if you want to find somewhere in these 7 hours that is this video so far.
But yeah, I mean, you can now also go and yell to the corner of your street and yell, subscribe to Creaky Blinder. I mean, what are we doing?
Somebody says that they sent me a screenshot of the typo.
Damn,
who sent it and where?
So on point.
Who sent it
and where? I think
where?
I saw a message a few scrolls up ago that they were saying that they sent you an email.
Jeebus says that. Someone posted a screenshot of the misspelled email in your Discord general chat. Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
That helps. I'll tell you what, if it's in my Discord general chat, there's zero chance I'm going to see it. Unless you tell me about it. Okay.
The advantage of that is that you can notify Flatzoid by tagging him because he is on your server.
Yeah. I'm looking in the general. Looking in the general. There it is. It is. Oh, it's precious. Oh, I love this. This is.
Did you have to scroll up too much? Because I don't see it.
Look, it's Facatzoid. Oh my gosh. It's Facatzoid. He was in such a hurry to do it, he misspelled his own stupid name. That's so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, what an absolute piece of human filth.
Love that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. All right. Who gets credit? Hold on. That was posted by Micah Ray. Micah Ray, you win the internet today for capturing that typo.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
That was fast. That was fast.
Oh my gosh. He's such a piece of film. I can't believe it. and the mistake that he made when pronounced. Go ahead in your own mind, your own head. Just say pronounce it out loud, filling in the letters as needed, as you will.
Yeah, because I mean, Foxoid. Everyone's thinking that. Yes.
Oh, good. That stupid face. It's like he has no self-awareness. That is.
Do any of the flat earthers have any kind of self-awareness?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Did I think you've heard about what happened between Flatzoid and Matters Now, right? It's old, but it's a good one.
Yeah, remind me.
Okay, so there was a debate with Flatzoid and Brenda, and Flatzoid was getting like smacked around, and he decided to go into a completely unrelated debate, to go into an anti-Catholic rant. So when Brenda schooled him on that, then he got really pissed and went full transphobe while the debate was still going on. So, like, that's what got him banned. But after that, he had the nerve of calling both me and Moss bigots because of what we told him that we didn't like him because of what had happened with Brenda, just before. So he thinks, or he has actually said in public, that I am a bigot towards him, which is like, how does that even work?
Yeah, what particular thing are you bigoted against?
Maybe him discriminating other people.
That's not, yeah, cool. That's not being a bigot, of course.
Yes.
Amazing. All right. I still don't know what the Copenhagen pick is, but thank you for sending it, I guess. Jay. Dave Kircher gifted 10 memberships. Thank you for that, Dave Kircher. King Ed V says Freebird, a.k.a. Relic, was the one that kept pushing it on your last live about Creaky. Yes.
Oh.
I blocked a handful.
And that was funny.
Rossi says, Creaky says brains. We got Bobbert says option A, don't sub, get beaten up by Creaky's friends in his memory. Option B, subscribe and you get a hug from a corpse.
Damn if you don't, damn if you do. Yeah, that's life.
Well, I mean, a hug from a corpse? I would take that over getting beaten up.
How old of a corpse, though? That's a problem.
Well,
that's the issue, right?
It was
there.
just like 3-4 days ago, right?
3-4 days? You crazy bloating odors.
Oh, yeah.
No, 48 hours tops.
Okay, good point.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and what's he wearing? I mean, he's all tatted up everywhere, of course, but, I mean, you still want him wearing something.
Yeah. I don't know what you... Here, in the US, you are accustomed to, like, dress people here. From what I know, we put them kind of like if they were on a sheet and they're naked. Is that weird?
What? To say that again.
In the US, I've seen movies, series, and everything, when you put people in the ground,
Yeah.
you dress them with a suit or a dress, something like that.
Yeah.
Here, people, if they open the casket, people are like lying there, and they have sort of like, I don't know, some kind of a sheet, the same material as kind of the padding of the casket, and they're like blocked here. It's white, very white, and not like thick, so it's not transparent. And people are naked there. Why would you dress a corpse? Makes no sense.
Well, I mean, what if they're modest?
But they're covered. And they're dead.
Creaky says I won't be wearing anything. There we go. All right. Why did this topic come up? Good question. Generally Shady gifted 1 membership. Thank you for that. K. Gandhi Furnace. Interesting name there. For £5 says only sub Creaky if there is a flat naked hug. Don't go for the hug with avoid spheroids. MC Toon, please say hi to Nikki. Hi, Nikki.
Oh, someone, Jesus, Ever Martinez, thank you so much. Burial shroud, that's the word I was trying to find. Yes, burial shroud. Sorry. Thank you.
I like Ashton Richards' option. I wish to be stuffed when I die. Put on a couch to chill. That's right. Maybe. For me, put my arms out, legs wide, and then find a heavy metal concert and just toss me into the crowd. Let me crowd surf around. One. Yeah. Every single concert ever, except for country.
I think mine is stupid because I do like that idea of those caskets that it's a biodegradable casket with like a seed at the top, so you kind of turn into a tree.
Oh,
I think that one is super attractive. I would like to be a peach tree.
A peach tree. We in 2020 we got a peach tree super cheap because nobody was buying anything because nobody was shopping anywhere in 2020, and this year it bore fruit. So much fruit. So much fruit.
That is awesome.
And we made peach jelly. We still have a whole bunch of peach jelly to go. We canned a whole bunch of peaches. So yeah, we got a lot. It was really cool, and they taste great.
Oh my! I would weigh 1,000,000 kilos if I had a peach tree in my house.
It's super good. Toe fungus. Toe fungus is here. Toe fungus for £50 says one of the few chances to catch the legend live. Looks like I have some catching up to do. Have a great new year, everyone. Well, Toe Fungus is super excited to see you live, Max.
Oh, I think he was talking to you though, but
I don't know. I think it's you.
It's modesty.
Well, either way, whether it's me or Max, thank you very much, Toe Fungus.
Yes. And if you're ever tired of having toe fungus, I don't know, I would suggest iodine. That should take care of it.
Iodine.
But, I don't know. Maybe you just want to keep on being yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm not judging.
If toe fungus got together with iodine, there'd be no more toe fungus. Then what?
Right. You can reinvent yourself.
Yeah.
Rediscover yourself.
Might just be gone, though. I don't know.
True. That too. Yes.
There was what? Oh, it was there was in Minneapolis area here on the TV or the not the TV, the radio show 92 KQRS had a guy called the Chucker. A fake personality, and I think was it somebody else? I don't know. It was one of those morning radio shows, and they called into a bowling alley. And in the bowling alley, they complained because their kid had smashed their thumb and got fungus on their thumb. Right? So this is all fake, right? But called into the bowling alley, complained about it, and then wanted to get reimbursed for all the medical bills. And not the fingers or whatever, right? And they're like, what? Why would we? We're not going to reimburse you for that. Like, well, you're gonna have to. And now it's spread to his nostrils too. It's all over his inside his nose. Oh, all right. Rossi says, instead of lying for Jesus, Nico seems more like I'll bloody your nose for Jesus. Please stop giving God's thugs a platform.
I maybe it's because of who I think I am, or maybe it's because of where I grew up here, right? But it's the second time that I've had this discrepancy between the vibes that a person gives me and the vibes that the person gives someone else. Like Nico, he may talk all sometimes. I saw it. I think it was on his first one. He talks all tough and but he is not tough. Like he is not going to do anything. When he says, "You know what's coming to you," we ain't got nothing coming to us.
No.
Like Nico's not doing anything. Yeah, jack shit.
I'm going to expose you. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
There's
those more of that are more kind of threat like he was saying that stuff is coming or things will happen to you and that kind of stuff, like trying to say the quiet part out loud. I don't like a gang of flat earthers sounds like the least scary thing ever.
Yes. Let's see. I want to tell you this. Speaking of plastic people, a Flatty on Facebook was there it is. PDI Industries on Facebook, who I'd posted some screenshots of physical violence he was threatening at me, said on Wednesday, quote, "I'm getting my Satan's Poo Tube channel cranking this year. I'm going to expose you big, you liar. Your day is coming. You effed with the wrong guy." Also, he's a religious flurf, so good job swearing.
Wait, can you explain the insult? He's grabbing his what?
I'm getting my Satan's Poo Tube channel cranking. So apparently the name of his YouTube, the name of his YouTube channel is Satan's Poo Tube.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So he's gonna expose me.
He's going to expose you, but he's a Satanist, or
oh no,
like, I'm lost.
Oh no, he claims to be a religious guy. That's why he's threatening violence and swearing.
Right. Okay. Now that makes more sense. Does it ever make you afraid?
No.
Has it ever made you afraid?
No. Never. All right, hold on. People are asking to see Mikey Smith's foot.
Oh, really? No. I was having such a nice trip. I'm going to have to shut my ass down.
I don't have a screenshot of it saved.
Oh, fortunate. Good.
I'm so sorry, people. I don't have a screenshot of Mikey Smith's foot.
No, but if you want to see it, just go to ToonStream where he covered that and just use the transcript feature to search it, because it's like, seriously, dude, it's disgusting.
So bad.
And even though I don't have much love for them, I don't want them to lose what do you call those?
Diabetes?
Yeah, like finger
chopped off, amputated.
Yeah, I don't want amputation of one of his toes.
Yeah,
that sounds like horror. Like I genuinely don't wish that for him, but it's looking like that's where it's going towards. It's seriously disgusting. Don't do that to yourselves.
Yeah,
come on.
We've got.
When have you heard me say stuff like that? It's ridiculous.
We got the house, who's not appreciated around here anymore. Anyway, there you go. You can go away forever. The house. So
what happened? Wait, what did I miss? Hold on, because
first was talking about like 4 years out of date here, right? 4 years ago, the thing that people were wearing to protect against spreading the disease potentially.
Yes.
Like talking about that topic, like why it's gone.
Dude,
that's not a thing anymore.
It was half a decade ago.
Yeah. And then decided to talk about something that happened in 2001, specifically in September of 2001.
Oh, that's evil, dude.
Like, that was 23 years ago.
True.
Right?
True.
And anyway, he was accusing all of us of doing it, apparently. Anyway, Jesus Eber Martinez says, please make Flatzoid/Freakazoid theme song. That sounds like a good idea. Certainly conspiracy music will. I like to do my own take on it, but I think conspiracy music will make a really good one. Actually has already, I think. All right, El Guignolo says, FCK Zoid just got branded for life.
Yes. Foxoid. Everyone, remember.
Here you go.
Because he didn't even say hi to me. That's why I'm kind of pissed. Because I know I know he's scared of debating me, but I mean, I can at least say hi to you. But he didn't want.
Well, the thing is, I think he lacks the self-awareness to be scared. Right? Anyway.
I don't know. I think he knows me enough to know that he wouldn't. It's like, does he debate you? No. He debated FDFE. He got absolutely wrecked.
He lacks the self-awareness to know that how thoroughly he gets wrecked every time. Right. One of the first times that I spoke to him, he made the claim that theodolites have limited range, and he has the documentation. I said, "Oh, let's bring it up." So I said, "We will pause our conversation right now until you bring it up. Go get the documentation on the theodolite that says that there's a range to it." He didn't have it. But rather than be honest, he lied. He said, "Oh, I don't have it anymore," or "they took it down," or whatever he said. Like, and I know, because I've read the documentation, that the total station has a limit to the electronic distance measuring portion of it, the EDM. There is no limitation to the angle measurement.
Right.
But Flatty's like, well, there's a limitation. I'm like, hold on. All right. So you're going to go for the instrument's certified measurement distance. Okay. What's the certified measurement distance of the P1000? If you're gonna say you can't use a theodolite over a certain distance because it's not certified for that, then what is? Let's apply the same standard. What's the P1000?
That I hadn't thought about that particular line of reasoning. Yeah, that's really good.
Oh, is this Adam? Adam here.
Oh.
Is this Adam King? So I'll have zero tolerance for this idiot. In Genesis, God the Spirit is above. How can the globe be if in Genesis clearly states God is above? Because it's metaphor. Go ahead.
Yes, and also God is so magnanimous that he could be above the globe in all directions at the same time. Why do you feel the need to limit the the king of the universe.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy that you say God can't do something that goes against everything that God stands for. It's weird that you have to be educated into what some of the things that you're supposed to say by someone who doesn't believe in that stuff. Like, really think about that. Maybe you get it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. So Adam switches topic there instantly. So here's the problem with Adam. I'll just say this, Adam. Your God is puny. Your God is pathetic. So I don't. People that are Christians don't have the same God as you. Yours is not. Yours is just a little meaningless, nothing, pathetic God. Christians, the Christian God created an immense universe. He's so powerful he can do that. Flurf God can only just make a little prison planet.
Not even a full snow globe, half a snow globe.
Half a snow globe prison planet. Yeah, pathetic. So.
Where everything is just lights in the sky. There's no wonder. I don't get, like, that is a really appealing thing. Like, okay, this paradigm makes your God look like absolutely trash.
Yeah.
And
here the loser comes with saying Jesus Christ is pathetic. That's not what I said. You are being dishonest. I said your puny Flurf God could only make a prison planet half snow globe. The Christian God made an immense universe, so much more powerful than your pathetic version of God.
Yes, your pathetic version of God gets hidden by its own creation. That's how not powerful it is. So, yeah. Or, for example, Nico today told us that in his derpy interpretation of what he thinks the Bible is, with also some Book of Enoch sprinkled in just for fun, because why would he just use only the worst version of the Bible? Let's just throw in some more random stuff. Nico today told us that he thinks that Satan is more powerful than God. So again, another puny flat earther God. I mean, I thought Yahweh was the best.
Not according to Adam. Adam thinks that his God is horrible, or it's super weak and
yes,
got nothing.
Couldn't do something. What kind of a God is that?
Yeah.
What kind of a Yahweh?
Not impressed. But anyway, let me read this. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang for 10. I think. Am I right? Swiss francs. It says Freakazoid theme playing super dumb extraordinaire Freakazoid runs around in underwear Freakazoid lies for Jesus everywhere Freakazoid. There you go. Except it wasn't Freakazoid.
Wait, how do you sort out all of this foreign currencies making their way onto you? Like, do you have a different wallet for the CHFs and for the pounds, the euros, the yen that you got today?
No, it all shows up as American dollarinos at the end of the month.
Huh. Weird. It's almost like the US is the world currency.
It almost seems like that, but I suspect that if your currency is Zimbabwean dollars, that they would automatically convert it to Zimbabwean dollars as they do the payouts. So,
right.
But yeah, YouTube takes their part. They take 30%, and then the rest comes in. So I'm always amazed when I look at how many videos are put up on YouTube every day, the number of hard drives that they have to put into their system, into their data centers every day.
Constantly, yes, a never-ending expansion of ready to be used storage.
Yeah.
And in the process, don't lose any of the previous stuff. The 10-year-old YouTube videos. You can't overwrite any of that.
I'm, and they just let it. They don't put any limitations on it. So I look at all these Flurf channels, and they go and they put up a whole bunch of videos in 4 views. Right?
Yes.
6 years ago, 4 views, 2.5 hour video, sitting there, and you just go click and it plays.
Yeah.
Right? I'm absolutely amazed with whatever, and I have a little bit of ideas of what they've done, and yeah, it's quite something. So.
Yes, it is. When you think about the infrastructure to keep all of this up, it's mind-boggling.
But Flat Earth is Nonsense says, I haven't had a commercial all night. I had a commercial every 3 minutes on FDFE stream. Yeah, I don't allow YouTube to inject commercials. And I know Craig does that, and sometimes. And I'm like, no, it's just too annoying. I don't want that. So I appreciate that I don't need to do that. That here I am at 4 a.m. still not caught up on super chats.
I will clarify, because I think he lied just now. He does it because he wants you to see more of him. It's like a selfish thing. It's not because of the ads or anything like that. It's that he wants his face etched onto your retinas. That's the thing right there. That the conspiracy.
As I've been previewing the videos that I took in on the trip, I'm like, that's not a good angle of me. That's not a good angle of me. Maybe I shouldn't publish this particular video because I'm like over here and the camera's this and I'm here. Like, no, I am what I am. Then that's all what I am.
Oh, wow.
All right. Icy Spin says, my last will and testament equals naked open casket.
Yes.
Melodic Lyric says, it's almost 0000 in Hawaii. Why is Toon still awake? It's only 4 a.m. It's almost like I'm back in Antarctica, where sleep was just a thought that I couldn't entertain because the sun was constantly up.
It doesn't make a difference to me. Like right now, it's already
6 a.m.
7 a.m. for me.
Wow.
I'm going to go to bed and it will all be light. I don't have the window wide open, but still light comes in and I can sleep with at midday. No problem with the light. I close my eyes and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, when I lay down, I'm out.
Yeah.
So, let me read this one that just came in from Jocko Bester for $100. Very generous. Thank you so much. Wow. Says MC Toon, just like you guys have hillbillies in the States, we have a place in South Africa where similar hillbillies are. It's Benoni. I'm sure Facatzoid is from there. I'm so embarrassed to know he's from my birth country. Happy New Year to all. By the way, ZAR equals South African Rand.
Oh,
thank you very much. Yeah, so it's ZA is South Africa used to be called Zaire.
Zaire, yes.
If I'm correct on that. And the currency is Rand. So ZA, Zairian Rand, but now it's South African Rand. And by the way, Flatzoid thought that Chile was Argentina. Did you see this? He messed up on thinking that we were in Argentina in Punta Arenas, which is fine. To make that kind of mistake, not a problem, right?
I mean, at least he got it wrong with the country that is right next to it. I mean, it could have been worse, of course.
Well, it could have been worse, and he did make it worse. How did he make it worse? You might ask.
Oh, no.
He said, rather than saying, oh, oops.
Shoot, I misspoke.
Chile. He said, well, It used to be Argentina. And so it basically counts. Like, I don't know the history of Patagonia, whether or not that used to be Argentina or not. It doesn't matter. That wasn't the right response. And so somebody somewhere is like, well, then wherever he lives used to be Botswana or close enough. Therefore, he's from Botswana.
Right. Yeah, it's a tiny teensy bit, racist. And borders here in South America haven't really changed much since the time of the independence from Spain. We've had some minor disputes, but no, like borders don't change. It's not a big problem here.
So here's a question for you. Uruguay, or you say Uruguay, right?
Uruguay.
Uruguay. Okay, I'm way off.
Yes, because you have to pronounce each letter as the sound that it makes. So it's U, not U. It's Uruguay. That's it. Just pronounce it as it's written. It's like super literal. I can write it for
Uruguay.
you. Uruguay, yes.
Uruguay. Okay. So let me just say it my way then, because I'm not going to get it right.
Yeah, no problem.
Uruguay. And then not bordering you is another country, Paraguay.
Paraguay, yes.
That's spelled almost the same, except it's got a P in the beginning.
Correct.
So what's the interaction in the two, and is there meaning to those words?
Uruguay means the river of the painted birds, because the river that splits us from Argentina to Uruguay, that's the name. It's in kind of a dialect of the natives from down here in Charrúa, I think, or something like that. And then Paraguay, it's a similar kind of word, but in another dialect of another kind of native from here, the Guaraníes. And I don't remember off the top of my head what it means, but we can look it up. Meaning of the word Paraguay. River which gives birth to the sea. So the Paraguay River probably starts over there in Paraguay, like pretty much in the middle of the continent. And I'm watching the affluents. Yes, it goes down until the Uruguay River goes by like Brazil, and then keeps going until you have the Rio de la Plata, and then the ocean.
Don't let them hear plata in there.
But plata means silver. That's a river of silver. What you're thinking about it was the word puta, not plata.
No, I was thinking flat.
Oh, no, but flat would be plano.
Plano.
Plata is like, it's money. Plata is just money.
Okay.
And given that we're in completely random territory, the other funny thing is that Uruguay, the official name of the country is not Uruguay. It's the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, which just basically means the country which is east to the Uruguay River. So my country doesn't even have a freaking name.
Look at this. Robot-tacular says, Adam, I asked God why he created dumbass stingbats like you, and my answer was that you were meant to be a thorn in the flesh and a test of patience. Make of that what you will.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he got you on that one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's to Adam.
Yeah, to Adam, yes. Adam, he got you on that one.
All right. Toe Fungus comes around and says, still existing, says, I should have said legends, plural. It's my cousin. I feel sorry for her. They're on Mikey Smith's foot. What did he call them? Like chasms? Oh, it's just
What's I don't remember the word, but yes, he called it like an incorrect word. Like hilarious.
Icy Spin. That link didn't go through. I don't know why. Okay, Barry F says limiting God to your own understanding is a sign of doubt, not faith. Yeah. Kit Marie Rankley, Geo Gramblings, for 10 pounds says, been meaning to throw you something toward your trip. Let's grab a coffee/tab next time I'm visiting family in the Twin Cities. I want to work with y'all to create school resources, ref TFE. Oh, well, that would be fantastic. Those are pounds. I imagine that you're in the UK. And if you get to the Twin Cities, that'd be great. Let me know. I am, again, I do have some educational stuff that I'm intending to put together. So.
I would love one of those Toon lectures. If I could get you down here, I definitely.
Oh my gosh, Owen Grant, why? Why are you like? If you have to insult an entire like subgroup of people, you don't need to be here. Just go away.
True.
Right?
Was that for me though? Because I am a degenerate. I'm not the other thing though.
Yeah, I don't think you are of I'll just put on the screen there of, you're not a Jew to my knowledge, right?
No.
So
I mean, last time I checked, I still have some very specific part of me.
Well, it's very common in the United States to have that removed.
True. I don't know why. Like, why is that?
I don't know.
It's weird.
It's definitely commonplace here. Anyway, Icy Spin, that still didn't work. I copy pasted that Imager link, so I don't know why.
I think there's a conspiracy going on.
It is. Martin Urbani for €6 says it started at 4 a.m. for me, and now it's almost 12 p.m. I am enjoying it very much. Happy New Year, Toon, Max, and chat. Well, thank you very much. And Ruhif for 10 Australians says it's 4 a.m. Go to bed.
No.
It's 4:06 a.m.
No, until it's 7 a.m. and you send like 3 more $50 super chats, we're not going to sleep. We'll see who wins this battle.
So I'm gonna look at Creaky's channel and see if he's up to 100. He's not. He's not up to 100. Okay.
People.
All right, everybody. Once more. Go here. All right. Now.
Yes.
If you're not subscribed, go subscribe. If you are subscribed, fire up your sock account, which is
yes. Grab your grandma's phone.
All right. I'm doing it right now. All right. On my Conspiracy Tunes channel, I'm subscribed. On MCTWON, I'm not, and now I am. On Toon Show, I'm not, and now I am. And
if you have a friend, if you have a WhatsApp group, a Telegram chat, an iMessage chain with your friends, just grab the link and paste it everywhere.
There you go. I mean, I'm going down the whole list here, and I'm not telling you the names of these. These are highly protected NASA secrets. I shan't be sharing the names of these YouTube channels that I'm on here. No, that one I'm not going to tell you about. That one, nope. Oh, that one, yeah, that's this one, MC Tune Live. And there you go. Oh, that one, not going to tell you about. Okay. So there we go.
Like, seriously.
There you go. Okay. So there you go. I did my part.
How many are we right now? 872. If all of you subscribe to him saying that you're not all subscribed, then he just has what? Almost the better part of a day to get the 200 subs. Like, I think we can help here. We can do something good. Given that we haven't been able to convince flat earthers that they're wrong, I don't think it's a fault of ours, that particular thing, but you know what I'm talking about.
All right. I mean, I put it somewhere that probably everybody's already subbed to. I mean, if they're not, then what are they thinking? But
oh my God. I15's link worked.
It did.
It did. Oh my God.
All right. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's remind you. This was his. This was what he changed it to as quickly as he could.
Yes. Furiously. Fuckzoid.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, that perfect. Nothing else to add. 10 out of 10.
All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's past your bedtime, says Tune. 4 a.m. This is definitely past your bedtime. It is past your bedtime. David says, a word to the wise, never borrow Toe Fungus's sock account.
Yes, please. Use your own.
Oh my gosh.
I love how they keep us on our toes, you know? They're on top of everything.
On our toes. On our...
Yes.
The Gig Boss Man says the MC2 New Year's Eve anti-flatathon.
Yeah, all of a sudden it became like a special.
I don't.
We were going to review a video and we've been getting sidetracked for hours.
That's
campus forest.
All right.
Yes.
This is it. All right. Here comes this is the. All right. Hold on. First, I have to go to the bathroom. I have not.
Me too.
You go first.
Okay. Sure.
I have not gone to the bathroom in 8 hours and 11 minutes. All right. Adam is still in here. Adam says, seriously, what's the fascination with balls? Adam, I think it's projection, Adam. Just, he's Adam. You're the one talking about it. Wait, there's two of me. That's too many. Adam, you're the one talking about it. Not us. You're the one. All right, Creaky, how close are you? How close are you to 100,000? I got a bunch more. Ashton Richards says, Adam, you two should have a baby together. To Andrew Mark, because Adam said, Andrew Mark, all they have is pictures. They ignore their senses that God gave them. Joseph Hanvey has a working model that's criticized because they can't see. Well, that's funny you say that, Adam. because it's not all that we don't just have pictures. What would you expect other than pictures for us to have? How about measurements? What is that the thing, right? Other than pictures that you would expect us to have, somebody to have, right? So while you're here, Adam, here's the journal I brought with me to Antarctica. Let me just pop ahead here to something other than a picture. So in Punta Arenas, I measured with this device the magnetic field strength of the Earth. I guess it'd be good to start here with this so we know what Flat Earth predicts. On Flat Earth, you've got depending on how where you are, you've got a magnetic pole here and a magnetic pole here, two of them, right? And so as you move farther away from the magnetic pole, the magnetic field strength must decrease. So when you go from the pole to Minneapolis, it would decrease, and when you go from Minneapolis to Santiago, it would decrease, and when you went from Santiago to Punta Arenas, it would decrease, and you went from Punta Arenas to Antarctica, it would decrease again. So it would be every step of the way, it would get less and less and less. And with the other magnetic pole being over here, you're nowhere near it. You're very far away from the south magnetic pole, which is right about here. So talking about the south magnetic pole, the other pole doesn't help you. It's not going to help you. So anyway, I measured in Minneapolis a field strength of 54 microtesla. And then I measured in Punta Arenas a magnetic field strength of about 30 microtesla. Let me show you. That's it right here. 26, 26, 28, 30, 28, 29, 31, 31, right? The whole thing averaged out to 29.56 microtesla right there. 29.5. That's a 6, not a 0. Anyway, so it did get less from Minneapolis to Punta Arenas, and then I went on south to Antarctica. So let me tell you, this is not just pictures. This is an actual measurement. In Antarctica, these are the readings I got. 44, 44, 44, 44, 45, 44. Anyway, the whole thing averaged out to be 45.05 microtesla. The value went up. It went up, not down. Why is that? Farther away than Punta Arenas from the pole, the magnetic pole, yet it went up. Why did it go up? And to rub a little bit of salt in the wound, Punta Arenas wasn't the lowest magnetic field strength that I measured on the trip was in Santiago, where it was around 20. So, now denying this will make you into a liar, which of course you are because you're a flat earther. So I'll just put the overview here. We've got right here, we've got 54 microtesla. In Santiago, we've got 20 microtesla. In Punta Arenas, we've got 30 microtesla. And in Antarctica, we've got 45 microtesla. How does it go? How does it do that? How does that work? It gets weaker, but then it gets stronger. But the magnetic field is here. The North Magnetic Pole is here, buddy. This isn't just a picture, Chuckles. Right? The other magnetic pole is here. It doesn't help. We're getting farther away. It has to get weaker and weaker and weaker. So, turns out we have more than that.
more than one pole, which is the norm and like the normal thing in magnets.
Yeah. So it's not a good look. Are you back on screen?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Yes, I was grabbing a bite and I don't like people watching me eat. So, but yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Anyway, so what do you have? You can't say, it's just pictures. So, and I'm waiting for you, Adam. While I'm waiting for Adam, I will hand over to Max while I hit the bathroom.
All right. I thought you might play a song, but yeah, Adam, we'll wait for your answer. Ashton, why? What? Don't read what Ashton said. That is not true. So I hope that everyone is enjoying all of this as me. For me, I said it the last time, the funniest part has been watching them on the Discord servers. You know, the baby flurfs? They are so much more entertaining than the other flat earthers, than the big ones, right? So yeah, if you haven't, go by the MDD Discord or Globe Gangsters. I wouldn't suggest Flat Earth 24/7 because it's a trash server with trash people. But some of the other ones, you can really see them having meltdowns. And of course, YouTube side chats, people just copy pasting the same message over and over because they can't deal with their worldview being destroyed. Which, again, I would be super sympathetic of someone going through the grief of having their worldview destroyed right before their eyes if they were like better human beings. Other than that, because they're not good human beings, then I don't really feel sorry for them. That's just, the truth. Because they call us all kinds of like ridiculous names, make all kinds of accusations and that kind of stuff. But when push comes to shove and you bring measurements of reciprocity angles, or you bring an observation, an uninterrupted, specifically catered observation to flat earthers. And even then, when you cater to all of their needs, even then it's not enough. And that's getting a little bit frustrating.
People are mentioning that he said that Hanvi has a model that works. He does not, in fact, have a model that works. So let's just give a little bit of a this is what you need for it to work. Number one, you would have to have flight paths that work. Hanvi's model doesn't solve that little bit of a problem. Oopsie. Hanvi's model doesn't address the magnetic field strength of the Earth. Hanvi's model doesn't actually predict an angular elevation. So this here, I'll put it back on. This right here in Antarctica. This predicted while the sun was in the north.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
My
stream seems to be lagging behind.
Okay,
never mind.
Well, the sun was in the north. An angle, the sun's altitude or elevation is here 33 degrees 32 minutes. So it's more than that. So it's 34 degrees angular elevation in the north facing this direction, and then in the south 13 degrees facing this direction. So the globe predicts that the sun on December 16th of 2024, that the sun will be between 13 degrees and 34 degrees angular elevation. That is exactly what was measured. Now, what elevation angle does Joe Hanvi's model predict?
None. It's filled with, first of all, conceptually it doesn't work. It has two domes. It has the outer dome, and then for the dome of vision, it has another solid dome, but that solid dome doesn't exist. We don't have a solid glass dome that moves in relation to us. And then it has a bunch of artifacts because you see more than one sun, which is what they saw throughout all of the days.
Yeah.
You see other reflections and other artifacts of the way that stuff is built. And then we have the biggest conceptual error is that Hamvis has a mirror that is inside the dome to reflect somehow the waters above, which he calls a superfluid for some reason. But that it's inside the dome and it's kind of like floating towards the upside. So it's going like against gravity, getting held up towards the upper part of the dome, which makes no sense. Like, seriously, you can't tell us that Hamby has a model. He doesn't even have a demonstration.
Yeah. If there's a dome and there's a reflection off the dome, then you would see the sun and the reflection of the sun. If the sun's outside the dome now, weird. For how many years have you said it's inside? Whatever. Then you would see through the dome the sun and the reflection. You'd still see two. You put another dome in there, guess what? You're now going to get another 1 to 3 or 4 extra suns that you would see on this additional dome. Now you're going to put that superfluid, just another reflector. You're going to get yet another copy of it, but we only see one sun.
Yes.
So
and on a PSA, if you're looking at yourself in a mirror, this is our little section explaining how basic things works to flat earther. If you raise your right hand to the mirror is raising its left hand. So, you know how that happens, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay.
It doesn't work.
I don't know how many hours ago somebody sent me this here of Dearth yelling at Flurfs. So this is on Vika Draziv's channel, which has also Vika Draziv / Truth in Plain Sight. So since truth is in the name, you know they don't care about truth. So here we go.
Is day and year, like exact day and year of the original underneath photo?
Oh, no.
Not the one that's overlaid? I
have no idea. Negative. I do not know.
Balloon mentioned it's from 2008 years before.
Look at the clouds in these two right now. The clouds look the same. They're at the same angle, but they're clouds. They could be sky vitamins.
Well,
sky vitamins.
What? All right, let me go ahead and play that, and it's slowed down. So.
They're not the same. Oh my gosh.
But also that's permanent ice. It makes sense that they don't.
RG, I'm gonna drop you for a bit.
A lot.
Well, it's not just permanent ice, but it's valleys down the mountain there, right? So if you have a V-shaped valley going down, it's still a V-shaped valley. The stone of the mountain didn't change, so that's where the snow's going to collect.
Right.
But yeah, it doesn't change a lot. It stays there. There isn't. What do you think is going to change? It doesn't melt in the summer. There's no summer that causes it to melt. In the summer, it's still frozen.
Be in the studio, brother. I'll add you on in a bit because Dave is here waiting. All right.
Oh, here comes Dave.
Yep, sounds good.
Exciting.
Be in the studio, brother.
I would like 2 hard copy photos and a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
What's happening, Dave?
Hey, am I in? Can you hear me?
What's up, Dave?
Yeah.
We hear you. Listen, turn the sound down on that. That's just this show. I recorded it while listening to this show. So mute the video. Just hit the mute button on the bottom of the video. And then zoom in. Go about halfway through and you'll see my mouse is circling some areas. And this is a trick we did in the printing industry. When you're looking at a blueprint over an original, you kind of flick it back and forth, and then you can see the little changes. And there's significant changes. But if you look at that mountain, all of those white streaks, those are valleys in the mountain, and that's glacial ice, right? So the wind blows over there, any loose snow gets blown off, and it's not going to change much, but there's a lot of changes. The last peak on the upper left changes drastically, and over on the right, there's some major snow changes. But if you could zoom in on that, can you pinch the window and zoom in?
On the top left?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, go in a little deeper, and get the right-hand side of the video. Yeah, now the right-hand side of the mountain a little bit. Slide it over a little bit. Go to the right a little more. There you go. Beautiful. Now bring it up a little. I think that's it. So now just hit play on the video.
Does that look like a profile to me? Or am I just...
So if you look right where my mouse is, or somebody's mouse, you'll see the I mean, you have to look. You have to look carefully.
Yeah,
it's not a copy paste. It's very similar, but it's not a copy paste. And I want to say something for all the people in the chat that are freaking out. Are you going to let Dave get away with this? I think this thing was fake as fuck, and I think that all of you guys are debunking it. Are missing how big the debunk is. I don't think there was a green screen. I don't think there was LED screens. There might have been a firmament screen. Okay, we don't know.
What?
But what these guys filmed, they filmed it. They didn't fake the film. The whole scene might be fucked up and fake, but they're not lying. So wait until the videos come out, and you're going to see through cross-referencing, hey, whatever they filmed it, but they're not in a studio, right? And then I want to say everyone's sending me the friggin' drone gate. Right, I have a drone. Get a drone, okay, and launch it just like he did. It'll beep because it's too close to you, and then fly it backwards or forwards or sideways. It doesn't matter. And when it gets over near McToon, it'll start beeping again because it's near McToon. Whether he's on the side of it, the front of it, or behind it, it'll beep, right? And so I don't know why people can't see that, and they have to go, oh, that's it. It's getting near the screen, right? It's bullshit. We're running with fake. We're making ourselves look stupid. We're making friggin' the Globers we're feeding them nonsense. Now, it's okay to speculate. It's okay to go, hey, this looks weird. Let's analyze it. But do not make any friggin' firm decisions, final conclusions until you see the videos. All right. Now you could say, oh, everything's fake, and that King Nico guy, he hasn't gotten a single thing right yet, and everyone is mirroring his stuff. Rory Cooper, he's getting everything wrong too. Okay? And everyone's mirroring it without thinking. Like Rory on his 360 video, he goes, and he was arguing with Homo sapien, and he's saying that the Homo sapien saying that the camera doesn't move, and Rory's like, the camera is moving. I can see it moving. Rory's looking at the 360 camera, which doesn't move. Filming in the distance of 5 or 10 feet away is McKeegan's rotating camera, the one that is tracking the sun. He goes, I can see the camera moving. Sure, he can see a different camera moving that's filming something else. But the video, the 360 video, the camera doesn't move. So there is no parallax. And Rory's claiming that the parallax proves that it's fake. No, the parallax proves that the camera isn't moving. Right? So again, we need to friggin' think rationally. I think they're using frequency.
Okay, hold on. He said we need to friggin' think rationally. And then I'm going to back it up just a little. Oh my God.
Yes, because something non-rational was coming right after.
I know.
When you cut it off.
All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
We need to friggin' think rationally. I think they're using frequencies on us and making people just freak out and not think rationally.
What?
Wait, he said we need to think rationally, and then he said something completely irrational.
Yes.
Like I have good friends that are involved in that are involved in the flat Earth community that have a good head on their shoulders, and they're getting trapped in these conclusions that are incorrect. And this King Nico guy got a great voice. He's very masculine, and he talks like he's friggin' right on, and everyone runs with his bullshit. Okay? Now, here's the funny thing. King Nico and I are on the same fucking team. We've been deceived. Earth is flat. This doesn't prove shit.
So, all right. This is crazy. How is it that Dearth is the voice of reason? Almost.
Almost for just a second, but then
So-
he goes back.
Yeah. So this to be super clear here, he thinks it was still faked, but not in the way that they think it was faked.
Yes.
How was it? How was it faked? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Remember, step 1 that they do, start with the conclusion. Step 2, look for evidence that sort of kind of maybe but not really supports it. Step 3, ignore all disconfirming evidence. And step 4, declare that your pre-selected conclusion was absolutely proven. So he started with the conclusion, still flat. And he's like, well, they must have faked it, but he doesn't know how. But it can't contradict the pre-selected conclusion.
Right. And then
Amazing.
we have the interaction of him calling for rationality, while at the same time him saying, "Yeah, that conspiracy about that little studio that they put, yeah, that's wrong. That's irrational. The real thing is that it's a firmament screen."
A firmament screen. Absolutely insane.
Seriously.
All right, hold on. Let's see if
What I still haven't been able to figure out is what's in it for Dave to come out and say this stuff. We know he doesn't care about the community. We know he doesn't care about their security, their money, their info, their anything, right? So what's the goal? What is he looking for? He's not going to get into good graces with Will over this.
No. Well, he knows that a unified community sells more apps and gets people more purchases of the Friend Finder, subscriptions of the Friend Finder. So that's what he wants. He's all about keeping the community united so that he can get more dollarinos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So,
that makes sense. That escaped my head for a moment as like an actual motivation, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Somebody wanted to hear the frequency thing again. Let's see if I got it.
It's okay to speculate. It's okay to go, hey, this looks weird. Let's analyze it. But do not make any friggin' firm decisions, final conclusions until you see the videos. All right. Now you could say, oh, everything's fake, and that King Nico guy, he hasn't gotten a single thing right yet.
Be in the studio, brother.
Off. And it's not going to change much, but there's a lot of changes. The last peak on the upper left changes drastically. They're not in a studio, right? And then I want to say everyone's sending me the friggin' drone gate.
All right, I can't find it. I'm too tired.
Yes, it's.
All right, Rossi says Max makes a great point. Flat Earth is the HOA Karen of worldviews. Your model is wrong. No, I don't have to show you mine. Absolutely. Like, no, you don't get to do that. You have to beat it. You have to do better than the globe. Eduardo Ferrero says, matters now. MC Toon has my info. Just small question. I have your. Hold on. I don't count on me to have your info. There's too many people. Send me a message if you can. Send me a message right now. But tell me where, and I'll forward it to.
Yes, or I gave him my info, but yeah, if you want to do it that way, it's fine.
All right.
But you can message me directly on Discord, or I gave you my email. Just check the side chat there.
And Flatzoid has ironically named his current live stream as McDishonesty. At like how many times do you have to catch that piece of trash lying? He is pure garbage.
Flatzoid, come on, man.
He's hot garbage on a hot day. All right, hold
Love
on.
it. I think we should try to get to know if he is from that city Jacko sent. What was it, Benoni? That would be funny if it turned out to be that.
Yeah. All right. All right. Generally Shady says Flurf's heads as footballs. Any objections? Well, I don't know. I'll let the individuals decide. Ting Tang Walla Bing Bang says the infighting is freaking awesome. We need more TFE for them to eat themselves. I'd almost pay to see them fight. You really love to see it.
Oh yeah, Flurf on Flurf is my favorite porn category.
It's the best. It is, yeah. You don't even need the subtitles. Again, Ting Tang Walla Bing Bang says, wait, firmament screen? Did they project the sun on the other side of the firmament so it circles them in Antarctica? This still has the problem of darkness in the middle of Pizza Land. WTF Dearth. Yeah,
yes.
And I don't know.
Fixes nothing.
A screen? You can't, again, you can't have a screen produce light that generates a crisp shadow. That's not how it works.
Right. Yes. And also, we have to remember that this has been a screen that has been there since the beginning of time, according to what some of these people believe.
Lady Blunt acknowledged it around the turn of the century 125 years ago. What screen are you talking about then? Lady Blunt acknowledged it. A flat earther.
Shady, Shifty Eyes Shady says, you don't need any more new TFE. This is insane. The entire FE community is in shambles. I haven't seen anything this bad since I came in. Yes, we know. We can tell.
It's great. It's great. All right. Martin Urbani says firmament screen wins the year.
Yes.
It is the ultimate stink of desperation. Right? I think it's actually less desperate what they're doing than what Dearth is doing.
Yes.
Right? Because how much magic do you need for it to be a firmament screen? Because Dearth doesn't believe in the firmament when it's convenient. You've seen the map that he has that has extra turds floating around.
Outer land, yes.
Yeah, it's just turds in the toilet bowl around the flat earth toilet bowl. He's like, there's that. I'm like, wait a second. You don't get a dome coming down around the edges and also extra land. You can't have both.
Otherwise you would have to either tell me, because we start running into the logical problems of making such bullshit, right? You need one dome, which has the waters above. So you have outer lands. Are those lands not domed? So now we need two domes.
Each land needs its own dome?
Each land needs its own dome. Now, are we able to traverse between, like, is there a passageway or something between those layers? Because if there's no passageway, then it means nothing that there's more land there because you can't get past the dome. So it's like when they get, I don't know, it's
Max,
childish.
are you looking at the screen, Max?
Oh my. Icy Spin.
Oh, Flat Side is so good. Thanks, Icy Spin. Oh, all right.
You know, it's December 31st.
Yes.
And one could think that with just a handful of hours that we have left until this year is gone and we start 2025, that what we just heard, a firmament screen, could potentially happen at any other year. The dumbest thing said the whole year. we still have a long time to go, so it might get worse.
There's so many dumb things. Jeez. All right. K. Gandhi Furnace says Flurfs are occultists. It's all flat magic. And then Mike Bertelson says, holy shades of Right the Hand and his claims of sky screens. That was Right the Hand's deal.
You thought an Antarctic studio was implausible, and he went like, yeah, hold my baby. It's not just Antarctica. It's the whole world's a studio. With
There's more. Hold on. There's more. I see spin. I'm sorry. We've got this one. We've got this one of 2.
Tinfoil eating, yes. That one's my favorite.
The tinfoil. Oh, he's wearing pearls. A little pearl necklace. It's precious. I love it. All right. Mr. Cheswick, Conspiracy Music says, Mr. Cheswick told me yesterday that 2025 will be the year of Flat Earth. Like every damn year in the past, at least 5 years. Precious. Will it be
a couple of months ago? Sorry, go ahead.
Will it be the year that they figure out how to do celestial navigation?
Probably not.
No.
But Matthew Hakim unironically said a couple of months ago, this has been a great year for Flat Earth. And I don't remember a worse year for Flat Earth.
It's a mess, an absolute mess. Oh, all right.
You know what I've been thinking that would be great? A Veritas documentary on the whole final experiment scene, the before, the during, the after. That would just rock so hard.
That would be good. Veritas does a good job of that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a real documentary happening.
True,
that Jonathan Maringi's doing.
Serious. That's going to be more serious. It won't have the mocking tone.
Ashton Richards, Matthew Hakeem has Mikey Smith's diabetes foot for a brain. That's being a little generous. Okay. You know how long it's been?
No.
8 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh my God. We could have been doing like a salary job.
Oh no, this is way more fun.
Yes, this is way more fun. Yes, true.
But I have a salary job that I have to do.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So, oh my gosh. Rossi says, Dearth all but said, hey morons, stop making up crap the Globers can disprove. You've got to make up stuff they can't disprove, like this firmament screen. See? Easy.
I did catch that. The word that he was trying to say was, you can't make claims, because the moment you make a claim, you can get debunked.
It can be tested, yes.
That was...
Creaky Blinder says for £5, did you see Dubé's latest? Apparently it was done with 360 degree LED screens. It's all in last night's video. Of course it is.
Yes.
Oh, look at this. Cygnus Step says for $5, petition to give Shifty back his mod status. Well, I will do that petition.
I remember it wasn't removed because of anything he did, rather than just him like walking and actions getting taken because of, lousy pocket etiquette. Some people got...
No, there was something else. It was something about a different conspiracy he kind of went into, and I tried to not, but we talked a little bit on X afterwards, and I'm like, let's just leave it for how it is now. So I suspect this poll will be. Oh, wait a second. I thought I was going to go for yes. I don't get to vote in my own poll. I would vote yes.
I voted yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Where's Wally says for $5. Catzoid has already made a video about this live, which is not even finished yet. Why does MC Toon constantly bear false witness? We caught him lying during the live stream here. Just right here. We all watched it unfold. It was nuts. Toe Fungus says if we keep super chatting, you have to keep streaming.
Yes.
And then Mike Bertelson says firmament/sky screens. When Flat Earth starts to agree with Right the Hand, they've really hit rock bottom. Game over, Flat Earth. Game over.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. I did on Discord, I sent him the screenshot of his little boo-boo, but he didn't respond. All right. Yeah. Lifey says Shifty thinks the Challenger explosion was faked. You see, Shifty, I hope that all right, here's I hope that you can have some reflection, Shifty. And here's what, because Shifty's no longer a flat earther. He kept his word and he said that he now thinks the Earth is a globe. I appreciate that. And he's getting some negative feedback from that. I hope that instructs you a little bit on them. That kind of attacking isn't what truthers I would expect to do. This doesn't work. And the self-reflection that I'm going to ask you to do is if you realize that this doesn't work, then you fell for that. Something caused you to fall for that. So is it possible that there are other things you fell for that you shouldn't have fallen for? Right? Like maybe the Challenger explosion was real, right? Maybe obviously I definitely it was real. Maybe that whatever line of reasoning you got into thinking this was a legitimate position to have, also that same line of reasoning brought you to thinking those things about the Challenger. And don't stop there, right? Reevaluate all of these different things that you've these conspiracy theories that you've held on to and say, how did I evaluate? What process did I use to determine whether they're correct or not?
Maybe just by realizing your previous biases, you can maybe move past it. So if you saw Witted talking about fluoride in the water, and you didn't notice that Witted was confusing hydrofluoric acid with sodium fluoride, maybe go back to that, and this time you will catch it.
Yeah. I see Spin noticed that I was wearing this shirt. I did. I wore it in Antarctica. And I wore it in the video.
If I think that if I personally would have been wrong about something on the internet for 10 years, and then it came out that I was completely and totally, utterly wrong, I think the introspection I would do on myself would make me question even my own existence. I think it would be a hard shock to learn that this stuff that you've been believing for 10 years is false.
Yeah. Icy Spin says the difference is we actually want to know when we're wrong. There you go.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to end the poll.
End the poll.
Yeah, end the poll. So Shifty, it did not go in your favor, but the good news is, Shifty, you can convince them otherwise. Yes. So, we can reevaluate here and next time or a couple weeks or whatever. And
it wasn't that far off for 158 votes, 57% no, 42%.
You got a good number.
You still have a chance.
All right, and so William Beauregard, who I personally approved the message, and then it was blocked by somebody else. Remember, I'm not in favor of blocking too much. So anyway, William Beauregard apparently thinks that I am a gobbler of knobs, he thinks. So why does he think that? I'm not sure. But maybe William Beauregard could dig deep. Look down into your little panty poos there. Pull them forward. See if you got any stones in there. If you do have stones in there, send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net, and I will happily bring you right on here, and you can bring forth all of your super woke evidence for the Earth being a magical flying frisbee in space.
Adam is spiraling, and he said, no, creation is not finished. It will be when Jesus Christ returns.
Who said that?
Which, again, Adam.
No.
Again, another one that didn't read his Bible.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Let's see. Omesh Singh says, Omesh Singh, if I'm right, Sasi Kalji, says, before you went to Union Glacier, did the participants rate their confidence in their model? No. Nobody did. I was 100% certain. I didn't have any question at all. But I would say that all three of the Flattys were very certain before getting on the plane that they would see the 24-hour sun, because they'd seen the sun shining up on the clouds on the other side of the horizon. So Dan DeMann, for £6, says, Flurf's going crazy now. The cope and desperation is mind-boggling. Anyway, wish you all a Happy New Year, but not you, Gary, and not you, Adam, too. Look at this. General E. Shady says, it was me who asked that Shifty mod was taken away. I stand down. Very nice right there, General E. Shady. I appreciate that. But I'm going to stick with the poll, and I'm going to simply encourage Shifty, have a little, think about stuff and see what you're thinking about other things. Start with Challenger. But I want to also encourage, and everybody, help Shifty in this. He's been sober for over 100 days now, if I remember correctly. Fantastic. Awesome. Keep that up. Keep that up. Yes. And people do support that. I don't personally know, but as I've talked to people, it's a tough thing. So good on him for making that happen. So
yes.
El Guinolo says, Toon, you're visibly exhausted. You should sleep. I am visibly exhausted. I am tired. So, I missed this one. Ting Tank Wallow Bing Bang said, Toe Fungus, can Toon beat FDFE's Forever stream? I can't. I have to work. I do. I have end of the year stuff to validate. So, Shane Eslick says, I've had a pretty rough year with my disabilities and my brain needing more scans. Thank you to everyone for helping me end the year on a positive. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad I could be part of that.
Yes, that is kind of along the family lines of the best kind of messages you can get for someone telling you, hey, I've been going through a hard time and you're kind of helping me get through that. That's so fulfilling. It's great.
Yeah. That's a good one. Here, I'm going to grab that Icy Spin, and I'll send that to Shifty. So anyway, people, Max, everybody, thank you so much. It's been just about 9 hours. By the time the song ends, it will be 9 hours. And then I will go and I will set the, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it now. Just a second.
While you do that, let me say this. Before we go, do the social thing. It's like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and yell. Watch carefully, because you have to, it's a lot. Make memory. Subscribe to Creaky Blinder MC2 and Matters now! And let's see if we can get Creaky up to that 100K before the end of the year. Come on. It's just a little bit of work. Grab your grandma's phone, your ex's phone, your neighbor's phone. Just ask people on the street for phone. Hey, can I send a text? And just go to YouTube, subscribe to Creaky Blinder, and then just say thank you, move on to the next one. We can do it, people.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Max. I'm going to... Often what I do is I set things to go public at 6 a.m. my time. But since 5 a.m. is only just a couple minutes away, I'm going to set it to go live at 5 a.m. And I'm going to set all of you
to go there. That's smart.
At 5 a.m., which is in 30 seconds. Which is in 30 seconds. So you'll get the notification. I'll send this here. Kylie H says, all conspiracy theorists are sheep from flat earth to Apollo hoax to 9/11 truth. Fight the good fight for rationality. Happy New Year from New Zealand. Thank you, Kylie H. So Tim Tech Dude says, check Discord. I have a lot of... Okay, there it is. Says
already Tiles is reporting, these are our exclusive reporters all around the world, reports that it is already 2025 in New Zealand. Welcome to the new year.
What's it like in 2025? Are the flirts there? I hope they're not.
Oh, they're scrambling so hard.
Tim Tech Dude, thank you for that. You appreciate that. I'm not going to say what it is. I appreciate it. Should I say? I don't know.
Is it a regular chat or a super chat?
Hold on. It's a Discord chat. It's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't know if I should say something. All right. I think I'll wait. Yes. Anyway, everybody, that is now live. I will set the customization to send it there. So you know the oh, come on. Seriously?
Some people are saying great stream.
Yes,
Toon did a great job. Unfortunately, I had to mess it up by being here.
Oh, dude, you were great. What are you talking about?
We'll try to get it better for the next time. Nico, I would love to have an actual biblical debate with Nico. I don't think it will happen, though. When people realize that they don't really know the Bible, they stop debating me.
Yeah. Where? Okay, come on. Modify your search to find. So I'm looking for. So I'm on my MC Toon channel, and I'm looking for the video on my Conspiracy Tunes channel.
Mysteries.
But I'm not. I can't. It's not coming up.
Damn it! The problems of.
It's not working.
Live.
I wonder if I have to set something on my other channel to allow it. I think I might. I'm going to try this.
Yes.
And then I'm going to, do you know?
I think you have to enable people being forwarded to you or give specific people. Yeah, there is a permission associated to that.
Yeah, but where is it? Oh, permissions. That's not it.
What's the feature called? What's the feature called? How to set up YouTube redirect? How to enable
channel advanced settings.
Good thing that no one is in. Okay, so you go to settings, automated filters, and then there's a checkbox there that should say allow channel. All channels can redirect to my content.
I don't have automated filters.
Okay, maybe let me see when this one is from.
I have allow third-party companies to train AI models using my content, which I don't have selected.
Where?
Allow viewers to clip.
Where? Hold on, let me see if I can find it on mine. But my browsers are being a little bit babies today. Okay, YouTube Studio.
Creaky says don't allow it. Why would I not want to allow it? Is there a drawback to allowing it?
We sometimes restream to each other. Like if I'm ending up a stream and Stone's starting, I forward to him.
To link over to a different one.
Yeah. FTFE does that too.
Yeah. But I have him. He's a admin on my channel. So I don't know if that's what makes it possible.
Yeah, maybe
because your face will end up as an AI face. Oh, don't choose the allow AI. Yes,
okay.
I'm not doing that.
Okay, yes, that seems like a very slippery slope of getting digitally cloned.
Yeah. All right, well, I can't find it. There you go. So here's what I'll do instead. Is it live now? Oh, no, I didn't do it right. Oh, I set it a day ahead. All right, so hold on. That's why.
No wonder you couldn't forward to it. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll do it this way. Set public. Done. There it is. Now I'll be able to do it, maybe. We'll see. Redirect. Nope. It doesn't. It still doesn't. Oh. Maybe it needs to be live for a minute longer. I don't know. It's not looking good.
We're like it's yes, we sometimes have these problems. Glovers have tech issues too.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just put it in the chat. There you go. Go there, everybody. Make sure I'm caught up on everything. Yep. All right. Oh, I got one more. Rossi says AI will think it's being creative, changing tune to Tron. Oh. Okay, everybody. Max, thank you so much for sticking around for 9 hours and 7 minutes. Thank you to all of you. I know a few of you have been around the whole time too. You're all crazy, and I love you for it. And Thank you to everybody that helped and contributed to TFE, my trip, and this includes a little thank you to every one of you.